Is that what you're doing? You're doing comedian time. Hello, everybody. Welcome to if the red light is to be believed, we are live. We're live, actually streaming here on a Friday night. So, bringing you guys low key wall content on a Friday night. Welcome to low key or the Walnut Show, or the show that really doesn't have a name yet, because this show is actually. Yeah, this show is actually more of the brainchild of Reinhold, who wants to do more long form, huge spiel content and getting things out there. But Monday nights was like conclusive for that, because like Monday nights for me is more of a quick hour-long thing that I do to get everything, to end my day, to talk to these guys, get things out there. So it's a small span of time, and it was really set up as a test to see if I can even stream or do anything for that hour. And we have successfully kept doing it for almost a little over a month now. But just like you guys know, I never fly solo. Hi, I'm also bearing who myself is. Hi, it's Harry, aka the Moving Target. But I'm also joined here with it's pulled in some cast and characters from the Wall Network. I'm also joined here by oh crap, I almost messed up, because we introduce everyone by tradition here on the Wall Network by seniority, and I almost did Reinhold first. Technically, by seniority, we have to actually do the Boss Hog, who's sitting by campside here at the Boss Hog Estate. So, Jeremiah, welcome to Loki Wall.
Harry Price, it is your show. I am just a guest here, but I appreciate the honor of being a part of it. I am broadcasting live from Summit Lake State Park in beautiful Henry County, Indiana, with a 5G cricket wireless connection and a campfire to give me lighting. I don't have my normal producer, co-host, studio, but we're making do. I protested as heavily as I could, telling you that I wanted the address so I could come by your house and do this properly in person. But the Labrador just knocked out my light here, so I got to slide him out of the way. But I'm excited to hang with you guys for a little while on the inaugural Friday night fireside chat.
Yeah. I'm glad that you're here. It's great to be there. It's just tradition to do the most senior person first. But I also have to do the people who ride with me all the time. So I've got Reinhold with me. Reinhold, just go say hi. He's got his brick wall up.
I do want to say that I apologize, but I do have to cut out in about 20 minutes. So before I go.
This is Reinhold's last show. Reinhold's last show.
I'm just joking, but I do want to say that tell Jeremiah that commercial he did, the video with that slandering me about arrest that didn't happen. That's not right. You shouldn't do that.
And then we also got Vincent here, who's gladly has stopped playing Overwatch 2 all weekend, because we know Jeremiah can't play Overwatch because he's got a cricket. Can't play Overwatch on that.
I can't either. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I have a prepaid phone, sir. What are you talking about?
I don't
provide a contract. Yeah. Context: Overwatch 2 makes it so you have to attach a postpaid phone number to your account for you to play. So you have to literally dox yourself to Microsoft now.
Mm-hmm.
Which you probably already know half your stuff anyway. But
Windows,
but you have to. But there's a bunch of people that are like, but I've had this phone for 10 years and now I can't do anything.
Yeah, we can get into that too, with the idea of prepaid and contract phones, why it's stupid anyways. And then we also, sitting here attached with us, who is our silent partner, and we've got Miss Zombie. We're just gonna.
Hello.
Hi, you want to tell everyone about yourself?
Oh my gosh, I've just been such a big fan of WAL for so long now. 10. Is it 10 years now? I mean,
we had a 10-year anniversary.
Yeah, I'm back in. I believe we met all the way back in Elkhart, Indiana, at an LP convention, 2011. It's been forever ago.
We might have met. I think we met at a Gary Johnson mixer.
Yeah, it's been ages.
Was that Elkhart? I'm not sure what town
that
was.
Yeah, Elkhart, LaPorte. Is LaPorte maybe a Best Western in LaPorte?
Yeah. And everyone was named Jeremiah. I met you and Maya, and then the car on the way home, we're like, are all these people named Jeremiah? What's going on?
There was only room for one Jeremiah. There had to be a change. So I won I won the rock, paper, scissors, and I continue to keep my name and gender.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I got it.
That's the backstory, just so y'all know.
I was not ready for that. I will admit, I was not ready for that.
Explains so much.
Mhm. Mhm.
Thank God I chose scissors, or else things would be completely different.
Well, you got to go with the scissoring as much as you can, right? I met.
All right, there's another joke there, but we've lost Harry, so I can't. I won't make the
Harry's
next.
just gonna. I'm gonna mute too.
We
Bye.
played Harry.
Yeah, I met Dear Leader in 2010 as I was running for state senate, I believe, or state house. Sorry. And
Did they let
he was
you put
charge of
Reinhold
that.
on the ballot?
They did not. Well, yeah, they did not. But I did. I did do a podcast in 2010 with Mike Cole and Chris as the producer. So head of the game on this whole thing. And it's been lost to memory because it was on the LPIN site, and somehow those all got disappeared.
I was
out there a
listening.
while ago.
I was in there.
He's trying to Jeremiah chose scissors to avoid the scissors. All right. So okay. All right. Well, enough of that. Anyways, sorry guys, I had to get up. I was watching a VHS tape, so I had to rewind it.
Be kind, please rewind.
Yeah. It was great. Yeah, I almost taught my daughter how to use the thing. She thinks it's goofy. She likes the noise it makes. So, man, all right. So let's pull something in. I do want to talk about like this whole like Overwatch thing, Overwatch 2. Okay, because
where's
it has
Christy
at?
Christy just chatted. I don't know why she's not in the room. Where's she at? Christy, get in here.
I don't know why Christy's not in the room. I sent her the thing to get in, but yes, we are Rogues Gallery. Yes. Yeah.
Well, you want to talk video games right out of the gate, right? Is that what you're saying?
Honestly, it's topical right now because we got the Cricket. Obviously, the Cricket phone and the Cricket network is sufficient. It's strong. It's 5G network and able to stream into a show, and very consistent. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I've talked to people on laptops who have crappier connections. That can barely do anything, and he's sitting on a Cricket phone with half an earpod in. So.
I got one side of the earpods in, looking at the tallest lake in the state of Indiana, out on a point.
I'll have you know, I'm sorry about Monday. Okay. For my laptop in because of the connection being so bad. I'm sorry about Monday.
I didn't say anything about that. All right, okay.
It was interesting when you left and the sound just went. Ooh, quiet. No background noise now.
Yeah, that episode needs a warning. Like, hey, no headphones. No headphones.
Good to know. I don't even know how bad the audio was.
That last episode of Loki. Yeah, no headphones. There wasn't no headphones. But anyway, so like Overwatch 2 comes out, destroying, and they completely took out the old school Overwatch. Old Overwatch is gone. So like I bought old Overwatch. I think I played it 10 times.
Maybe it's a good thing they took it out, right?
Yeah,
made something better.
Yeah, they made something. They made something better. So they got this new one out, which is free to play. That's awesome. I enjoy free to play games as a freemium option, so you can pay for skins and things like that. But they're having some launch issues. Which games have launch issues? Okay, games have launch issues all the time, but they have some other issues beyond servers and player base. They're having other issues, and one of them we did bring up was the idea of that since it is a free to play game and the deal with Smurf accounts, they decided to do that phone attached thing. Does anyone want to Vincent, you want to talk about what's a Smurf account?
Sure, I can talk about most of this stuff actually. A Smurf account's when you've played a game or been a part of something for a really long time, and then you make an account that's level 1, and you're basically playing with a bunch of people who've never played a game before, and you're just destroying them. It's like if you're trying to have a philosophical debate with a kindergartner.
Yeah.
Being the noobs, as they say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, some people get off on the idea of being high level, then jumping in with the low level people to feel like a god and fight the low level people. Or
Right.
they get their high level account banned, so they just jump back in with another make a new account.
Some people like being bullies, so that's
Yeah.
we know that.
Yeah, we have certain people on the Wall Network who does that all the time. If you could guess who that is, you're probably right. I make a Smurf account just because, like I do it to test out new characters. So, like, usually if I'm playing on my Smurf account, I just wanted to get PvP style with low level people on a different champion in the game we play Paladins. That's why I use it. I'll try not to play any of my mains unless I'm forced to.
I don't have a Smurf account because it's there's no point because I'm already that bad anyway. So there's nothing I'm hiding from anybody by playing them levels.
Right.
I would have a Smurf account because I'm a borderline millennial boomer and I lost my username and password and had to start over again.
Yeah, so you'd be considered having a Smurf account because you keep starting. I'm like, forgot my password again. Let me just go make.
I got married, and my Xbox Live account just turned into turning it. If I turn my Xbox on, it takes me. I have to download about 10 gigs of updates. It takes me an hour and a half to get it ready to play, and by the time I'm ready to play again, I've lost all interest, and it gets turned off again for 3 more months. That's my gaming life.
Pain.
Wow. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, and I completely get that. Completely understand. That's why I brought all the gaming stuff here in my little office.
I will also. I know I'm not the only person in the world, but when you buy the physical media game, you just buy it and you have all intentions of playing it, and then it just sits there wrapped in the cellophane for months and months and months, and then 2 years later, EA Sports no longer supports the game, and you're just shit out of luck. But you've got a nice souvenir.
Well, first off, stop buying stuff from EA. Okay,
that sounds like 3/4 of my bookcase. I intentioned to read it.
Have you seen most people's Steam libraries?
Yeah,
I have a fine copy of Madden 11 that I'm looking forward to playing someday.
I've got the last version of Madden before they decided to kill it on the PC, where we could actually play leagues and stuff. That was
Don't worry, Jeremiah. The game hasn't changed since Madden 11 anyway, so it's the exact same game.
It's the same game. Yeah,
just more loot boxes.
Yeah, we can.
It's more fun when you have both the Manning brothers. So.
Hey, you can still have the Manning brothers. You just gotta
fork up that cash to buy them.
That cash. It's EA is a trash company. Stop buying EA games. But anyway, back to Microsoft. Another terrible.
Back to Overwatch.
Back to Overwatch. Another terrible gaming company. So they did that to stop people, and then people just really couldn't get into the game. So which does stink because myself, I technically have a prepay phone because yes, Christy, we want you to jump in. That's why we gave you the link. we got the zombie in here. You jump in here. Anyways, so I now have a prepaid phone because I get a discount on my phone service through my internet provider. There's like, oh yeah, get a prepaid phone for us, and you pay this amount. And I was like, I don't know. I've been with Verizon, and I've been like this for a long time. You're gonna be a lot for get me to leave. $15 a month. Bye, Verizon. I'm out. Out. Sorry, bro.
I believe I have 5 phones on the Cricket Wireless network, and I think we pay like $170 a month for five unlimited data, whatever.
Yeah,
15 gigs of hotspot on each data. It's unbelievable. Or you can stay in an abusive relationship with Verizon and pay that for 2 phones.
Right, with 2 phones. I'm paying the exact same amount I've been paying for 2 phones, and I've got 3. I'm sitting with 3 phones and was like, why do you have 2 phones? Like, this was like my play phone. This is like my work phone. I've got 2 numbers.
Yeah.
I give work a phone number.
I legitimately roll around with 3 cell phones and a tablet now.
And then my work, since I separated, they let me expense my phone. And for the last since the other thing is, right, the weird thing is, like, because I mark on what it is, but my company just goes, oh, we'll just expense the whole bill. I'm like, no, just this one line is, we don't care, just use it, it's fine. So
Got them all covered.
It's so cheap.
My company My company pays for my phone and gives me $25 a month for internet.
Nice.
Pay for internet.
Excellent.
But yeah, I think I'm switching my wife over to Mint Mobile, mainly because
That's
she
because you
has
got a thing for Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
she's got a huge thing for Ryan Reynolds, and I'm not far behind her on that one. So.
Oh no.
Are we talking rubber masturbating shoes, Ryan Reynolds, or are we going like Van Wilder? What version of Ryan Reynolds are you into?
The unicorn. The unicorn.
Oh my god.
Okay. I was going for Two Guys, a Girl at a Pizza Place because then you also get Nathan Fillion.
Oh, I love that show. When it came out, I was watching that show, and I was like, "This guy is really funny. Look what he did." Boom. And then Trailer Howard, she goes on to be on Monk for years, and she does really good. And then the other guy, who was mainly the main lead of the show, ain't nobody heard from him again.
I don't know. He took his money and did something.
Nathan Fillion was even on that show for
yes, he was. Yeah, Nathan Fillion was on that show. Yep. It was it's like when you go to show people this show, like, what was this? Is like,
Can't find it.
Yeah, it is hard to find. Like most people, like when I tell people about the show, they don't even believe me. Like this,
that show doesn't exist. It's not real.
Who ran the pizza place? There was somebody who ran the pizza place now, and for some reason I'm blanking on it. But there was somebody famous.
I can't remember either. It's like 25 years ago.
Owned it. Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. Well,
was it the guy from Happy Days?
oh,
No, it wasn't. Yeah, that'd be funny, but I don't think it was. I think it was accurate. It's that, and there's so you have TV shows like Two Guys Grow Pizza Place and Herman's Head, which was way ahead of its time. It was really funny, and it was on Fox. So
good old Fox.
It got a couple of seasons, but that was about it. But it was so smart and inventive, and I just found out that the woman who plays Angel on Herman's Head is now playing in Texas Walker, the TV show with
Paladecki.
Yeah, Paladecki, who my wife has a huge thing for. You'll hear me say that a lot. I think my wife has a huge thing for that person, like Jason Momoa, another one. But yeah, she's apparently playing somebody's mother on that show, and I'm just like, she still looks beautiful as she did on that original.
That's fine. It's fine. I know you probably she was hoping for like that Bobby Singer, so you just trim yourself up. But it's okay. It's okay. Those are supernatural references. Man, see, like this is feeling a good, like low key episode of Monday night without the pressure of having to cut this out, so we can get to like the
point.
the story.
And I'm really upset. I'm really upset that I'm not allowed now to talk about what I wanted to talk about because somebody got their account back. So.
Okay, fine. Bring it up. I'll let you bring it up. Let's just go on another tangent. Go ahead. Bring it up.
No, don't worry. I'll hold the Overwatch 2 ball over here.
No. Go back to Overwatch 2. We don't need to be talking politics today. Yeah, swing around on a pole when you do that.
But yeah, so like and I don't understand like some people's fascination also with the idea of having a contract phone anyways, because like then you're locked into a phone. It's like this is by all intents and purposes still a cell phone is still a luxury item, and the idea of being contracted to a luxury item, it sounds ridiculous to me also too. The idea like you're beholden, you can't link on this thing. And then also I'll understand like unless you have good credit score, the contracts that you usually get from some companies are egregious. They're messed up, they're terrible, and then you get people put in these debt traps. So let's talk about Dear Leader and debt trap and his Apple addiction. But so people like him. All right, I'm gonna just use him as an example because they'll go, I can afford this phone purchase because Verizon I will sign a 2 to 3 year contract with them, and I will slowly pay this phone off. And I can't leave them because they technically still own the phone, and then I'm paying also for service. So they get them for double end on each side, and it's just ridiculous that people just continue to keep doing that. And I don't. I buy all my phones outright. I hate the idea of leasing or like loaning out my phone number. Like I'm not doing that. I refuse.
I have no more monthly payments except for my student loan, which is 25-year-olds. But The reason I did was because the interest rate they gave me was less than what the inflation rate was, and it made sense.
Yeah, you got that. You got that super boomer low, like interest rate. Might as well rock it. Yeah, this one
I got a special savings account that actually earns more interest than the interest I'm paying on the car. So taking money out of the account in order to pay the car off is counterproductive. I lose money.
Interest? What's that? I've never heard that in my lifetime.
Savings account interest? What?
Oh. I know. Like my emergency fund, I think it makes me like 10 cents on interest sitting there.
Well, I remember when I was growing up, it was interest rates for the prime interest rates were like 23%. So on a savings account, you were getting 5, 6, 7%. You could actually save money then. But
yeah, and this is the real reason, like those older generations really suck because they have these massive interest rate accounts on savings accounts. They suck. They all suck.
T-bills, they all got bonds and T-bills and everything.
Yeah, but when they bought their house, Harry, their mortgage was at 90%, and yours is at 2.5%.
First off, no, it balances out. Balances out. The idea that my emergency fund, which I barely have dipped in, right? If I would have had like 6 to 7% interest rate, it would have doubled. I would have had it. My savings account for my emergency fund would have doubled since I've been on wall. Okay, would have doubled. So no, it's not the same. It's not the same. And it's not my fault all the boomers blew all their money in the 80s, destroying every Quaalude alive. Okay, that's not my fault. Okay,
it all went up their nose, man. It
was worth it.
Blame Reinhold. Yeah,
it was worth it. Trust me. Salty tears. Just let me lick them up. As long as they've got a little bit of LSD laced in them, we're good.
Yeah. That's what I said. Like everything's like, so what do you really want? I was like, honestly, I just want a savings account at 6%. I don't want. What do you want? Leave me alone.
Harry,
me alone.
Be happy you live in the future, because back when Reinhold was using a fax machine, it cost him 87 cents a minute to send a fax.
Oh my god.
And he had 3,000 minutes of dial-up internet a year.
All right, so
I had to go to CompuServe for my internet access, and you had to rent the time on the server you were connected to before the bulletin boards came out and the hobbyists started doing it. So, all right, so you had to go to. It was bad. Those were the dark
Did your
days.
pornography come in books? That's terrible.
Well, the pornography, you would get a picture. You would download it. It would take 2.5 hours to download a grainy picture. And you would hope that it would finish, because halfway through, if you got a disconnect or something, it could just completely destroy it, and you have to start over again. So you had to really want that porn in order to get it downloaded.
Yeah, but
Harry, this is low-key suffering with Reinhold, is what this really is.
yeah, but I get it too. My first date I ever went on was at an internet cafe. Okay, most people have no idea what the heck an internet. Well, at least in the United States, have no idea what an internet cafe is. The idea of going to like a coffee house designed to give you a computer to get online. Okay, yes, I used to do this all the time. If you wanted a nice computer with a high-speed internet connection, which I think at the time was like, ooh, this thing got a T1, awesome, T1 connection. This is amazing. Look how fast this is. Watch me click this button. So like I understand the before times, okay? That the before times was not all good times, okay? But the only thing I want from that generation is just want the savings account. Maybe some of the really cool designs of laptops from the 90s. I miss that. That was really cool. Most people, like, if you never touched a laptop in the 90s, but they had some really cool design, like IBM you would open it up and you get a full-size keyboard could just slide out. So some of this itty-bitty tiny little keyboard, you get an actual freaking keyboard, instead of now Samsung introduces, we're bringing back scrolls now. So now, like, oh, you want a bigger screen, just scroll, you just peel it out, so if you thought flip things were coming, no, wrong, we're going back to scrolls. Okay, going back to scrolls.
Everything repeats itself. Everything.
Yeah. What Brian, have you not seen the scrolls?
Scrolls? No.
Oh yeah. So like Samsung, I guess released the scroll. So like instead of like you having or you fold out your screen to make it bigger, you literally have a section of screen you hold and pull,
Oh,
you
yeah.
pull out, and you like literally just keep pulling, and it just have more screen. Just pull out more screen. So yeah, so I'm guessing the next Samsung tablet is going to be a literal roll scroll. You just roll it out. That's it.
Gentlemen
Here
and
he
lady,
is.
I need to dip out. My battery is telling me that I have used all of my remote magic. So, congratulations on the new show. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Thank you for showing up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I will tune in and watch the rest of y'all. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Wait,
Bye.
thank you.
Hopefully,
like
some
chicken.
more people decide to stop by. I wonder where everybody is.
So Overwatch 2.
Let's get back to the topic at hand here.
Overwatch.
The issue about it really isn't that it's like they not only do they kill the old game. If you never played the old game, you have to spend $1,200 to get all of the cosmetics from the old game and the new game.
Well, you
I
got a
wouldn't
chance.
care enough to do that.
You got
I
a
know.
chance. You know,
Totally. Oh, and by the way, their rate of you being able to unlock coins in the game, for you to get one skin from the classic game,
Mhm.
you have to play weekly for at least a year before you can get one skin, because that's how much gold they're giving out.
oh, that's just
Here's the
trash.
thing. You got to enjoy the game to play the game, because all this stuff that they're doing to make money, yeah, it's nice to be able to support the developers if you like the game, but going there
Right.
for that reason, just
And then like they decided that
just
they were going to make all the new characters, you have to go either buy them because
Mhm.
they're in the passes, even though when they were making the game, they're like, all new characters are always going to be free. And then they're like, well, now the sequel game, they're not. Because they're the most marketable thing about our game, and that's what we're going to get people to pay stuff for.
it sounds like they just watched it sounds like they watched Paladins drag their whole business line down into the mud and said, we can do that too.
We can do that too, but
But worse.
crap on our player base.
Worse. Because at
Worse.
least in Paladins.
Oh,
you can
Paladins
just-
doesn't crap on your player base?
Oh, no, they
Okay,
do.
all right.
But
They
you
don't
get
crap
the
on us.
character.
They're just
You don't have to
incompetent.
go through the battle pass to get the new character.
Yeah, that's true.
No, you still have to buy it.
Hey, no.
Well,
I
you
know.
can
I'm
earn
a
it. You can
Founders
work
edition.
for it.
I'm
You
a
can work for
Founders
it.
player.
Yeah.
Well, so did I. I did.
Yeah.
I get all the new ones for
Same.
free, as it were. But I paid for the Founders Edition. But
Mhm.
nobody else can get access to that now. So
Which I can also feel like if like Paladins had, I wish Paladins also do that. The idea like if they're having issues, like, hey, we need this amount of money and we can get you guys some better, newer servers. Cool, just tell us what that is. We'll all chip in. Instead of like oh, here's the crap Smite servers.
Here's the backup Smite servers.
Yeah. Hey, Smite
you-
these cores.
You guys want new interesting skins? All right, here's the skins we had in Smite. Here you go. We're just hand me them down.
Hand me down skins. I know, right? Yeah. This is some of the worst. But no, it's the idea that because if you didn't own a copy of the first original Overwatch, you have to also unlock or buy the original
Mhm.
characters again. So it's not really like it's not really free to play anymore. It's a half a game. It's a basic. It's barely a game. Okay, and if you want some other things in the game, you're broken up money. And it's might as well just say that, just like, hey, give us money. This caused this. This is like the poisonous trap, because it's not like they're like Overwatch is the only game in town, right? And then like a lot of your player base you have alienated, and since it's free to play, there's no sunk cost fallacy and going like, well, I did put in $60. I can just go to something else, right? And the game that I did spend $60, it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah.
I can't even go back. So let me try out Valorant. Let me try out Paladins. Let me go to Gundam Evolution. Let's go to something else. Let's try something else.
Meanwhile, I can still play Guild Wars 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
You can also play Guild Wars 2. Okay.
1 is nice because that was 2 decades.
Hey, you can still play Final Fantasy 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 11 is still out there in the wild.
And classic WoW now you can go back and play.
I know, right? Yeah, which is a lot of fun.
Did they ever fix Warcraft 3? Did they ever fix that? The Warcraft 3 Reforged that they broke entirely to made it so it's basically worthless as a game. Did they ever fix that?
All right, let's not bring up bad things anymore.
I take that as a no then.
Not bring up. Let's no trauma, please, sir. There's even some servers out there, so you actually can go continue to play like S4 League and everything. That so, you know, they're unofficial servers, of course. You have to patch the client and everything else, but you can still play S4. S4 League is shooting Esper Sports. It was a really fun Korean shooter game. It's everything you ever wanted from Valorant, but it's better. Okay, sorry, it's better. Did it better. And the simple fact that you can wall jump with a Gatling gun and shoot someone in the face, the best.
Like Dirty Bomb to me, but
okay, I give it. It's probably more akin to Dirty Bomb. The simple fact that I think I used to
Wall
walk
jumps.
around with the Gatling gun or the sword with one of the powers where I could just build a wall out of nowhere. So my favorite thing was to build the wall, blocking off the retreat, and then just take the sword out and just beat on them. You know, or you pop or if you have the sword and they're shooting at you, you put the wall in front of them, run to your wall, jump over the wall, come at them with your sword. You know,
but
I think
that's one of the
there's
greatest.
still Castle Wolfenstein tournaments that go on these days.
nice.
It's one of the most interesting things that still happens a lot is that there's a dedicated fan community of a game, and then when the developers are like, well, we can't really afford to keep doing this anymore, here you go, and just gives the fans all access to just keep making the game run.
Yeah, the idea of like when you sit back, open it up, and allow other people in. Yeah. Hold on, Christy's sending me saying she doesn't have access to the room, which it's in.
Did you see the picture?
I see it now.
Says to her, yeah, it says that she doesn't have access,
but she's in the. Like I posted it in the room, and then I also posted in the. You know what? All right, keep talking.
But it's actually interesting to watch, like, real-time archival of things that people enjoyed. And
Dirty Bomb did that too. They shut down their development, but they said they had community. They before they went, they created community servers, and then so they said, well, the community servers can keep running as long as people are paying a modest.
Right.
So communities are paying them for hosting the server, the games, and that game is still going on. 3 years, I think, after they quit doing development on it.
Right, and that's why there's still stuff like there's people still playing Brood War, StarCraft Brood War. Like they're still doing tournaments of that game. I saw somebody been out for how long now?
Didn't I see somebody streaming Dead by Daylight the other night?
Yeah, that game's still going as well. I do feel like they did do some of the Resident Evil characters dirty. Because they did a bunch of Resident Evil crossovers and put them as skins instead of anything else, which is sad.
All right, so like Dead by Daylight.
Oh, we're going there?
All I know is I was doing some work. I was on my computer and I see a notification pop up. Oh, Target is playing Dead by Daylight. And I'm like, what?
Yep. Playing some Dead by Daylight for the spooky season. How can I put it? Like, so I end up playing this game, which the game has some good bones. I will tell you, Dead by Daylight has some really neat bones, some really cool mechanics inside of there, and it has some really cool, interesting thing. But
Jay.
Okay, Jay. But the thing with it, right? It has some glaring flaws, and they seem like they have no interest in dealing with any of it. It's just suffer. Please suffer, just suffer. And then it's like, okay, maybe like the kind of Mickey suffer because technically it's a horror game, but then it's just like, no, like the one good improvement was the wiggle system, but then they made it, and then they made the wiggle bar so massive.
Big.
There's no even point. There's no point. You might as well, as soon as someone picks you up, they take you to the hook, get up and go make popcorn. There's no point. Oh, you can wiggle out like unless you got some feet for it. You ain't wiggling out of crap. You're going.
So I'm an acquaintance, a longtime acquaintance, one of the guys who's probably one of the top DVD players. Streams is under the name of Angry Pug.
Okay.
I was one of his very first. I think the day he got partnered on Twitch, subscribed to him and have been subscribing monthly ever since. Founders, I think it was like the 14th, or he even logged in. So he was a old friend of mine. We used to play with him and Grims and I and some other people used to play old H1Z1. So. He's making his bones. He's making a lot of money now playing Dead by Daylight on the Twitch thing.
Yeah.
The issue with Dead by Daylight is that they're not going to fix the issues because money just keeps pouring into their lap. They're like, all right, Capcom's going to give us a bunch of money to put their Resident Evil characters in. Done. Oh, Japan's going to give us money to put these Attack on Titan characters in the game. Done. We don't care. We don't care.
Right, and that's another problem is the glaring flaws that they have in the game are all monetizable aspects. Like, oh, you want to be able to repair shit at all? Okay, monetize it. Buy a pack that comes with toolboxes or flashlights or, pay to progress in this nonsense. Whereas good game design would make the different things classes. Like, oh, you have your toolbox wielding guy, you have your flashlight wielding guy, and these are different classes. No, let's paywall and randomize whether or not you get something that makes it fun. But
let's put Ash Williams in it, but no boomstick.
Right. No boomstick. You get Bill. No boomstick.
But no gun. Yeah. You know, my guy who is known for surviving the zombie apocalypse because he had guns. But he can't kill
Boomstick.
He can't kill one thing because he ain't got no gun.
I will say though, when you do get out, it is very hype half the time because you have no reason to win.
Oh yeah,
like the game is so lean, so hard on the killer. You have no reason to win. When you do win, it's like, all right,
they fumbled. They fumbled.
They messed up so bad, or I'm just so much better than them.
Until, of course, the killer has a win more perk that prevents you from leaving for 12 seconds. In spite of the fact that you and two other people should have got the win.
I don't know. I survived that game, Paul. I don't know what happened. I didn't even see what happened. I didn't see it.
I think somebody got left behind for fodder in order to let someone else escape.
Essentially, yes. I was the bait that died in order for him to escape.
Yeah, he KJ started the opening the door process. He finished it, and then Wesker downed him, and I ran past both of them and left. Sometimes W's a W.
Oh, your God. Yes. Look, it's not that I dislike the game. It's that I see the game for what it could be and not what it is.
Right.
So, KJ, don't take it personally that the part of me that really wanted to get into game design is like, I wouldn't have done that.
A lot of flawed games are amazing to play. I mean,
no, it's just like the game is, to me, is on that razor edge, like of being enjoyable to this is a grind. It really feels like I'm ice skating uphill while on fire to get to the water that will put me out by wiping my nose with sandpaper. Okay.
There are definite things that rub me the wrong way. but I'm not gonna go that far.
I will.
But
I will.
Depends on the killer. The
But
fact that
My favorite
brain
parts of the
is
game
blurred.
is when I die and I can go do something. I can get on my laptop and go watch a video.
Nah. I think that's over. That's too much. But
I don't know. It's like every time they give me the feedback, hey, are you having fun? One.
no. Fi-
One.
Make the hooks not respawn.
Yeah. Space the hooks out, make it respawn. I don't even like my thing is, right? Like I kind of want to play as a killer because like I really don't feel like there's any effing challenge for them at all. And it's sort of like you just walk around and you just wait.
and can we please like get actual skill checks and not, hey, if you're in a lobby of people, you better be straining your ears to listen for the audio cue that precludes a quick time event.
So the best comparison I could give with Dead by Daylight is the Resident Evil Resistance game that came out. That was 4v1 and one person was the mastermind and the other four were survivors.
Okay.
And the issue became they could never get a patch right because if they one patch that makes all the masterminds way too powerful. It's impossible to win as anything but the mastermind. The next patch, oh, look, the survivors are so powerful that they can sit in a room and melt everything before you can have enough resources to do anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it became a constant, they became a terrible thing. There was never a right balance for it to be consistently fun.
Yeah. Asymmetric multiplayer is a pain to balance. One game that I loved until Sony killed it, or whoever the legacy of I don't remember if it was Sony, but I want to say it was them, was one of the Legacy of Kain sequel games called Nosgoth. It was vampires versus hunters, and it was a blast to play, and then they unceremoniously smothered it in its sleep before it reached full launch. And there's supposedly a private server out there, but I'm not going to download aids for my computer to run a shady Russian Bitcoin mining program.
You gotta run the shady Bitcoin mining program.
But yeah, like, you can't give too much power to either side, and that becomes such a balancing nightmare because in Resistance there became a point where there was 7 characters, only 4 of the same ones got picked over and over and over again because they were the ones with the best gun abilities. And like one character goes, I activate my ability and I don't use any ammo. And I just melt everything that's in this room. And it's like, oh, cool. And it just became, if you're playing a mastermind, it's like, oh, they have the firing squad. Might as well throw this game out the window.
Yeah. I do want to see, is it like, because like I will say that on this side is like it is this very on this with that just KJ things tuned in shout out to just KJ things we should start playing some games with one of us as the killer to see the difference. Yes, I want to see the difference on the other side because it really does feel that the killer doesn't need any skill whatsoever to play the game. You just have to walk around. Like, oh, there's somebody. I can take 2 swipes at someone. They're on the ground. All right, take them to the hook. I don't even have to like take them. I can just swipe them, then back up, wait for someone to try to pick their friend up, and then swipe that person, take them out. Oh, they got a generator. I can kick it. Boom, boom, boom. All right, all their progress is gone to reset. Cool. This is the last. There are 2 generators left. I can just camp between the 2. Cool. Wait till they mess up. Oh no, they got the generators. Oh, we go to the 1 to 2 doors. They have to leave, but it's okay. I've got
one of my problems is
exactly where they are.
So I don't often play the game. I've played it a few times, right? But I watch Pug play it a lot. And always
I'm not gonna lie, Reinhold.
Even when he's not the
I feel like you're
killer.
cutting in and out. Is he coming in for anybody else?
Yeah, your static is crazy.
All right. Didn't know it was me. Yeah, I think Reinhold is also on a cricket, but the bad cricket. This is sorry, he's on Mint Mobile. We established that. That's that Mint Mobile.
It's always Reinhold with the audio issues.
I almost never have audio
Yeah.
issues anymore. Is that better anyway?
No,
No. Now it's a
Nope.
delay.
no, your flaps are off now.
Let's restart.
Your flaps are off.
We're getting the German dubbed Reinhold.
Yeah.
Jawohl.
Oktoberfest, right?
No, that's a skin. You
I won't-
get
I won't say the,
battle pass.
I won't say the S word. So,
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
all right.
Well,
Has it improved at all? Just let me know. If not,
No,
no.
no, it has
No.
not.
no, it has not. Has not improved. Yeah, has not improved. But you know, but hey, but no, but will I play Did My Daily Game? Yeah, I enjoy playing games with my friends. I enjoy
Right.
it. And KJ, and I enjoy sitting there and going
Rude.
through and.
Harry, your tsundere showing. Stop
I
it.
enjoy playing games. You know, I enjoy having fun with people. I can have fun with some of the. These are some of my critiques on the game that would make it more joy. I'd actually enjoy fixing the generators for more mini games than QuickTime events.
Right. There's a lot of things they could do, but you know how I work, of course, is that if people want me to play a game and they buy me the game, I feel obligated to play it no matter what. So that's how we got through Resident Evil 6, Harry.
That was a good game. Though.
It was a terrible game, and you know it.
That was a good game. All right,
But
the first third was great.
You mean the first fourth? Because you also had to play through Ada, which was terrible. But that's how we're getting through the Halo Chief Master.
Halo Chief. Yeah,
as we're getting through that with Nostalgia whenever he has free time again.
I know. Yeah. Eventually, hopefully, he won't have free time for the next 4 years. Hopefully,
True.
hopefully, we're hoping.
I also his screen got like super dark there for a second.
He clearly opened something with that has like a very dark screen.
So yeah, I don't have any studio lights or anything, so I am at the mercy of my monitor.
There's a website that actually will do that for you. You just go open your web browser of choice and just type in like selfie light, and there's a website that will just
yes,
turn
I
your
know,
screen.
but then I can't use my screen for other things, so you guys are gonna have to deal with the fact that I'm gonna flicker a bit.
Well, do you not have a selfie light either on your phone or nothing? I have
or
a
a
selfie
second
light.
screen.
Man,
No, I have one giant monitor that is
Wow.
all Discord right now.
good. Okay, that explains. Well, turn off dark mode. You know,
No, Harry,
like, I
I'd
refuse.
rather shoot
God.
myself.
I don't need the eye strain that bad.
Yeah, Chris.
All right, so
Chris is
let's
always not liking dark mode, and I'm like, I can't live without that thing.
I don't understand how he does that, you know, but he's a weird person. Anyways, we all know RE7 is way better than RE6.
It's
That's
true.
KJ
That's a
thinks.
true statement.
What's not better than RE6? Okay.
Almost any game's better than RE6. RE5 is better than RE6.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I enjoyed it. To get through it.
You
really,
only
yeah.
enjoyed it because you played it with somebody else, and I was able to make fun of it the entire time.
Yeah, it was
Like how the food did not look like P&Gs on the table.
That was fun. That was the best part. Yeah. So yeah, I did enjoy that. That was fun. All right, so you're right. We made our own fun with our
Exactly.
RE6.
And that's what makes it sad.
Yeah, and just like we were making our own fun with Escalja playing what is it? Halo,
Halo Reach.
Halo Breach.
Yeah, we're making so much fun by making him live through traumatic experiences over and over again.
The fact that it's greenlit for a second season makes me want to harm people.
Yeah, second season. Yeah.
Like, at this point, they've already said, like, well, this is the silver timeline. And it's like, okay, Waste paper baskets come in stainless steel silver. Like, let's go ahead and put it where it belongs.
Just like, did anything just do that? Just call it like, oh, this is the silver timeline. Can anything sit there and do that though?
Basically,
Is this the silver timeline? Daredevil, was that last? On She-Hulk, was it the silver timeline Daredevil? But I said it.
I mean, we basically have to acknowledge that the MCU is its own timeline. I mean, that's
yeah.
It is.
It is, and it's
616.
Yeah. I mean,
Christy is light shaming you now.
That's
Christy says, "Man, I have a ring light that I've never used. Ouch, oof, oof." And Asa, I'm glad I don't have whatever streaming service that is on. Oh yeah, yeah.
It's called Disney Plus, and you have to pay Disney money, but that's neither here nor there. But
well, maybe Ace is talking about the Halo one.
that's
that one too.
Paramount.
You don't want to pay Paramount money either.
See, that's the other thing. Like, I want to watch Lower Decks, but the other shows they keep putting out, I don't want to give them money. But Lower Decks is hilarious. They went to Deep Space Nine. Okay, it is freaking hilarious. I want people to... Star Trek Lower Decks is, like I said, is some of the best Star Trek in a decade. I'll say it. How dare I say it? It's a decade. It is the best.
What? You don't like them bringing back a 6 of 9 and Picard?
No,
you don't like
no,
that? It wasn't your favorite thing?
It's trash. It was trash. It's trash. It's trash. I hated it because they tried to mesh it with the stupid Abrams timeline, whatever it's called, and try to mesh those timelines together. Sort of like, okay, can they just be the movies and push them off the side? No. Our fans who watches the movies know this is the timeline. This way we can create our own timelines. We don't have to pay these old writers anything. We keep all the money. So you're just going to burn the series down because you don't want to pay some people their just desserts for building a series? Yes. And it's just like, you F off somewhere, This is not the thing I wanted for Picard, out there, like him writing, or like any of the Enterprise crew going off into the riding off to the sunset.
Right. My favorite suggestion for what the Picard show should have been Picard living on a farm chilling, and his only interaction with most things is the Federation shows up and has him basically mediate disputes between the people. And that way you can still build the universe around what's happening now, but Picard still is Picard and not whatever they did with the show.
Yep. Yeah. You get them to pass things on or do different things or like help out or there to help, but no, it's just, oh God. And I think the main reason I like Lower Decks is because they're doing something else that's completely different with Star Trek, and they're also making fun of itself. Like, I would have loved, and I think I've said this before, if they would have did like Star Trek, but went away from the Federation. Like, it's the same universe and just did something else, I'd love it if they just stand in Quark's bar for an episode, or if they did with Jake Sisko, and just because he became a reporter, and it's like the whole scene is like that, it's just this reporter going through the galaxy with his crew and a spaceship, reporting on things that are happening, not necessarily like there's have to be war, there'd be tragedy, all kinds of different things like that. It'd have also been a great series, just something else in the series other than like the trash.
With Picard. What got me with Picard is I was actually enjoying it the first like 5-6 episodes. And then it lost its way. It's like the writing just got so bad. They put themselves in a situation, and then people's motivations weren't there to do the things that they were doing at that point. It didn't make any sense. It's the same thing that happened in the episode 3 on the Star Wars. It was like I waited for a long time to see that conversion, of Anakin into Darth Vader. And it wasn't motivated well. It didn't make sense to me. It didn't feel real, or why someone would turn like that. It was just ham-fisted. It wasn't really well done. Kind of the same thing with Picard. The ending of it was all over the place. It was badly written. it wasn't true to the characters that they had built up for the first 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah, it's also not true to the lore of the other episodes of Star Trek. Okay. I have this problem with my mom. When was this said? We have episodes you back on the farm with your brother. It's just with your dad. Nope. And then apparently there's dead Borg in your farm in the walls. Okay, we want to talk about this because you time traveled. I don't even care. So it's like, spoiler. No, screw you. No, this is bad. It's a bad show. Okay, don't watch it. It's terrible. It is trash. Oh God. No. See, like that's how extreme it was. And then you've got like what 7 of 9 fighting off against this Borg army, with small arms, and there's
that she can access her Borg half remotely.
And then
she was able to unplug herself from the network.
Yeah, then Cortana pilot 7 of 9.
Man, Harry walked away right there.
Oh man, he missed
loved
it. It's so perfect. He had to walk it off the anger. He had to walk off the anger.
Your ass back in your seat, Harry. Okay, while he's
take it like a man.
Yeah, while he's gone, let's talk shit about him.
Okay.
He gets him immediately back in his seat.
Yeah.
He knows.
He had to turn TMNT back on.
So, Harry,
say the line again.
Harry, at what point does Cortana pilot 7 of 9?
Honestly, would probably be a better show. Okay,
Probably.
Right, I'd accept that. I would probably accept that. It's just it's all bad. It's just bad. It's a bad show, bad writing, and a lot of these newer shows. It's like when people's like, "Oh, you just hate these shows because you think they're woke." No, I don't care. But no. What I hate about the shows is that, and I was with Critic I was listening to, and they're talking about the problem is the writing isn't consistent. It's just like they're written like bad D&D games where it's just I'm going to write this really good scene and then I'm going to make another good scene. We're just going to scene to scene to scene, and they don't really string together. It's just I'm just trying to make a good scene, and then I'm going to forget about the other scene. I think I was watching this video. I can't remember the creator to shout him out, but he did like the reason how they broke the magic in the MCU with the Scarlet Witch. The idea that if you go back and watch the scene with Bolt, and the simple fact that she erased his mouth, her eyes didn't go red and her hands didn't move. She didn't glow. She just sat there, didn't move, and just took his mouth away. I don't care who you are. That kills anybody.
Yes.
That drops anyone.
Well,
Hulk dropped, Iron Man dropped. You're dropping everyone.
Actually, she didn't erase their nasal passages, and they could still breathe out their nose.
Yeah, but if you can close a mouth, you can close a nasal passage. So it's like,
if you can close the mouth, I stop your heart.
Right?
But yeah, I just stop your heart.
Heart.
I give you magical congenital heart defect.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn turn your valve off.
Close up the rectum.
Yeah, and it'd be different if like she had to.
No,
move.
You
Her
can't.
Eyes glow red. You had to stop her, okay? But it's such a, and he was right. It's such a god level ability that it's just like Thanos nothing. Anyone's nothing. There's
right. No, but here's the thing, Reinhold. We cannot allow her to close up rectums. That prevents Ant-Man from defeating Thanos.
God, what a terrible
in the real time. In the real timeline.
The truest timeline.
The true timeline. We both know how. We all know how that would play out.
I'm not Squidward. Okay. All right. I have actual complaints. Okay. These are actual complaints on things. You know.
The biggest issue I've become to witness is that, like you said, everything's like a scene by scene paces, but it's all nostalgia pandering without understanding the nostalgia. It's like I have this source material. but I'm not going to read the source material. I'm going to take all the ideas and settings, maybe not even the ideas, just take all the settings and put them over here, and I'm going to put my D&D characters in it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing instead, because I don't care about, you know, the Silmarillion or anything. I'm just going to put my D&D characters in this new
Well,
Lord of the Rings
that was
show.
what we talked about Monday on certain movies that were being made, and they were just not paying attention. It was games based off movie or other stuff, and the games didn't follow the logic of the universe that they were being built in because the people didn't took highlights or read a Wikipedia page and blurted out what they wanted.
Yeah. There's a reason why Sonic did so well. They was the fan backlash, right? And they actually freaking listened. And you know, I and my daughter likes the movie. I think I've seen the Sonic and Sonic 2. It's really, really good. It's done very, very well, and it is like it's made for fans, you know.
Although I will say it does suffer from the fact that they brought in Bland McWhite Dude to be the real main character.
At least for the first one, anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, but could we just stop doing that?
I'll have you know he played Cyclops, sir. So he played the blandest superhero possible.
So
he's experienced being bland.
Mayonnaise McWonderbread over here. But these studios that do these nostalgia movies, they keep doing it, like the Smurfs. Like, why the hell do we need a rom-com plot to be the backdrop for the Smurfs? Just give me the Smurfs versus Gargamel. That's all you need for your crappy 3D movie.
Yeah, that was weird. That was a weird 3D. Yeah, I don't understand that. But all right. So speaking of blind white guys, so have everyone seen the Mario trailer?
I was actually about to talk about the Mario trailer. Is the fact that the people are so happy about it because Jack Black does an amazing job as Bowser. Because he's exactly. We already knew the casting was going to be great, and then they go, "Here's Chris Pratt playing Chris Pratt, pretending to kind of have a New York accent, but not really. He just sounds like Chris Pratt." So I was like, Why is Chris Pratt here?"
Okay, so I will say that having watched the trailer, the voice could be worse. No, you don't
What's
understand.
the matter, you say?
Oh,
you know what? There is a level of it to me where I'm just going to accept the fact that I'm going to get Chris Pratt's voice, and I don't care because that's better than Chris Pratt being completely unlistenable as fake Italian Chris Pratt.
That's fair. But it's still just in my brain. It's like, why is Star-Lord here? Why is the older brother from Onward here? Why is the dude from Parks and Rec here? It's like he does it's the exact same voice. It's not even a different voice.
Because you're trying to appeal to a new generation audience. But here, and that is the logic for these studios. But here's the thing. They're wrong. You don't take an old property and try to appeal to a new audience by making it not that property.
Yeah, that's like when they did the Muppets, and they redid the episode, and they like made Kermit and Miss Piggy break up and divorce. I was like, no, this is our power couple. I can't have these two break up.
This is how we learned about stable relationships because our parents weren't,
Exactly.
My parents were together for 50 years, but I'm just saying that's there's a lot of people who looking at that relationship is.
I'm sorry, Reinhold, I have to stop you there because that's straying dangerously close to white man angry at M&Ms.
Where's the purple M&M? That's what I want to know.
Hey, I'm all down for purple M&M. This is awesome. I can't wait. Like I think it's gonna be great.
So the only time that these kind of nostalgia bait movies even work is when they take the nostalgia they're going with and respect it. The reason Wreck-It Ralph is such a good movie is that it respected the video games and the arcade stuff that they were talking about. Yep. When they have a time where you have Zangief and Bowser hanging out and it just feels natural. it respects what they're talking about. Stuff like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, even though it's a long time ago, it respected all the cartoons it was talking about and brought all of them together in a very cohesive way. But then you have stuff like Ready Player One, which is like, cool, we have this scene here just cuz. It's like, why is one of your trials just the whole movie of The Shining? Cuz.
Just because.
He does exist.
So does your leader want to weigh in on the whole fake Mario trailer that we're talking about?
Why is Reinhold trying to copy my background? But like
I'm not
hippie.
trying to copy anything. I just, I did some work at the house, and
Is that a picture or is that real? I'm on my phone, so it's like really small.
it's a picture.
Let me see. I can't
A
see.
new background.
Oh boy, this is quality entertainment.
Yeah, quality
man.
there.
It's
Quality
better than
there.
whatever you nerds were talking about.
Yeah. At least we're live. At least we're real live. Okay, we're real live.
Real live, not fake live.
Jackie's here. How are you?
Hello.
I haven't seen you in years.
I know I'm still alive and real.
Well, you're alive, but I don't know about the real.
There we go. You inspired me with your camera angle to just turn it on.
Yeah.
We should all do that, right?
I'm on my couch. Here's Squish. She's watching the tablet. Two Spot over there. So look at my cat. Two Spot.
Quality content here. Quality core.
This is quality content.
This is
'cause
professional.
Look, my cat has a dickhead.
Look at my cat. Look at my cat.
Oh,
See it?
one spot or two spots?
I'm out of here.
Adorable.
And then
You guys are terrible.
I bought
Ooh.
this today for the child, and the button's broken, so now it won't stop. It's just a waste of money. Oh, and I gave my other cat a haircut.
Oh no.
And for some reason, she's running away from you too. I don't know what's going on, right?
What? What are you, a cop?
They're filming me. Camera right to the.
Get that out of my face. Stop.
Well, you've trained her well. It's like if someone starts filming you, you put that, make sure that flashlight right. to the
How do you
side
like
of
that, huh?
the
How do you like that?
lens. There you go.
This child, we went to the garage, and so for those of you who don't know, the garage is like a cool food court. It's like the Greenwood Park Mall.
It's a cafeteria for the yuppies, and
Exactly, and it's really good. So I take her there, and we're standing in line at Clancy's waiting to get milkshakes and hamburgers. And behind us is a very large woman. And she's probably like 6'3". I mean, Eleanor runs around the other side of her and starts playing peekaboo with this large woman. And the large woman did not like it because it was, I couldn't see her. And so I was like, hey, you need to stop that. You need to come here. And she said, na, 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 boo, boo. And she took off running. Now, there's probably 700 people in the garage at any given time. I mean, it's packed.
Mhm.
And this child starts running through this food court full of yuppies trying to enjoy their meal, 20-somethings who are on birth control to avoid this situation. And, of course, as she rounds the corner, I see a woman named Lindsay, somebody that I know.
Mhm.
And she's like, hey, Spangle. I'm like, can't talk, gotta go. Chasing this toddler. And then she's like running through the crowd, getting lost. But fortunately, stop your feet. Stop your feet. We bought the Frozen shoes with the lights today. And so I could see her little sparkles as I was running through the crowd.
Yeah.
And I finally catch her. And then Christy Lee from the Bob and Tom show is like, Spangle? I'm like, I swear I'm a good parent. It was ridiculous. That large woman nowhere to be found. Embarrassed beyond belief. So I had to give the cat a haircut. Because
thank goodness you tell your coworkers a little bit about your personal life. For all Christy Lee could have known, you were just snatching a child.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Put on his best Evan Peters and Dahmer impression.
Yeah. Or just be glad it was Christy, not like.
Hey, what? Talk to my friend.
Could
Why
have
were
been
you
Josh.
Why
Oh,
were you
man.
running from me at the garage, the restaurant?
Because I wanted to say hi to somebody.
Who? You don't know anybody.
Well, I just know the parents, not somebody's mom.
You know somebody's parents, but not their mom. That's strange.
I just
Is it
know
Tom Woods?
some moms, but not all their moms.
Weird. I was there looking for moms too. Just kidding. Reagan's out of town. She's in Destin. So she had half a milkshake and calmed down.
As one does.
Yeah, usually. Sure.
So the reason I had to shave my cat is because she had dandruff
Mhm.
and she was too old and fat to clean the back of her back. So
Which cat is this?
this is Muffins. And so the vet was like, well, she's probably too old and arthritic to clean her fur, so you're going to have to do it for her. So take her to a cat groomer. Apparently that exists. And I'm like, I'm not paying $100. So I got out my scissors, put her up on my desk,
Mhm.
and just started chopping away. I got out the trimmers that I used to clear the brush downstairs and then used that on her. So now I've got red hair and cat hair intermingling.
So, because we're broadcasting this live, I can't say what you trimmed, but
Jackie, I trimmed my pussy.
Okay. All right.
so
He won't be happy
After
until
been
my
happier,
page is
though.
banned, isn't he? He won't be happy. He's like, he gets his banned all the time. Like,
Who invited the boomer?
Yeah, I know, right?
So while I'm standing there, we're about to leave, and this guy yells across the room, "Hey, I love your podcast." So I know he's not talking to me. Then he kept saying, "No, I love your podcast." I go, "Which one? The Pat Down?" He's like, "No, the Chris Spangle Show, your podcast." He was almost insulted that, but I never think anybody likes this show.
I know. You're like,
He was looking around for Jeremiah.
Right.
It's just like,
Is this Boss Hog? Is this where
Boss Hog's not even here.
the fist fight's happening? But his name was Harry too.
Okay.
His parents must have really hated him to name him Harry too.
Yeah.
So
Kind of a good joke.
Well,
Now that I know you're
thank
clever,
you.
write better descriptions for this podcast.
I don't write the descriptions. I write the titles. That's him.
Well, somebody needs to do a better job of writing the descriptions. It's fucking embarrassing.
Maybe write an intro.
I'm terrible at that. I'm terrible. I don't do that.
Like
Yeah.
literally just like bullet point 3 things. Anything.
Hey, I just do what I'm asked,
doing
which
that.
is the title, and that's
I'm
it.
not doing that.
If he's
That's-
asking for descriptions,
a lot
I'll
of
give
work.
the description, but he doesn't ask for that.
That's a lot of work. And usually, like, we go off and just talk about things. So, yeah.
It's
no, a
not
lot of
that
work.
much work to put 3 bullet points down. You
I could
can't
do that
remember what
after
you
the
talked
fact,
about?
but
Hey, here's the 3
No,
bullet points
no,
of things
no,
we're not
I-
going to get to tonight.
yeah, I'm
Fine. That's fine, Reinhold. At least say that's funny. Here's what we meant to talk about.
For somebody who loves Top Gear, you can't do the intro bullet points. Tonight on Low Key, Hammond
Just record
gets
an
his
intro
lorry
after.
stuck in the muck.
Reinhold has microphone issues.
Guess which
And
episode
Vincent
this is.
Cooper tells one good joke.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like
Fair.
that's 10 times better than nothing. Literally nothing. And your titles don't even make sense because I don't know what they mean. Like you're like the dream catcher of Felicity.
That's the point. That's the point.
Yeah,
Like, what?
yeah. To be perfectly honest, my
he's
title
I
is
don't
shit.
know what's going
They're
on.
just shit posts.
Do
It's
you
like-
Yeah.
even care about this show?
I mean, there's a reason I tried to push for it, and somebody took 3 months off, but that's not me.
Who-
neither here nor there.
who picks their podcast that they're going to listen to based off the title of the episode?
Literally every fucking person on the planet.
I don't even see the titles on my car when I have it on my car stuff. It's
Exactly.
the name of the episode of the podcast and the other things, and then it goes 3 letters into the title, and you don't see the rest of it. So I'm just
No,
going to
literally
see what's going
everything.
on this one.
That on the Chris Spangle show, the title could mean a difference in 1,000 downloads based on what the title is. Like that's how important. Like
I don't think
literally
it's
the
gonna
first
get. I
thing
don't
I
think
tell
my
a
show's gonna
client
get
when I
1,000
sit down with a
downloads.
client to do consulting work, I'm like, the title is your contract with the listener.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most important thing. It's what they're going to get out of spending time with you. And you people tell them nothing.
I'm gonna waste your time for an hour. I will give you some background.
What he's doing is he's putting
together.
together titles that people who would enjoy the show would get.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's the 3 things we're talking
Normies
about.
won't get it, so you probably wouldn't like the show.
Yeah.
But what
if we're
is funny
talking
is-
about things, I take all 3 of the things we're talking about and put them into one title.
So
And I explained the first part on the first episode.
when I publish these episodes and all the wall episodes to the website
Mm-hmm.
on weirdlibertarians.com, everybody's episode goes out over social media
Okay.
and it publishes to my Twitter.
Uh-huh.
And my friend Small Crimes was like, "Are you talking about Gundam?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" She's like, "You're talking about the video game Gundam Under Small Dreams?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" What was the one that was like Rabbit May Die or? And I was so confused.
I think you're
like,
combining 2
"Oh,
things.
Yes.
You mean Harry? No, you have to go listen. So she knew what you meant, so I know what you mean.
Specifically for that audience.
What was it, Reinhold?
This is gonna be 4 hours of chilling, not
I have 100 people as my target audience, and the hundreds of people that listen to this. So my target audience is 100 people, not 1,000. It's 100. Okay.
That's-
It's a very,
Better than the 3s and
tiny
4s
bit.
I get.
Yeah, it's a little bit of gatekeeping, just a tiny bit.
You guys are like the original wall with tens and tens of listeners.
exactly.
Yeah.
Harry, I don't know about you guys, but I have gotten so many people. They loved that little episode that we recorded last week, and they're very excited for the old wall to come back.
Yeah. I
I was
was
excluded from.
shocked at the. You wasn't excluded. You were late.
You were late.
Big difference. Big difference.
And
And,
so
I
you
didn't
had
leave
to do
early
the-
though. I stayed around and finished.
Yeah.
You,
But
you did the trim. That
Yeah,
was your punishment for
the
being-
amazing thing is the joke was like we were saying like we look like an offensive line. We could have played in that Colts game on Thursday and had the
Oh, we
same.
would have done that.
we did better.
I was
I don't
actually
Watch football, but I watched that game and it was horrendous.
It was just oof.
How about that offensive line, guys?
The highest paid offensive line in the league.
My brother, I went to a football game with my brother 2 weeks ago, and he gets so into it and gets all mad and gets his blood pressure up.
Mhm.
And they'll screw up, and he'll stand up and he'll scream, and you're like, "You're the most paid offensive line, fuck!" I'm like, what kind of grown man starts screaming at a football game, standing up, yelling, and like fuck at a football game?
I mean, the people that are super into it, that's their thing. Football is their thing.
I don't
That's all
have
they
a thing.
have.
Poor
It's all they
KJ.
have.
Harry, is
Poor
there a
KJ,
thing that would
she's
make
like,
you
we
stand
don't
up and
talk about
scream?
it.
Not a game. No, not a game. I probably won't get up and like shout at a game. I don't think so.
Yoga,
Maybe not
a good
because I'm
yoga
mad at
step.
it. Maybe if something cool happened, like if I was watching a race and something cool happened, I'd be probably saying like, yeah.
But it doesn't
no.
have to be like sports or anything. I mean, Harry, if I brought you somebody who says they're a tech expert and they
Mhm.
start talking nonsense, it would piss you off.
Oh no. Okay, so I saw this on Twitter the other day, which really pissed me off when someone literally said the words "facts." The reason why banks use fax because it's the last good secure peer-to-peer connection communication tool. Yeah.
Dennis, the thing that makes Dennis stand up and scream is a Dave Smith tweet.
And the irritating part is that Twitter keeps giving them to me on my feed. Like, you want to see this? You want to
You
see
won't
this?
stop
No, I
engaging.
don't want to see this.
You're like Dave Smith is to Donald Trump as Reinhold is to Brian Seltzer.
I don't engage with him because he's got me on mute. There's no point. All he does is and he can't hear. He doesn't see anything I write, so I just give up on him.
You're his Jim Acosta, Mr. President.
I'm the Maggie Haberman of
I still like when people talk about like, oh man, Dave Smith's gonna be a great president. But like, even if let's say he does jump through all these hurdles, does get elected, that dude's gonna get arrested in the first month. The first month. I know he is. He knows. He should know he is. If he doesn't think he is, he's out of his mind.
Look, I don't think like
he's
Dave
out of
Smith
his mind.
Is not like Donald Trump is uniquely criminal, but like he wasn't as criminal in 2017 as he was in when he tried to steal the election.
Allegedly, I haven't proved that in court yet.
Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump both. Like the second they got into office, it was game on. Like any libertarian, Gary Johnson, who these people claim is the most establishment libertarian. Bill Weld gets elected as an LP president. They're going to jail in the first month or two. I mean, there's just no way around it.
Yeah, you just go. Yeah, you have to understand. Like you're going to jail. You're going to the jail. Yeah.
Eugene Debs did it. Eugene Debs.
Yep. Your first, since you're going to jail, your first move is to like pardon everything for your VP candidate that you can get your hands on because you're going down. You're going down.
Wonder who the VP candidate's going to be.
Supposed to be Spike.
Really?
I heard.
Yeah, but like
that's why he's been sucking up.
Spike is better.
Has he been sucking up? Has he been sucking up for a VP pick or coming back and Return of the King in 2028?
Spike is legitimately like not the racism stuff, but like Spike's legitimately in that like Mises vein. I mean, hell, I am. Like when it comes to like foreign policy and Ron Paul and like that shit,
Well, I mean,
but that's not what it is.
Other than the racism,
most libertarians are that. But most libertarians are that. The difference is that they're leaning more into the right wing populism as opposed to libertarianism,
which I'm not.
That's where Rothbard was trying to create this whole thing back in 91, and he created this whole idea that you could be a right wing populist and be a libertarian, which you can't because there are diametrically opposed mindsets.
Yeah,
but he's trying to meld it together in some sort of holy trinity of mess, or
like that dude in Arkansas that he said he supported, who's just like, so many of these guys who went to Mises conferences 10 years ago have gone down that like right-wing nationalism, some of them white nationalism path, and you're just like, and Harry, the type, the people that you went to Pork Fest with, where it's like one day you're talking about agorism and then the next day they're like, well, don't you think the blacks are the problem?
Yeah, well, yeah,
and I'm not saying Dave Smith's that guy. I'm saying like everybody who is a libertarian knows that guy who is like was in the brutalist groups in 2014.
Yep.
And oh man,
Curtis Jarvin fans
2017, who were like, oh, these Jew jokes are just jokes. You guys are too sensitive. And now they're like, no, really, it is a Zionist conspiracy.
And I'm not saying that Dave Smith is that, but he's willing to tolerate that, and that's the part that is frustrating.
Definitely willing to tolerate it. Willing to tolerate it.
Tolerate.
That's what I think.
Dog whistle to it. It's the idea like, well, I'm just saying like we should be able to do stuff. I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it, but you talk about this like you have a hard on with it, and like
a guy like Nick Fuentes and what he said recently, like there's no way around it. He is a white nationalist.
Oh, you mean Dave Smith's fellow traveler?
I mean, listen, I'm not going to say
just questioning. You're just asking questions.
Like, you guys talk shit about Dave Smith. I don't need my Twitter mentions blown up for a week.
No, I'm talking about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a terrible piece of crap.
No, I do. I agree with
Spencer, that. Nick Fuentes, all those guys. The crying libertarian,
Yeah, no, like there's a point, and I don't know where that line is, and I don't think it's the Mises caucus. I don't think it's Dave Smith or like some of these guys. It's like a layer below where it's like an anonymous crowd almost.
Mm-hmm.
Where like Fuentes will put his name on it, but you've interacted with those people, and I've got people in my friend circle that like are literally like they believe Otto von Bismarck has the right template, and that they should be Otto von Bismarck. Like
Justin O'Donnell tweeted out that like the who blew up the
Yeah.
federal building was his hero. He attacked the government.
Okay.
Killed kids.
No, I guess.
But
Like,
and he comes back. Oh, I'm just making a joke. I'm like, no, you're saying that because people push back on you, but that's what you meant. What you said.
Yeah. You meant
that's
what
where
you
I
said.
guess the like, where does the line start to blur? That's the trouble that like in our comment section over the last like 4 years, like at least somebody like Dave Smith is willing to put his name to his words and thinks carefully about what he says.
He doesn't think carefully.
I think he does, absolutely.
I think he thinks carefully. I think he's just naive and uninformed.
I know
certain things.
The only,
but I'm saying like the
I-
guy that I'm thinking of, like Cantwell was such a canary in the coal mine for where a lot of like libertarians you've never heard of and have no name attached to them, like that went to Pork Fest 10 years ago. That have just gone like where's the line when do you stop being a libertarian? And I guess they call themselves post-libertarians now. Like like there's a whole movement of like I had a conversation with one guy last month and he was like, John Locke was wrong. Everything John Locke thought was wrong. Classical liberalism is just as corrupting as progressivism. Free speech is a bad idea. Like it literally, once you like peeled back the onion after an hour or two conversation, like you basically got to, they can't govern themselves and the hierarchies of nature need to take its course and we need to help protect themselves from being the minorities that they are. And I'm like, what the fuck?
How do people evolve back into that? I feel like I evolved out of that from the Pat Buchanan days.
It's who you travel with. It's who you spend your time with and associate with. You start to get people who are not into that will pull back from you, and then the people who are trying to get you into that will pull you towards them, and you start getting more and more and more of a
it's a
echo
feedback
effect.
loop. Yeah,
and you start thinking it and believing it because you're not getting any alternating views in anymore. And that's the thing that gets me about
to get
about
and
the
there's so
Mises
many tricks
caucus.
of like the Trump derangement syndrome was just basically a rhetorical trick to keep you from having to hold the guy that you support accountable. Well, I don't have to listen to what they think because they just have Trump derangement syndrome.
If everybody who isn't like Nick Fuentes in the movement were to come together and kick those guys out, we could all get along and be fine. And even though they may be wrong on a lot of different topics, in my opinion, like immigration or some things like that, I would still rather spend time with them as long as we were keeping the people who are really terrible, who don't believe that all humans are equal.
But the problem is that's the strategy is that there's like
I know.
There's a spectrum, right? The strategy is to make the LP the party of Jordan Peterson fans, Joe Rogan fans, people who watch
Lou Rockwell.
No, not Lou Rockwell. Like, no, you guys are missing. Like the guy who listens to Tom Segura, who may go to the gym a lot, who listens to Joe Rogan, kind of likes Jordan Peterson, has kind of like a conservative bent. Like that's what they're trying to make the party. And I'm fine. That seems like a viable market. These people distrust government. They weren't crazy about COVID. But the spectrum may start at like that guy who goes to jiu-jitsu and just wears black socks and black shoes all the time with their barbell t-shirt to the guy who's like reading American Renaissance newsletters and trying to put an intellectual face on very racist old ideas and trying to import European right-wing nationalism into the American system. Because that's what somebody like Stephen Miller is trying to do. that's what somebody like Nick Fuentes is trying to do. Is they're trying to bring back or import basically like those concepts of Bismarckian government where they're in charge. It's just not the left that's in charge. We need to have a
Yep.
strong central government that controls the culture and
Mhm.
protects the culture. And so, and like they get called Nazis, and I think very like the people that I'm talking about are like not Nazis. They're very much right wing. They're like Orban, you know, like they're not like Duarte, who's just like a crazy psycho. That's the
Mhm.
MAGA people. Like there's some of
Yeah.
these Trump people that
Yeah.
are, but like
Right wing
then
populism
it's
is what it is.
the right wing populist guy
Mhm.
has its shades too, right? Everyone from the Orban is right, and we need to just kill the free press to have
Mhm.
stability. To the fucking yahoos who follow Trump, who are like, yeah, let's kill drug dealers, right?
Yeah,
So
which
I
is-
don't know. There's if you follow all this stuff, there's a lot of threads,
Mhm.
but everybody mixes it up and like tries to put their own. Well, I just hate the Mises Caucus, so I'm gonna like call everybody a Nazi who is in the Mises Caucus. I don't feel like that's productive in any way, shape, or form. Like,
It's just as
It's not.
intellectually lazy as they are. You know, it's
yeah,
Yeah.
everybody
Yes.
who is a leftist is bad. So,
Mhm.
but I think like the guy who's trying to put right wing racial European politics into the American system is a bad person. Like, and they're wrong.
Mhm.
But, and I do think Dennis is right. Like, but when you sort of look the other way and go, I'm just not going to like deal with those people on that spectrum at the end of it, because if I say something to check them, then I'm going to get shit. That's when it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
You got to like check your own side. But
Yeah.
then if you, I don't want to be called a leftist cuck. Well, then you're a coward pussy. You're a coward pussy
here's the thing.
who walks around telling everybody that you're alpha.
If you've got somebody who's saying that bigots could be libertarians and we'll welcome and work with them to get things done, but I don't want the woke people, the people who think that everybody should have equal rights. You know that they're willing to disassociate from people they don't like. They're telling you who they like and who they don't like at that moment.
That guy right there is eventually going to end up the right wing status that I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Well, that
Sure.
guy right there was the chairwoman of the Libertarian National Committee who
Well,
said that.
and that's the thing, Chris. Like, I welcome that change for them. I just don't want them to sit around and shit in my party while they're doing that
Yeah,
transformation.
but what you guys, these guys aren't. I don't think
They're well
that, like,
organized.
I think like the guy that I'm talking about, because I'm like aged out of the Libertarian Party in my like like Mary Ruart told me in 2010, like there's a Libertarian train, and like she's like, I'm just several train stops ahead of you, but you will end up me, and God damn it if I haven't turned into Mary Ruart. You know, at the time I was like, you know, Bob Barr's awesome. What are you talking about, right? But now, like, I'm way down that train. But like the people that I still keep in touch with aren't anywhere near the Libertarian Party anymore,
No.
and they don't even claim themselves as libertarian. Like all of these people that everybody in the anti-Mises crowd is freaking out to be, these people are not going to be around in 2 years.
Right.
They're going to do a ton of damage to the structure, which is partially the point for some of them.
Mhm.
You know, I think there's a percentage of them that literally want to destroy the Libertarian Party to help the right-wing populists in the Republican Party.
Absolutely.
But I think there's a lot of Mises guys who are like in it to help grow the Libertarian Party in their local county and want to do training and like want to go knock door to door and like are not right-wing populists.
And for those people, I'm perfectly willing to work with them. There are a few here in
And
Indiana.
I've tried to reach out to those people and say, why are you associating with the Mises Caucus instead of just saying, let's all be libertarians together? You know, why are you making that distinction? Why are you
Do you have any
encouraged in that?
success rate in turning any of those people?
Or just dropping the banner. Yeah, drop the Mises banner. Just be libertarian.
I do get a lot of people who agree with what I say, but most of them probably already agree with my say. I don't know if I'm
What you don't
actually
realize
turning
is
anybody's
people want to be a
minds.
part of something that's fun and popular. You don't mind
Well,
being
see,
a
that's the
misfit
thing.
curmudgeon.
That's the thing about the Mises Caucus and how it was run was because they were appealing to a very emotive feeling things as opposed to intellectual, right? So it's easy to manipulate people with emotion than it is to convince them with intellect and knowledge. And so that's the easy path to go, but it doesn't last, right? So you get 3 to 5 years out of that, maybe a little longer, and eventually people start to kind of wake up and see what's going on, and on their own fall out of it, I think. So because it's not as tight, it's not as strong
You
as
all
when
are
you become
fighting
to
for
it.
the
Hold
Libertarian
on.
Party.
So, hold on.
No, hold on.
Don't
Y'all
put
are
this-
fighting so hard for the
Great show.
Libertarian Party, and you guys have no idea how little. I said this in 2013 on the show. The concept of political parties is dead. It's over, and you're fighting for absolutely nothing.
I don't care about the
3% of the
Libertarian
vote at
Party.
best. At best.
What I care about is the word libertarian. When that
Yeah,
name becomes trash, I can't call myself that anymore because I don't want to be associated with that.
It got dragged
So I
through
want
the
to
mud
try.
January 6th.
Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah.
Well, it's been in and out of that before. It used to be, libertarians were all a bunch of John Birchers and conspiracy nuts and everything like that. And then it switched, and then it switches back, and there's an ebb and flow to this thing. And I just want to try to minimize the damage that's being done to the name.
But what?
So that when
the way that we got on this conversation, and this is where the anti-left libertarians are right. You're giving a fuck about people who do not give a fuck about you and are not going to present you the right way. They're not going to give you any, like, the people who might be offended. You say you're a libertarian, and they might take it the wrong way. You could say you're a classical liberal, and you start talking about ideas. They're still going to take it the wrong way. Like, at the end of the day, the reality is the people who have a vested interest in keeping the system alive are going to be against you to begin with, be it a right-wing or left-wing big government person. Like, you can be a libertarian, and I think I've weathered this and done this the right way. Like, people, Caleb Franz called me the John Adams of the libertarian movement the other day, like, as a joke, but he's like, you're not in any of these crowds, but you're still a libertarian and you have your own mind and you don't give a shit about pissing people off, but like you exist. Like, I don't think you have to sit there and fight all of these windmills to protect a word, because you can't. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter as long as you're like talking about the values and living out the values and like showing what a libertarian is. Like, Ben Sass, for instance, is a guy who people can look at and go, he's a conservative. He's like one of like 5 types of conservatives left. But like, you look at Ben Sass and you go, okay, this is the conservatism I would like to identify with. But he's not fighting for the word conservatism. So that's where I just don't think it makes any sense to do that kind of stuff. You're just wasting your energy arguing with a guy that's muted you on Twitter.
Yeah. So
I
is
don't
that
argue
kind
with
of,
it.
yeah, is that kind of like on the same vein, like kind of like the Bad Christian podcast, where it's just like, you can't stop from people being like calling themselves Christian, being Christian light, and being terrible Christians. You just have to be the best Christian you can be.
Right. Yeah, and I think this is like, we're going through a growing phase with the word libertarian, as most people now know the word. Where when we started We Are Libertarians, nobody knew the word. And it feels like there's this fight for the soul of libertarianism, but that's not the future of political thought. Like, the future of political thought is like entertainment. It's going to be niches. Like, you're going to have like these small pockets of parliamentary agreement where there's a We Are Libertarian sensibility within the libertarian movement, where it's more pluralistic, it's right-leaning, it's conservative living, but it's not like it's not right-wing. It's not right. Like,
I'm gonna hit the head real quick. When I come back, let's switch topics to do some more pop culture. But I'm in the bathroom.
no, this is fun. You invited me.
So
Well, and we're talking about wins though. So when I go out and talk to people, I rarely say, "Hey, I'm a libertarian." I usually say, "Hey, this is what I believe politically." And if I say to most people, if I say I just believe that people should be able to live their lives as they choose, as long as they're not hurting anybody else. When you say that, almost everybody you talk to will say, "Yeah, I agree with that." Right? And that's when you get them into a mindset of thinking that way and saying, "Okay, now let's apply that to everything. Let's apply that to this issue and this issue and this issue," and you start to see where their butts are coming in, like their yeah, but which topics that they have the yeah, but on, and then you can talk to them about that and have some conversations, or you can just agree to disagree on those specifics and agree on these others, and that's how you build people into the liberty movement, is by letting them understand that at the base of it, it's a belief that most Americans have.
Yeah.
well, I will say, like, I am here and I am involved
What?
in the Libertarian Party to grow it as a viable political option. I do not see the current national leadership doing that. In fact, I think it's pretty demonstrable at this point that they're incapable of doing that. And that's where my
Like the thing with national has always been, don't do damage. Don't make me explain your bullshit. Don't make me explain James Weeks. Don't make me explain New Hampshire tweets. I'm running for Secretary of State. I want to talk about that race, and my supporters want to talk about my race. They don't want to have to talk about, Angela McArdle and white nationalism debates and, New Hampshire tweets that are clearly bigoted. Like, that's the stuff that National has always done, and none of this is all that new. It's just got a new. It's a new level because the libertarian movement and libertarian ideas are at a higher pool. Like the pool is bigger, which is a good thing. Like these are all growing pains, and everybody freaks out like everything's lost. And to me, it's just the most ludicrous thing because you don't have any history, you don't have any understanding of like where this has all been and how quickly all this can change. All these Mises people are going to lose complete interest and lose at convention in 2 to 4 years.
How long will McArdle last after the baby comes?
I mean, look, the average
Days,
cycle
weeks?
when I was running the Libertarian Party, the average life cycle of a volunteer is 4 years. Now it may be 9 months. Like
It's exactly 9 months.
right. It's not fun to like be in Twitter and be in these debates, but like it's fun to do what Paul's doing, which is go out, talk to regular people, try to convince them to vote for their candidate, go to some meetings and meet other people in the area that are like-minded. Like that's the fun shit. So
And you talked about how the Libertarian Party has always been this at different levels, right? This isn't anything new. It would be nice if somebody had done a show about that, like a 2-hour long, 3-hour long show, talking to people who are in the party for 30 years
with boomers
about that
who
history.
needed to piss the whole time and then complained about it the next time I saw them.
My prostate.
If you're going to do a podcast for 2 hours, can you make sure I at least get a bathroom break? I had to piss the entire time.
you politely excuse yourself and go do it, sir.
Yeah.
Listen, okay, I do a really good Joe Houtman.
Or you keep a empty glass
I wasn't
by
going
you.
to name names.
So yeah, I don't know. Like to me, it's all just like arguing over like prom king. Like nobody's gonna give a shit that you're prom king except for you 20 years from now. Like I don't know.
Is it like arguing whether Wolverine is from that's going to be in the new Deadpool movie? Is he from this time stream or this other
to me
time stream?
exactly the same fucking thing. Like to me, it's LARPing. Like the anti-Mises guys, even though I am more with them than I probably am, like definitely like the Nick Fuenteses of the world. Like I just look at the energy that people expel trying to hold other people accountable on Twitter, and I just go, what if you took that energy and put it somewhere else? Like Joe Bishop Henchman said, okay, I'm done here, right? Like I'm done because of my own actions. I'm done because of their actions. I'm done because I'm done. I'm gonna go, and he's doing like all kinds of really awesome shit in other places for other organizations, and he's not sitting there trying to like avenge the past, right? Like
Yeah.
he is privately probably drinking Misi's tears as they continue to fuck up. But like that was always inevitable. I used to tell you that all the time, Dennis. Like they don't know what they're doing. They don't have any experience. They haven't run campaigns. They don't know how to get on the ballot. They don't know how to fix their Twitter. Like so why is everybody threatened by people who have no campaign experience? Like who is Dave Smith going to hire when he runs for
What
president that has
what
any
is it?
presidential campaign experience?
What does it tell you about the people who are that incompetent being able to actually take over from the people who were there before and how incompetent
Which is
they
their
must have?
entire point and isn't a bad fucking point.
No, it's not a
Like,
bad point at all. But it's my point is okay. You're going to take it over to make it better. Damn it, make it better. You're not doing that.
Christy, with all due respect, he did invite me on the show. And Harry knows what's going to happen.
I invited you on.
You cannot have two lead guitarists on the same podcast. If you don't want me
So-
coming in here, don't invite Eric Clapton if you're, the lead guitarist of Gin Blossoms.
So I think a very important question is, Spangle, what pop culture stuff have you watched lately? Okay.
Good.
Oh,
Good.
Did he
Anyways.
just leave?
Anyways.
That was Harry. No, that
Anyways.
wasn't him.
Anyways.
Well,
You're a piece
now
of
the,
shit.
now the nerds are gone. What did they say?
I wanted to hear what he
Iron
said.
Maiden has two lead guitars, make it work. One does not equal takeover. Same right. Damn right, Christy. I know.
Chris has been into a lot of books and documentaries lately, I think. So
Oh yeah, that's all.
right.
That's all he
Elvis
consumes.
documentary. Yeah.
Right, which is why I asked pop culture shit, but he's
But
no
it just-
longer with us. He will be
Yeah.
missed.
and it goes to show, he really does like doing this off camera. So like, so yes, let's finish the studio this weekend. Let's do Wall, okay? But this is Wall. It's my show. It was Walnuts, okay? Walnuts show. All right, so I got me a drink. Got me a it's not really a fight, which is drinking out of my rarity glass.
of course. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah, funny drinking beer out of this thing a few times. Most of the time, I've been drinking like either like water, or like because it's got such a wide mouth on it, so you like
Mhm.
chop up like like cucumbers and limes and stuff like that, and throw it in and to clean it out because it's such a giganto stein. But right now, I'm drinking GG Sups. I had emotional damage in there, but I wanted some other stuff, so went with the limonade.
That's fair.
The electric
It's
limonade.
fine. It's fine. You guys talking about stuff I don't care about gave me enough time to do my dailies, so it's fine.
I will say this though, like from that quick trip of like breakup of going from Porkfest and then coming back to Porkfest, it was completely different Porkfest. Okay, it was almost night and day difference. I do see like the quote unquote what they would consider like the left leaners. There's not many of them was left. I was shocked with all the Mises tags and even the thin blue line and support the police crap there. I'm like, am I at Porkfest? I thought this was anarchy camp. This is, but nah,
I'm
Bah.
sorry. I thought this was America.
I thought this was, I thought this was anarchy camp.
What-
Yeah.
Like,
Whatever happened to Roger?
What do you mean?
What happened to Paxton?
Remember the
So the rings of
if you were
power.
a Pork Fest, you would know more than me.
The rings of power. Let's talk about Amazon's rings of power. Anybody watching that? Who's watching that?
it's I
No,
try not to watch this.
I'm not a
stuff.
masochist, Harry. I don't go out to watch bastardizations of things that I love.
I did notice you talking earlier though that you did watch She-Hulk. You said you weren't going to watch it until it was done. You've been
Oh,
watching.
no.
I
He
have
watched
not.
the review.
I watched
He watched the Angry
reviews.
Joe review, didn't
I
you?
watched reviews. I'm not watching that trash. I watched the review.
Oh man,
And I had
yesterday's
to
episode
watch
was so good.
and I had to no, it wasn't. For the clips
Yes,
I
it
saw,
was.
it looked like trash. It looked like trash. Where's
Oh,
CG?
no.
Where's PlayStation 2 CGI and it's still
Wrong.
But I haven't seen it. I will give that
Actually
preface.
wrong.
I haven't seen that. CGI looked like trash. The I think the which the how can I put it? The thing that made me even think out, watch a review or see a clip, because Doomcock, yes, good old Overlord DVD Doomcock was trending on Twitter because the show took a swipe at Doomcock, the little channel. It was a small swipe, but hey, it was kind of obvious, and a lot of people noticed. Hey, that's Doomcock. For the people who don't know who Doomcock is basically like a Hollywood, what's it, like a rumor mill. He likes to release. He's got little spies, all kinds of studios, and he likes to release things that are going on in the studios. Well, on a little twist that he's like an evil villain, and he talks about the stuff that's going on in pop culture. I actually watch and listen to Doomcock because I really appreciated his terms on that the fans need to redefine what is canon. We can no longer allow studios, the rights owners, like, no, you don't get to have that canon because you've been so abusive of what determined is canon. You can't have that anymore. The fans get to determine, like, is this canon? Heck no, that's not canon. Sorry, we're throwing
Taking
that
this
crap
from
out.
you now. Yeah, this is no longer yours. It's ours.
Well, yeah, because it's part of our culture. It's our stuff. It's our stories that we pass down and laying down to them, and you're just abusing it. It's just all right. So, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? Abused.
I'm just saying, this little girl can outrun trained Jedi soldiers. I don't know how that's even possible.
Well, clearly, Squish did outrun Spangle.
Well,
I mean, that's different.
that's
Adorable story. I know the feeling of the little shoes, little lights everywhere. You're just old and helpless,
Let's not even talk about
That's why we
Grand
put leashes on them.
I know.
That's our next thing.
Yeah, I used to think those leashes was goofy until you have one. I was like, okay, I kind of
Until you're at the mall with one of them little fast feet.
Well, like, just give me this leash, pull them down. It's okay. Like, I think Gunther ran for me one time, and then I was just grabbing her. I just grabbed her by the ankle, just walking with her upside down. It's just like, nope, we're not doing this. People looking at you like she's fine.
she prefers this.
Yeah.
Right.
She's Australian.
Oh my god.
But yeah. But yeah, kids can run really fast, but you're mostly also keeping
It's more
back.
the unpredictable movement than it is the speed that they have. It's a total irrational movement.
And you don't want to run them over. Also,
Yeah,
because you can just run them over.
As easy as it is, you don't want to do that.
So
Yeah.
Harry, has Ruby crossed you and broke your ankles yet?
No.
Is that
No.
Trying to catch a chicken or something.
Don't assault the PS2 like that. Oh, you're right, Ace. I'm sorry. I don't mean to assault the PS2 compared to the She-Hulk graphic CGI. I'm sorry.
Here's
I'm
my
sorry.
thing about She-Hulk, Reinhold. It's not even the show that's the issue. It's everything else around the MCU that's made it so I have zero interest in watching it at all. Because you have the most powerful and interesting street level villain got beaten by a person who was 200 pounds lighter with no powers. He's
Bishop.
beaten. He doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
He's not a
Doesn't
threat
matter.
because this person with no powers beat him.
Yep.
And then She-Hulk as a character is I'm less interested because what they did to the Hulk in the MCU made him less interesting to follow. And even if in the show, if they're going to change him and make him follow some sort of path that makes him more interesting, I lost all interest in most things connected to the Hulk when Thanos beat him in a fight once, and he's like, I'm too scared to be a Hulk anymore. And it's like,
That was kind of weak sauce. That was
you
weak
mean
sauce.
this character that's built on rage and anger to the point where he held a grudge for years, and he loses one fight and cowers away?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Honestly, the it would have been better if it would have been the Hulk busting out. The reason why they couldn't get the gauntlet, because
Right.
because Banner was trying to hold the Hulk back because Hulk wanted rematch.
right. Like, it was Banner forcing the Hulk not to come out. When he's like, I need you to Hulk out, and Banner's like, I can't, because he's going to kill everyone here. That would have been a different. If they still didn't want the Hulk to come out, that would have been a much more interesting manner about it. But also, after Endgame, a lot of the MCU stuff has just been meh at best.
Yeah.
Because almost everything they've done with anything from the Eternals to Shang-Chi to most of the shows had potential, but they also ruined a lot of the stuff they were building into. Like Loki just basically going, "Hey, everything we built over for 10 years, 12 years? Yeah, we have a drawer of all that important stuff here because they don't matter anymore."
Yep.
Not that they don't matter. That was completely misstating what's going on in that show.
All right, that's right, Hulk.
I get
That's
what's
more
going
right
on
Hulk.
in that show.
That's right Hulk coat.
I
More
liked
right Hulk
Loki.
coat.
I liked Loki, but it was also more of now they basically are saying that, oh, we're done with that. We're going to go to the next bigger thing. And when your bigger thing is Kang the Conqueror, that a lot of people don't even know who that is, or you've already gone to here's a Celestial, and the Eternals have beaten a Celestial. It's like you've lost a lot of the threat in your whole universe.
And if the Scarlet Witch could just take out Bolt and
you have Scarlet Witch who just destroys realities on a whim.
It's like meh.
But
she's gone now, so it doesn't matter. I mean, she's dead. So,
but they still broke it, and they also had a character that they built to be sympathetic, basically lose all sympathy by constantly making it so that way she's just stupid. It's like, oh, she's in a room where she could kill Doctor Strange and Wong right now, but instead she decides to stop and talk, and then they escape. And when she's already shown that she's willing to use deadly force getting to Doctor Strange, it doesn't make any sense for her to stop and monologue when he's the last thing in front of her.
The only good thing of the MCU that
time.
came out this new phase is Madison. Okay, that's about the only good thing. Okay,
I have to agree. She needs her own show. Her and Wong need her own show together. Just do a movie. Wong and Madison. There's actually somebody made a poster for it. But I do not. I have a hard time saying okay because I didn't like, Winter Soldier or whatever, and But I did like Loki and I did like WandaVision, but I didn't like this show. I can separate that stuff. I'm not going to say just because some other show inside this overall arching franchise that has hundreds of different people directing things going in different ways. I know Feige's in charge, but still, I enjoy the show. I enjoy this character and I enjoy that character and I enjoy this show and I don't enjoy these, or these. So I don't watch them. That's the same way to do this.
Oh, and I agree, but I'm just saying that, for me personally, I'm not interested in it. Even if they go tomorrow, they announce like this character, like when they go, oh, we're doing the X-Men, and like I'm not interested. I don't care. I don't care that they're bringing in Hugh Jackman to be Wolverine. I don't care because they've made me not care.
They took the fun out of the MCU. That's the problem.
You not care. You chose not to care.
They took the fun out of the MCU.
Nobody's made you do anything.
They took the fun out.
And then you've got a show like She-Hulk that is nothing but fun back into the MCU, turning Matt Murdock into somebody who's not as stilted and he's got some quips and he's kind of fun and he's actually got more acrobatics. A great show last night. And you guys are going to say no, that we don't like that either. So what do you like? What do you want? You're not getting.
I didn't watch it. I've not gone out of my way to watch She-Hulk. I know people are enjoying it, but I'm not interested in it. That's my thing. Is that
right? But I understand why you're not interested in it when you're saying they took the fun out of it, and then there's a show that's literally trying to put fun, take one of the funniest characters in the comics, and bring her to life, and let her just be funny, and let the show be funny. Let the show meta commentate on itself and on the whole universe, and have fun with itself.
but it doesn't do that.
Yes, it does all the time.
All right,
It's very
all
it does all the time.
Okay, all right. I'll take your word for it.
When you got
But
the, when you
when
got
I
like,
was talking about the fun of the MCU, is the one thing that was kind of cool is that was each character had like their story. They were powerful in their own right. Everything was really neat, and you had people going around this cohesive story. It is suffering from the things that I said earlier. It was like each scene is meant to make something awesome and cool, with not tied to the other one or sit in the exact world and everything else in. It is like all these writers writing stories, and they're all not talking to each other. That's the issue.
Right, and
That's the fun that's gone.
and what I'm saying with because I lack interest in the things around She-Hulk, it doesn't make me want to go out of my way to watch it, because I would want to watch it if they had like for Hawkeye. I really wanted to watch Hawkeye because I heard like, oh, Kingpin's in. They're bringing Kingpin into the universe. It's Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin. I'm really excited because I know how that Kingpin is.
Yep.
And when they basically go, here's somebody with zero powers who Daredevil fought this guy and barely survived. Punisher, a guy with no powers who has guns and military training.
Yeah,
stood no chance.
Ass kicked.
And then a 20-something who's 200 pounds lighter with no superpowers beats him.
Yeah,
with no injuries, no unscathed, no issues. I'm not interested because your street level threat, your big threat you've built up in the Daredevil show that I'm interested in, he's not a threat anymore.
Yeah, lead balloon.
So I'm not interested in any of the street level stuff, because your most interesting and compelling street level villain you could have stretched out for him to be the big person that when you decide to bring all the TV shows together, if they're going to do that, they fight him on the street level. He's not interesting anymore because he's already lost. He's lost to somebody with no powers. So I don't want it. I don't care about She-Hulk fighting Kingpin, because I just know She-Hulk is definitely going to win because he already lost to somebody with no powers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch that now.
When in Spider-Verse, he literally kills Spider-Man. Like, you have a Kingpin who literally kills somebody who is morally good and more powerful than half the universe by himself. And so for me, it's more of like your street level villain has this most powerful and interesting street level villain has no punch to it. While I did like the performance for the guy who's playing Kang, I'm not sold on Kang the Conqueror as a big villain, because Kang the Conqueror as a concept is so weird. And the only thing that's going to matter is if they start mixing up timelines, but they've already shown that they can do timeline stuff with with Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness, and they've just shown that, well, all these people in the multiverse don't matter because Wanda can just easily defeat them, so it's pointless to be interested in the multiverse. And then you've already beaten literal gods with the Celestials and beings that are on the level of creating life. So I've just lost all interest in what they wanted to show me. That even if I wanted to watch, like, even if I was super interested in watching She-Hulk, I don't care about anything else around She-Hulk, so I'm not interested in watching it.
A big part of the fun for the Marvel cinematic and television universe is the fact that it's all interconnected, and that one thing over here can interact with something as far back as the first Iron Man movie. But when you go and you screw something as fundamental up as the power scaling for a street level villain who is somehow supposed to menace national level or global level heroes, it just loses the narrative tension, the thread that was there.
But you're saying I should have just stopped watching all the Marvel stuff when they did what they did to Deadpool in the first Wolverine Origins movie. They destroyed that character, like worse than anything you're talking about with any of these other people. They literally destroyed Deadpool character, but they redeemed themselves later. But should I hold that against the current Deadpool based off of what happened in universe, in canon, in that movie?
No, but for me, I stopped watching the X-Men movies after that.
I was kind of done.
I started
was kind
watching
of done too.
the Fox X-Men movies after they
Yeah,
destroyed
I did.
Deadpool.
Yeah, I didn't watch Days of
was
Future
I don't
Past
really
or the other
care.
ones. I'm trying.
Even when
Well, you
Logan
have to-
came out and everybody's like, "Oh, Logan's amazing,"
Right.
I didn't watch Logan
I didn't watch Logan.
like until like I was sitting down and somebody put it on in the background.
Yeah. So, and that's another thing. It's like Donovan here isn't giving a prescription for how you relate to this media. He's giving a testimonial as to how he relates to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is how
I'm just
I
pushing
feel.
back on it that maybe looking at it a different way might be a way to go.
She's not gonna
To try and separate that in order so you can enjoy some of the stuff that is coming out that is good.
Right. And will I eventually get around to watching it when somewhere down the line when I'm not bogged down in all this other media that I'm already more interested in? Yeah, eventually. But I'm not watching it week by week excited about, oh man, what's the next thing is going to happen, because I have no interest compared to something like the Harley Quinn show, right? If we're going to keep the Marvel stuff, I love the Harley Quinn show because it's based in its own universe. It hasn't done anything to ruin it. There's nothing around it that ruins its own continuity, and the characters are consistently funny, and the narrative progress happens consistently, and there's no crossover. There's nobody else they're interacting with. It's just these characters doing what these characters are going to do,
and they're telling a story.
Watching it.
You know, they're not just like writing it. Oh, cool! This will be a funny scene with Harley Quinn doing X. No, there's an interconnected plot that goes around different things. Like, oh, cool. There's a story. Things matter. This thing has stakes. You know, I'm feeling. You know, I can feel invested in all these characters' hopes and dreams.
But that's the other thing is that I didn't spend most of my adolescence invested in what led to the Harley Quinn show.
Yeah.
Because for me, that's like. I had a bunch of friends. We saw the Avengers in the theaters together when I was like in high school, or even before, maybe. But for me, it's like I grew up with it, and then at this point where I started trying to watch this up after the end game, a lot of it just wasn't really constantly holding my attention because WandaVision had moments that were like, oh, I really enjoyed this. And then they spend a whole bunch of time with the people outside of the Wanda bubble that I don't care about. Like they had Darcy in there for so long, just kind of meandering around, that it kind of pulled back. Or when they brought in Evan Peters to be Quicksilver, and everybody's like, oh man, this is cool. They might be really actually bringing the X-Men over. And then they go, oh, well, that's not actually Evan Peters. Here's a dick joke.
Gotcha.
It's not Quicksilver. It's just a dick joke. And I was just like, there are some cool things here that has the potential to be interesting, but there's enough in it that I'm just like, I can start because of how the emotional high of Endgame for me, because I grew up with it. I'm starting to have more of that metallic, cynical taste of watching the other stuff. But that's just me, and I understand that not everybody is like me on that.
And you're okay to enjoy it, Reinhold. We want you to enjoy it and keep watching.
Yeah,
it.
Reinhold sold me on it. A couple laughs and stuff. I might check it out. You know.
Yeah.
I think you'll like it. It's very funny.
I so
and
badly
it's,
want to watch this stuff with my son. My son is 13, and he really liked WandaVision, and I tried. And, you know.
It's like watching Deadpool without the dirty jokes.
Yeah, I can't watch Deadpool with him. I like Deadpool. Can't watch Deadpool with
So She-Hulk was the first one to do the breaking the fourth wall in the comics, and Deadpool was the second person to do it. So she originated that stuff.
What'd you say?
Breaking the fourth wall, like turn to the audience who's reading it and saying,
okay.
At least
commentating on things being real, you know, like she's talking and she's driving her car in this one episode early on, and she's driving and she gets off the phone, and then she just turns in her chair while the car's still driving and looks at the camera and says, yeah, I know, and starts telling a little bit of an explanation of what's going on. But it's funny because it gives a good insight into her mindset, where she's trying to deny everything that's happening to her for episode after episode after episode, and then trying to then finally come to terms with things. And then when she does, the rug gets pulled completely out underneath her after this episode, to where
I
now
love
she's
disassociative episodes. I love rugs getting pulled. This sounds great.
Right,
it's a
and
good, it's a good show.
I'm glad you're
Mhm.
you're interested and you want to watch it, and people want to enjoy it. And
Mhm.
if people enjoy it, I'm not trying to yuck your yum. I'm just talking about my perspective of this is why I'm not interested, and I
Mhm.
can understand why some people are over critical of it.
Yes, there's some people that are overcritical. Does it deserve ones? No.
No.
Does it deserve tens? Hell no. Fours and fives? Yes.
I mean, five. Like if people are
Seven and eight.
uninterested, fives probably, maybe fours based on CGI or different things or lesser episodes.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you know, I can see people giving it eights, nines if they really enjoy it. But for me, it's like that's in my maybe once it's all done and I'm done with this backlog of anime and manga that I have more invested with.
it's-
Oh, and books.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's something I started doing.
right
There's
next to
something I started
Morbius.
doing on YouTube. Morbius.
Mhm.
I've heard a lot about that. I haven't seen it, but what I've been doing on YouTube lately is I get presented with stuff. So, and it started really with the Wheel of Time, which I've been living in those books since they came out originally back in the 90s. So, when the show came out, it wasn't a direct word for word recitation of the books. They played with some timelines around, a little bit of narrative changes here, added some things, took a lot of stuff away because you can't fit those huge tomes into the minimal time that they're giving them, right? So there's a lot of changes that were made to the show. Well, people started tearing it down. They're calling it woke. They're yelling out how horrible it is. They ruined everything, even though the guy who wrote the series, his wife, who was his editor the entire time he was writing, is the one consulting and running the show. And on top of it, approving and disproving everything. They still said it was a tragedy to his memory and blah, blah. So what I found is there's just people on YouTube who make channels who are trying to get views just by hating on stuff. Right.
Yeah.
And now I'm just to the point when I see that, and I see that for She-Hulk too, and it turns out to, I end up just saying, don't ever recommend this channel to me ever again. So I don't have to see it, because I know that if they're going that route, I'm not going to be interested in anything they have to say, because they're not being rational about their, thing. This is horrible. This is why this is the suckiest thing in the world. This is all woke. And somebody uses the word woke, it basically just tells me that they don't really have anything.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like watching Angry Joe's reviews. I love Angry Joe's reviews. I find their reviews are fair. The three of them, Joe, other Joe, and Alex, they all call each other out if they do something like that. Like, no, we're not gonna, like, how is this thing? That's why they do that, the 1 to 10 scale. Like, hey, if it's just middle of the road, this lighting's fine, everything's saying the show works, just not work for me. It has a thing. It just gets a 5. Just gets a 5. It's not bad. It's super bad. Not bad. It's just average. And to me, like the budget that they have, what they're dealing with, and what they have, it's just like, if I remove the Hulk word when I watch this thing, I'm like, no, I wouldn't. I've got other things to also watch. There's other thing. I'm a huge mech fan. I like mech stuff. Okay, Hey, hi Zekri.
There's something about this though that it's the problem is there's a level of disappointment in people like us who enjoy these things to the degree that we do. In us, where we want to show things that we love to other people and get them to like it too, and see their face light up when they see the joy that we got out of it. And when that doesn't happen, for whatever reason, that is a terrible blow, right?
Yeah.
Mentally. So that I think that's where.
No, you're right. And you just kind of have to grin and bear it and sit there while they mock the existence of the media that you love.
We don't do that here, though.
No,
good to say you're fine, but you're really not fine.
It's fine.
It's nothing that people near and dear to my heart would ever do.
Exactly.
Personally,
we don't do that.
directly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bogey, kill it.
Oh man, if I was getting ready, I almost did a spit take there.
But yeah, I totally understand that. That's why I was really into our media project that we were talking about stuff. The things I talk about is like I want other people to look at it and doesn't want to talk about it. Like if given the opportunity, I would spend 2 hours just talking about one show
Am
over
I
and over.
backwards? Because it
More
like-
the
mirror.
name Mauer is going the opposite direction.
because on my camera it shows it going the
I'm
correct
hoping that says
readable
murder.
Yeah, but,
I'll just come out
you've
the
got a
whole
flip
time.
option.
The whole time. I'm please
Just
move your eye back the other
murder.
way.
No, like I'm serious. Like why does
somewhere in
it-
the settings it's flipping the screen.
because if I
Mirror.
don't do that,
Mhm.
or if
If you go into
it's
a camera,
backwards on my camera right now.
yeah, but if you go into your camera, it says mirror my camera. The
That's
setting.
what I'm
In the
saying.
settings.
Where
Just
I have
mirror
it
the mirror.
Double mirror.
What happened? Where'd she go?
Oh no, I think we lost Jackie.
Mhm.
All right.
Rest
But
in
I-
peace, Jackie.
But I completely understand that. Like the whole
We
reason
very
why
cheap,
I want to talk about the things I want to talk about is even though I know you guys are probably aren't going to go out of your way to watch or read whatever it is. For me, it's more of like I just like talking about things I like and having an audience, be it captive or otherwise. I enjoy
The joke
talking.
goes- The joke I was going to make with this college real fast is, reverse the polarity. You're not reversing the polarity. You're confusing the polarity. But that's another story. Well, I just wanted to get that out because it was just sitting in my brain.
Just bypass the compressor.
No, I'm legitimately irritated because I'm looking at my screen right now. It reads correctly for you guys apparently, but it's reversed for me.
Oh, it does not.
No,
look
you
right.
didn't
Nothing
reverse
changed.
it
Oh,
for our
backwards for
side
us.
either. You
Nothing
didn't reverse
changed.
it for us either.
Nothing's changed.
Fucking
See, nothing's changed.
and I click that. Did it change there?
No, why don't you close your camera and turn it back on?
That's better. That's better.
Nope, didn't do that either. Worth a shot.
All right, back to the stream hospice here. To those listening,
it-
we're messing
No,
with camera
that's-
settings
That's
right
the
now. for this
point,
call, Joe.
Zekri. You're supposed to be laughing.
But yeah, like I completely understand that. I know that you're really enjoying She-Hulk, and it probably makes you it probably breaks your heart knowing that, like, even though I loved most of the stuff before it, I'm not going to invest in it. And I totally understand it because you're like, I want you to see this.
Can you imagine if Shang-Chi used the martial arts from Netflix series? It would have been like that, nice and gritty.
Imagine if they stopped just throwing CGI at the problem
Yeah,
and actually wrote interesting stories.
Mm-hmm.
There's somebody
adding
like one of the best
choreography.
videos I've seen described it. The MCU's at its best. The best moment in the MCU was just 3 guys in a room watching a video camera and watching a TV. And the seed with Winter Soldier, Captain America, and Iron Man, that whole thing is probably one of the best emotional scenes and best well written and fight choreography scenes for the most of it. And it wasn't all CGI, it wasn't everything all over the place. The issue is that every climax of every MCU movie is let's throw as much CGI as we can muster at it. And hopefully that solves the problem. When I look at stuff like Jessica Jones is right there, and the Purple Man was just standing around. No CGI on
Just
no
standing
CGI on
there.
David Tennant. He was just wearing a purple suit and being
Just-
weird.
Oof.
Wearing a
I could,
purple suit and being weird. And I was like, this is the most terrifying and uncomfortable villain of this entire show. I've seen most of this MCU stuff because he does something that you can't see.
Christy says we're distracting her from watching Blue Bloods. You're welcome.
What is a blue blood?
I
Is
don't
that a
know.
disease?
I don't know. I'm
That's
guessing
actual
Tom-
pop culture. We're in the niche right now.
Yeah.
It's a Tom Selleck vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And Zekri says, like, Jessica Jones, man, I miss her. Yeah. And I'm
Yeah.
kind of glad they killed him off because I couldn't stand if they would have made, like, oh, he's going to be an overarching villain.
Yeah,
that was good.
And David-
arcs.
Like
Okay.
having the Purple Man as that one-off, his whole arc was perfect, and his connection with Jessica was very personal, and the way he manipulated and the way his character was was so unsettling and creepy and perfect for a villain in the MCU.
Yep.
But they just kind of went like, well, they had to kill him off because, you know, that character really only works when it's just Jessica Jones. But the Netflix, when they were doing Kingpin, he was threatening, he was manipulative. You could see that
I
he was
loved all those
fooling
Netflix shows.
he
He
was
a
fooling
fringe
all the strings
superhero
behind
person.
everything. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah, because they teased Kingpin for so long, and then you really didn't really see him get to do anything. He was just a guy sitting in a car. We don't even say his name. We don't say his name, you know? You know, and even when they do say his name, get out, he still doesn't do anything, and he shows that he's controlling all these things, and it's just, you know.
The thing about the Netflix Kingpin is that he feels like the embodiment of my favorite moment with Kingpin, which was there was a crisis happening in New York, and Spider-Man shows up, and Kingpin's helping feed all these people who are taking salvage in a church. And Spider-Man's like, "What are you doing? This isn't you. You're a villain. You kill people. Why are you helping these people?" And he goes, "Well, you see, Spider-Man, it's not what you did, it's how they feel. They respect me. They feel grateful for me because I helped them. And then later on, when all this is done, they'll remember how I made them feel. And that will benefit me in the end. So yeah, I'm helping them, feeding them, giving them water. But in the end, I win." And that's how you became the mayor of New York.
God, Kingpin. So yeah.
Typical.
And that's how you became the mayor of New York.
Oh God, Kingpin. Yeah, I wasn't even onto like the Netflix like the stuff. I wasn't watching it, right? Like the scenes that got me to watch it was like the scenes of Jessica Jones with David Tennant, right? And then someone showed me the scene of Daredevil, the bridge scene, the Good Samaritan scene. I was like, okay, all right, I clearly have a backlog I need to catch up on. This scenes are very well written, and I need to go watch it. And then they screwed it up with CGI Danny Rand.
Oh, Danny, you ruined everything. But yeah, it was just.
I know you don't. I know you're not happy with what they did to the Kingpin, right? But you don't think that when it comes to She-Hulk, do you think that that's a character they're going to try to bring over, or is it just the fact that they did that is?
For me, the issue is that because they're bringing in Daredevil, you kind of have to bring in Kingpin because Kingpin is Daredevil's biggest villain.
Right, but Daredevil is not She-Hulk. Daredevil is on She-Hulk.
I agree.
But it's not. So the ultimate villain in She-Hulk is rumored to be the leader.
Then
Right,
I like that, but the issue is that then are they ever going to do anything with the Hulk? Because the leader was
the Hulk is out dealing with
coming.
He's getting ready to come back with his son, and World War Hulk is going to take place, but it's going to be different than the comics, but it's going to be taken from the comics. So we'll see how it goes. Right. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. It depends. So
they ain't got the stones. They don't even let guns in the
if Waititi, if they give it to Waititi, we'll be good. If they give it to Waititi, but if they give it, to
the end of Thunder was kind of rough.
Yeah,
and
the
arc for Gore the God Butcher was kind of also very rough.
Yeah. Is it going to be a Waititi by himself writing, or with him with a team of people to make sure he's on his meds?
But
he's going to be busy doing Korg too. I mean, come on.
Right. Just give him his Korg. Just give him his Korg show. It's what he wants.
I want more of the Korg Deadpool reacts channel. I want to see more of that.
But my point with She-Hulk is that She-Hulk is basically a street level hero. They haven't built her to be anything. From what I've seen with her doings of Courtroom, she's street level. And for me, when I think street level, the most interesting and compelling street level villain is Kingpin. Yeah. Unless you're talking about Spider-Man villains, because at that point you're doing Hulk villains for She-Hulk, and now it just makes me go, man, they really dropped the ball with Hulk.
Right.
Well, the reason they're bringing Leader in is because he's going to be in the new Thunderbolt stuff, right? So they're just kind of introducing him in by having him part of this because he has been in the Hulk's universe a lot,
right?
But the thing that people are getting with that have watched She-Hulk and are not into it is because they're expecting She-Hulk to be She-Hulk day one. And this whole first season is just her journey on accepting the fact that she is this and who this is and what it means to her. And she has this conversation with Matt Murdock about she's not a superhero. She never wanted to be a superhero. She yelled at Bruce about that. I don't want to be a superhero. I just want to be a lawyer. And Matt kind of makes her see that, you really kind of need to be both at this point, right? And he does it in a very good way. I'm not going to spoil it, but she's getting to the point now where she's starting to accept the role of maybe being a superhero. And then what happened at the end of this last episode really kind of just throws things for a whack. So it may just destroy her completely. We don't know if she's getting a second season or not. This may be the end of the character. Who knows what's going to happen, but it did not end well for her at the end of this episode.
Which sounds very interesting. And then for me, I'm stuck holding the baggage of the Hulk because that it feels like that's the arc that he should have been given. The arc of him coming to terms with being the Hulk, because they basically almost immediately in the MCU, if you're not counting the Norton version of the Hulk.
Well, the problem with what happened with the Hulk, the real problem with what happened with the Hulk, in my opinion, is when they went from the 5-year jump between Infinity War and anyway, the Endgame. That's right. So in that 5-year period, he went through a whole bunch and developed him, but we didn't get to see it.
Exactly.
And I think that's what people are upset about, is they didn't get to see that transformation to where he is now and him dealing with it. So,
and because of that, so it leaves me with a taste of this is what they could have done with the Hulk if they decided not to make him a joke. This is what they did. They made him a joke.
But I think they're trying to rectify that with his new movie coming out.
See, like you say that, right? And I just like.
I'm not saying they're going to succeed at it. I'm saying I think that's what they're trying to do.
Right. Because even with Ragnarok, Hulk was kind of a joke. We didn't deal with him. The reason he left was this emotional impact that he was dealing with Black Widow and all the things that he was dealing with.
Yeah.
He was just kind of cool. I'm a goofy fighting guy and I'm silly now.
Yeah. We never got that. Yeah. We would have got that payoff, that scene with Natasha.
We never really got him dealing with it. And then she's like, oh, she's dead. And now he's going to throw this bench because he's mad. So it feels like they dropped a lot of balls.
Yeah. And that's another thing. You had 5 years with him and Natasha.
You're cut out.
I'm sorry, I backed up too much. So he had the 5 years, the blip, right? Natasha's there.
Yeah.
Hulk's there. What happened? Did anything? What's going on here? So yeah, that kind of got dropped on the table too. But I don't know. It just they may have been done with the Natasha character for at that time. They were getting kind of tired of it. So the studio stuff and there's behind the scenes stuff. It just. I hate that it gets in the way of a lot of the art, but it does. So
yeah, I mean they do a lot of stuff that the MCU did a lot of things of making characters less interesting than what they should be. Like what they did with Taskmaster in the Black Widow. They took this character that is literally trains henchmen because he has eidetic memory that memorizes people's fighting style after the first time fighting them. And they just go, oh, well, now it's all CGI, and here's a silly twist, and he's not and she's not Taskmaster at all, really. We just wanted to use the name, and then we made it so you can't actually have an interesting Taskmaster anymore.
Yeah, it was the same thing with the Mandarin. Like this is, but I wanted Mandarin. I wanted the Mandarin.
Right.
You can't give me this.
I understand that. So I understand that, but I also say that twist was funny.
With the Mandarin one?
And what he did with that character when he was like, oh, I'm the dude.
Okay, it was funny, but he
is a good actor. And that was hilarious.
It was funny, but I was upset. I was like, no, because I kept expecting this massive Mandarin fight.
Right.
Here it comes. Here it fucking comes. All right, you got me. This is, but that one was funny, but it just but in order for that to work, And why it worked, because that barely happened before it, but it keeps happening. The bait and switch crap keeps happening. I was geared up for Hawkeye. I wanted a Hawkeye shirt, especially this Hawkeye Christmas thing. This sounded awesome. I was getting ready to sign up for Disney Plus for this show. And then I found out it's the Kate Bishop show. It's not really the Hawkeye show. You know, you get a sampling, a smoosh of the moose boosh of Hawkeye in the Hawkeye show.
The other issue is that it's where the MCU is now is a culmination of all the bad decisions they made up to this point. The amount of villains they just killed off over and over and over again is taking a massive toll on the MCU.
Yep.
The fact that they killed Claw like immediately in Black Panther. Well, you had Andy Serkis playing a very interesting Claw. He's being this terrible person, and there's like, and he's dead.
Yep. It would have been a great villain.
And they just kill off all these important villains.
Yeah,
They don't talk about them anymore. Like Justin Hammer. Where's Justin Hammer? Justice for Justice Hammer. Hammer.
He's apparently supposed to show up in Ironheart, right? Right?
At least they brought him back after what, 15 years?
Zeke is asking if Miss Zombie is talking. Yes, Miss Zombie is talking to someone off camera. Her microphone does work if she wants to talk, as she can, but she is talking to someone off camera, so it's fine. We're not intentionally muting her.
Yeah.
Want to put it out there. All right. So yeah. Where is Justin Hammer? Okay, and I'm curious how they're going to do Ironheart. How they're going to do Ironheart? I am curious, but I'm not that curious.
Right.
I'm not going to put the thing is I haven't gone to the movie theaters. Nothing has really pulled me to want to go to the movie theaters. I'm not scared of the coof or anything.
Me neither.
I just go like
I quit going to movie theaters before COVID because I always hated the experience. It was overpriced. I hate people for the most part, especially people who eat popcorn while I'm trying to watch a movie, because it just grates on my nerves to hear that.
Oh my goodness.
I usually have to take earplugs in or something like that to watch a movie at a theater. And if I'm doing that, why am I going to the theater? Because that's part of the experience, right? So I watch it at home. I watch the movies in my house where I'm comfortable. I eat what I want. I can take a pause and go to the bathroom. I don't have to deal with all of that. I don't get the excitement of going
alone.
Now, if I can go to a movie theater and be by myself, or with people who had some sense.
Don't you guys have the fancy
it would be a fun time
with the recliners and the food and the waitress and the beer?
We used to have one. We used to have one downtown that they would serve pizza while you're eating, but that
while you were eating, you got pizza.
Nice.
Well, I mean, while you're watching it, you know what I'm saying. And then they used to do
here's your after dinner pizza.
And Saturday nights they used to do horror. That's all gone now.
But yeah, and with the movies going like 2 hours, this is going to be a 3-hour plus movie. I'm
That's
like,
too much.
I need an intermission. Okay, I can't. I'm not holding my pee for this long, and I'm not doing this.
Yeah,
maybe Joe Hoffman was right. Spangle should have let him pee first.
The last movie I went and saw was Far From Home, the one where right after Endgame. Because it kind of wrapped up the end of the Endgame stuff, the Spider-Man after that one. That was the last time I went to the movie theater to see it.
Last movie I saw in a theater was the first Deadpool.
The last movie I saw in the theater, now that I think about it, would have been the re-release of the Sailor Moon movie that I tried to get Harry to show up for, but he was busy doing other stuff.
When did that happen?
I would have to get on like Facebook Messenger and figure it out.
I'm trying to think of the last movie I saw in the movie theater.
Yeah, we can't remember either. We're trying to. It might have been Straight Outta Compton that I saw last.
I honestly, I think it might be Doctor Strange, and so I ended up getting Gunther. But I'm like I said, I'm not a keep up with the Joneses person. I'll watch it later when it comes on like streaming or something else. Or I
chose to go to Deadpool because of level of attachment I had to that character from when I was a kid. So I mean, I was like, I want a good Deadpool, and I knew when I saw Ryan Reynolds, who I liked in the guy's girl at pizza place.
Mhm.
The way he talks and him being Deadpool and him showing up as Wade in the early part of that movie, I was like, oh my God, yes, this is perfect casting.
Right.
This is going to be great. And then my heart sank after what happened. So when I saw the footage that was leaked that got the movie made,
Mhm.
I was in heaven. And I just was like, I need to see this. I want to see this now. This has to happen. This has to happen. And I wasn't the only one, apparently.
Oh no!
Because that's what got that movie made to begin with, and thank God I did, because so I made sure I got to that theater the day it opened.
Right. The Deadpool was the last after X-Men Origins Wolverine, I stopped watching all the X-Men stuff until Deadpool came out, and then Deadpool shat all over all that stuff because Deadpool was made fun of all of the bad that they had before it. It's like, which professor am I going to go see? Is it
Patrick or
Zachary,
McAvoy? This timelines are so hard to keep track of. Yeah.
Just to explain, Zachary, when the reason the Deadpool movie got made was because a short was made of Deadpool with Ryan Reynolds playing Deadpool. They got leaked. It was like tester footage, and after it got leaked, i.e. Ryan Reynolds let it out because he wanted to make the fucking movie. But it got leaked, and then a whole bunch of fans saw his interpretation of it. Yeah, exactly. They saw his interpretation of it. They're like, "Oh my God, this movie has to happen." So there's enough fan uproar that they're like, "All right, fine. Here's your Deadpool movie."
Yeah,
We'll let you have that one.
Yeah, which is great. It's like because that movie was awesome.
It kind of redefined a lot of stuff that was going on at the time too. I mean, now you've got your first R-rated, MCU movie, as it were. Well, it's technically not MCU, but now it's going to be MCU, so we'll see how that goes. But it was great, and I loved in this. I don't know if you haven't mentioned watching the second Deadpool, but there's a scene in the second one where he's been making fun in the first two movies about how there's no other X-Men here. They just, must not be able to afford it. And then you turn and you see behind him that they're all there and they just quietly close the door. That was the funniest thing.
That was
right. And like the best thing about it was that it was they filmed that scene where they were filming whatever movie it was. I think it was like the Dark Phoenix saga. Bless that movie's
that was trash. That was trash.
But like trash. It was said that that was supposed to happen in the movie, but it just got cut. They were supposed to have him in the background and shut the door on him. That was supposed to happen, but they cut it from the movie.
They reused it for the that's just hilarious. And,
right,
and I love the fact that he was able to fix things at the end of that.
Oh, yeah, you go back him killing
things.
himself from playing Hal Jordan is the best.
Like, boom.
I didn't hate that. I didn't hate that movie. I didn't hate that movie because I liked him.
Yeah, I didn't hate that movie. I hated the way it looked.
Oh, it looked terrible. The movie looked so bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not as hung up on that stuff, but I'm more into how it makes me feel in the acting and stuff like that. But I can definitely see where that was probably a little too oversaturated in some areas, as it were.
Put down the CGI.
Like, we want it to be green. We want to make sure we push this green stuff on people. This is Green Lantern, so it's got to be really green. So it's just everywhere.
Yeah, it's just like Deadpool 2 had a lot of great moments in it, and the fact that it crossed the MCU line, making fun of stuff in the MCU. It's like, it's Winter Soldier. What is he doing here? It's going to be calling somebody Winter Soldier because they had a metal arm and stuff like that. It's like, oh man, this is great because it's actually keeping up with the outside world.
Yeah,
and it felt like it was.
And that's what I'm telling you is that's kind of why I'm into the Incredible because she does. There's a lot of stuff dealing with like. And some people don't like this, but it was like they knew that they were going to have this situation happen where people were going to be going, "Why do we got to have a female Hulk?" Blah blah blah.
I'm hearing it right now. Whoa, whoa, bullshit.
It's all so they have like in the third episode, they're like talking about there's a news show, and they're talking about how this is going on and who this is and who She-Hulk is, and there's people going, "Why did we?" Saying all of that stuff in the show and showing how ridiculous it is. It's so good.
But yeah, see, like I throw all that into question because like some of it could just be bait. That sounds like bait. Like it's bait marketing. Let's do this. Let's bait these people so
What
you
kind of
also
woke
feel,
stuff do you think is in it?
you know, this is a
Oh, he
lot
doesn't know what
of
kind of woke
devices
stuff
do
is
this.
in it, but it's in there, you guys.
Yeah.
You don't know. He's just saying.
Zekri, just so you know, they don't nerf his regeneration abilities in the movies. It's he literally grows new legs at one point.
Yeah.
He Winnie the Poohed. He Winnie the Poohed.
I just love that when his little legs are.
Yeah. But yeah, it's there's how can I put it? I just want I just want better writing. Put down the CGI. Okay. All right. Give me some practical effects.
The problem is
make you feel like you care about what the product that you're putting on. Care about it.
They're trying to appeal to different people too.
And
so
then
there are people who want the eye candy,
and then
Michael
tell
Bay
one story.
bullshit.
Well, he's willing to watch for the Daredevil part.
That's fair.
What?
I get it.
What?
They get it, honey. It's okay.
Oh,
It's a female
only
version of
2 minutes,
Deadpool.
but-
How can you not like it? Oh no! It's not just 2 minutes. Trust me. This last
Oh, it's not 2
episode.
minutes.
Oh my god.
It's not too
The
much.
entire latest episode, basically.
Oh. Holy cow,
35
we might have a
minutes.
family movie night again going.
And there's a
There you go.
and there's the end scene that the last scene he's in is hilarious. But
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I hope that you guys enjoy the show and that it brings you guys as much joy as it brings Reinhold.
Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, it's true.
And if
It's
not,
just-
you know,
it's
and
a-
if
it's
not,
a-
I got
it's
some
like a
Gundam
palate
for
cleanser
you.
to me.
I got some Gundam
it's
for
a
you.
palate cleanser to me. It's funny and it doesn't take itself
Reinhold,
seriously
you know,
at all.
okay.
And again,
That's what I
I
like.
totally agree.
We get it, Reinhold. You're just into the woke media.
I am.
We
I
get it.
like Star Wars. I love the people who are like, I can't believe Star Wars is woke now. I'm like, bitch, that was the day one.
It's not
Gene
that-
Roddenberry said, I want this show to be made so we can progress society.
talking
It's
about Star Wars or Star
literally
Trek?
woke.
Star Wars.
I'm talking about Star Trek right now.
Oh, Star Trek.
Because he
Okay.
said Gene Roddenberry.
Star Trek. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
No.
I had.
It's not that Star Trek Discovery is woke or Picard is woke. It's just trash.
Oh, no, I know, but there are people who are saying, I can't believe
Yeah.
Star Trek is this woke now. And I'm like,
No, it was the original. Was
always
very,
has
very,
been.
Oh yeah,
The-
it always has been. Yeah.
The first interracial
Black
kiss
and white,
on television, like
the episode with the guys who are
I've
black
never
and
been a
white on one
woman
side and white and black on the
operating,
other. I mean,
machinery.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
it was purposely. And Roddenberry said when he made the show, the first thing before he was even aired, that he wanted it to be, this is what the future of mankind can be like. I want to progress us to this point. And so he developed all the stuff that today would be called woke. And it's always been that.
That's what I like to call easy criticism. Ones where you don't actually have to think about what you're saying. You just go, "Oh, it's this, so I don't care."
Right.
Very
lazy.
Mhm.
You know,
compared to like we just had like 45-minute conversation about the MCU in general and why it negatively affects my view on She-Hulk. But at the end, we both kind of understand where each other is coming from and understanding what our grievances
you
are.
don't have an irrational dislike for it,
Exactly.
I understand. I might want to try and change your perception or something, but it's not like you're just saying, "Oh, I just woke crap."
I don't even have a dislike. I have an indifference. For the most part, it's more of like, eh.
You know who Godwin is, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Godwin's Law. He has a second law now. Have you heard this?
Go ahead.
So he was on Twitter about 9 months ago and said something that I had said when I was yelling at the people who were complaining about the Wheel of Time becoming woke. Which is a hilariously stupid thing I ever heard of because of the way the story goes. But anyway, he said that it has been scientifically shown through a lot of iterations that 98% of the people, 99% of the people who use the term woke are people you don't ever get any value from or have any kind of actual thoughts. Right.
Yeah. Generally, yeah, some of them, yeah. But I
Yeah.
also feel that you can blanket hit some of that brush that says that word because they just try to use it for just like for SEO,
Oh yeah,
and you will lose a lot of different criticism because there's a lot of people that will
Yeah.
criticize different shows that will say that word just for SEO and put that term in there, a keyword in there,
Yeah.
and to help people put it in there because like the Rings of Power is a trash show, and I know a lot of token people who have talked about why that thing is bad in the lore and will use that word woke, but they will
right.
go
And
through
as soon as they do, my interest in what they have to say drops precipitously because they're willing to do that. Even if their criticisms may be completely valid, and I understand that, but why would I listen to somebody who's going to do that? To just try to blanket use a word that is like, it's overusing Karen, like, all these people saying
that's
how many.
fine.
What's the worst Karens
You
and
can
stuff
have
like that.
Reinhold. You can have that, but I'm just saying, like, you can throw away a lot of different things just because. Oh, they said the magic word that I dislike. Time to press delete. It are gone. I don't need them anymore. They said the magic word. Ha 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 ha.
Say
No,
the
I'm good.
word, Bart.
Well, and you can say the word, just don't say the word as a pejorative
Right.
in an unironic way. There's satire, there's common
'cause
use of
a
it.
lot of
There's not
the
real,
See, like I like the way when people use it when they'll use the term when they'll call something woke or something like that. They're mostly like, we did this not because it's good for the show or good for the writing or to show anything or really that. It's more of this pisses people off, typically that and we're going to do it for marketing purposes because it pisses people off. We can write about how they're mad. That's what gets me. That's what rubs me the wrong
My
way.
audience here couldn't explain what woke meant, and he feared for his life to say what he meant. But
Right.
Well, and I don't think what you're talking about, Harry, is woke. It's just bad marketing practices, right? I mean, that's
it's tons of it.
Yeah.
And personally, I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm also sick and tired of studios taking old titles. And it's not the reboot. I'm fine with them rebooting, rehashing, redoing, retelling stories. But what I dislike is the butchering of stuff like Star Trek. Star Trek Discovery, it was trash. They never really looked at any of the old lore. They had holodecks before they should have it, replicators before they should have it. The replicators are super overpowered. Then they also have these ships designed for war, which that's the reason why in Deep Space Nine, when Cisco got the Defiant, the ship that shouldn't exist, the ship that Star Trek that the Federation made to battle the Borg, which shouldn't exist because it's not a scientist ship, it's a battleship. They actually made a battleship. And like, oh, discovered, oh, we've got like 5 of these things. I'm like, what the is going on? And then it's like, oh, everyone has a secret society. Look at my secret badge. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. What the hell is going on? You're just puking lore out on the floor. Just like, I don't know what we do. We have the access to all this, and we're going to use every last bit of it, every freaking episode. They destroyed Star Trek.
And what's fun about that is that Strange New World did the exact opposite. They leaned into the lore and respected it and are building on top of it, and it's great.
I'm too scared to watch it. I'm going to sit with Lower Decks. I'm going to hold on to Lower Decks.
I'm just saying, it is good. It's
hold. I love Lower Decks.
Do you remember
so
the
much.
Star Trek episode where they replayed the pilot and made it a thing with Spock and Pike and everything else? Right? You know that episode.
You say that again. You cut out.
The one with Captain Pike. Going to, he's in the wheelchair and he has to go back, and Spock gets him, violates so many regulations to get him back to that planet so he could go. It was basically a retelling of the original pilot.
Okay.
Strange New World is based off of Pike 10 years earlier.
Okay.
So many number of years earlier. And he has a vision. And this is in the first episode, so I'm not going to spoil anything. He has a vision after going to a Vulcan thing of himself in a wheelchair. Actually, that happens in the future, and he's trying to deal with that knowledge. And it really does lay into all the different things, all the care. Like the person they got playing Nurse Chapel is great. The guy they got playing Spock is great. All the casting is really good. They're really staying true to the characters that you know from the original Star Trek that come into play.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I will.
get it.
I
get
will
it.
think about it. But like I said, I love Lower Decks. I think everyone should probably give a hand and like watch Lower Decks. It's freaking hilarious.
I've heard nothing but good things about Lower Decks, and it's very funny, and I need to get onto that. But
most people.
I will. I am excited to see it.
No sense of humor.
I'm excited to see it. I just haven't got to it yet. But yeah, I am very excited to see it. So.
Yeah, like the lore stuff is very much a lot of my issues for a lot of things is where they go, oh, we're gonna make a continuation of something and then just take everything that's been there before and just dump it in the trash can and ignore it and do our own thing, but we're just gonna keep the setting, go, cool, our toys are gonna play in this setting because that's what we want.
Well, Star Trek Enterprise did a really good job too of needling that thread of this is the time before the things you know, and here's how you got there. And it was well done because it was believable. Like we're ionizing the plates. It's a new thing. They're trying this out. The first time they used the transporter, and they're like, nobody wanted to touch that transporter, because it was a whole thing. It was just only for cargo. We didn't put any life through it, and they had to do it. And it's those sorts of things I think that progressed in, so you felt like you're more on the cutting edge of space exploration and what it would have been like long before the original series.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't have the replicators, didn't have the holodeck. They have to create things, like have different entertainment. It was a very interesting. The Vulcans are very condescending to the humans, and
they brought Brent Spiner on, and who I love the character, and he does a great job with it. But I don't know if that was the best. I mean, it was nice to see because it's alluded to in Next Generation, because but it's still I don't know. I think it was a lot of more fan service for that. So
but they do that too, especially with Discovery. Like, this is the Khan project. Blah blah blah. Stop it.
My point is that if they're I want when they make a new show, if they're making something brand new, I want them to keep the ideals and the themes and run with that. If you're doing something in the world that has no connection to something that's already there, or if you're going to live in this world, I want you to exist in this world. I want these characters to make sense in this world. Take, for example, Cyberpunk Edge Runners. That, like, we're not going to talk about much about it, but that show exists in the Cyberpunk 2077 canon. The main villain is a villain you fight in the actual video game, and it's set before any of that stuff happens. So it respects the lore, it plays with the lore, it plays with the things that are in Cyberpunk that can give you this interesting view on when you go to play the actual game.
Except then you have to actually play the game, and that was the letdown, right?
Well, I mean, they fixed it. They did a No Man's Sky with it, apparently.
Have they? I haven't seen it. I know No Man's Sky is good. Yeah.
No Man's Sky. Yeah, I heard No Man's Sky has been fixed.
Yeah, but they definitely did
fun.
CD Projekt Red hasn't given up on Cyberpunk, so they've been
That
working on it.
That hurt. I was excited. That was my Christmas event. That hurt.
Yeah, but they've been working on it since it came out. So a bunch of the issues that were there at launch are now patched out and worked through, and and the game is much more coherent and better to play.
I'm hoping that what the guy did, that guy.
You're too quiet.
That guy.
He stuck around to fix it.
And then we can guess.
Yeah, but he stuck around and fixed it, and I am hoping that becomes the new normal. That when a game launches and there's issues with it, they didn't get everything in that they wanted to.
No. That cannot be the new normal. How about instead we not release broken pieces of shit 343 Industries?
It's called early release, Paul. We just release things that are early.
But then you're just eliminating all the Fallout games that are coming out.
Leave Halo Infinite alone, Paul. Leave Halo Infinite alone.
Leave Bethesda alone.
I will leave Paul, I will leave Infinite alone because they are trying their damnedest to fix it.
The release, not ZeniMax.
Well, what about Coffee Stain Studios and Satisfactory? Still a release. They do dev streams telling all the bugs that they fixed.
But here's the thing, Harry.
So technically not
How
released.
how long has Satisfactory been in development?
Actually, like, what, 2-3 years now?
2 or 3 years. Okay. So it wasn't over 6 years since the last iteration that ended on a cliffhanger?
No.
Okay.
Brand new game.
So they promise a brand new engine and then people crack it open and find dev tools left over from the very first game over 20 years ago?
They didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Did-
now I feel
did-
like you're calling out 7 Days to Die, and we're gonna have
Confusing Reinhold.
No. 343 hyped up their new engine called Slipstream, or
Mhm.
Slipspace, rather. And people have managed to basically piece together that it's the exact same engine that has been running Halo since Halo Combat Evolved 20 years ago.
Gotta love
I
it.
do have to take a Joe Houtman real quick, so I'll be right back.
We cannot let that man's legacy be a potty break. He has done so much for all of us in the party and me personally. And no, we can't just let that be his legacy.
Yeah, like sometimes there's a difference between releasing a broken game and supporting a game that isn't broken, just making it better. That's the difference between, Satisfactory and and Halo 4, are you talking about at this point?
Infinite.
Or is it 5? Or is it also Infinite? Jesus.
No. Halo 5 was in my opinion, not a good story, but it was a competently made game that ran for the parts that they left in. Because, couch co-op thrown out. Because we have to keep it running at 60 frames per second at 4K or whatever it was. It's like, oh, wait, no, it's dynamically scaling, so it'll drop down when there's too much going on. But and also it can go as low as 30 frames per second because we don't know how to video game.
Because reasons. But yeah, like, when they support a game after its release is much more interesting than releasing terrible games. That's where you get games like Babylon's Fall, which came out and died on impact. It's like, cool, this has 100 concurrent viewers, 100 concurrent players for a game that's always online.
Well, nerds. Let me tell you something. As long as the
Gather
game is
around,
played,
kids.
long as the game is playable day one, I say it's fine to release. That's my staple.
Define playable.
It's got to be playable. You'll be able to do all the objectives and play the game from start to finish day one. Okay.
Okay.
No DLC, nothing.
So Asura's Wrath, the final boss, is a DLC.
The what?
The final boss fight is DLC.
Shut up. No one does.
Oh,
that.
yes, it is. Asura's Wrath. If you look it up, the final boss fight's a DLC boss fight.
What
the
game
final
is that?
chapter.
What
It's
is
Asura's
that?
Wrath.
Yeah.
What is that? That's a
It's
game.
like you're a guy. You're basically a demigod killing.
You're a man who is
active
so
gods.
angry that he
Yes,
decides
Wrath.
to punch God.
Yeah.
Asura's Wrath. Okay. All right.
The
All right,
ending is
okay.
DLC. When it first came out, you had to pay money to get to the ending.
Okay. I see why I didn't play this game.
Yeah, it's a single player game. You don't care.
Well, it also came out after the PlayStation 3 update, so I couldn't play the game. And
Think God of War, but he's fighting.
never played that. I played Heavenly Sword.
That's fair. Fighting
Yeah,
like
that's
left
planetary
field, though.
Asgard.
Did any of you guys play Stray with the cat by any chance?
I have not.
game.
I've seen it. I
Stray.
haven't played it yet.
I want to.
I want to check. Just I want to.
I want to play the game so bad.
Playing as
just-
adorable
It
cat.
looks cool.
My issue is I don't know if I would play it for long because it's a single player game. So to have to play it on stream or have someone hang out with me to play because I'm bad with finishing or playing a long term.
So you're saying you'll play it at the stream house? Is what you're saying?
Yeah. If I had this, if we set up the stream, have the TV, the couch on it, and we stream there with it, where you guys sit there watch me play the game, or we just move the controller around. Yeah, heck yeah.
I'm a little curious. It looks like something nice to kind of relax or kind of kill time with a little bit or whatever, you know.
Especially since you're a cat in a post-apocalyptic world. So
Oh, my 5-year-old dream come true. You know, cat in apocalypse. Amazing.
And Reinhold would tell us that people aren't running around identifying as cats. I mean, look at Harry right now.
You're just mad because you don't have cat ears.
Shut up. I don't need to be called out. I'm calling you out.
Called out.
I know my cat ear is awesome. My favorite one is I have like this important work call with like a vendor or something at work, and I get on the Zoom call with these cat ears.
They're like, what the fuck?
I'm a
I
professional
had to edit
adult.
myself. Like, Harry, are you playing Stray? You're playing Stray, right?
I want to pick it up. It is on my. I don't know if I put that on my wish list or not, but I do. Yeah, I do really do want to play Stray. But yeah, it's great, especially like because like the company I work with, like I have to like talk with these people from these hospitals. So like, and then I was on this call to fix something, and they're like, "All right, we're gonna call up someone from Oracle," and I'm sitting there like, "Oh crap."
Like, oh no, please don't do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, you'll get my super cool cat ears.
Yeah. Fun times. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I also had to describe on what was wrong with their setup because they kept trying to tell me how they kept saying this is how their network is set up, and I just asked the dumb question like, so what switch are you using? And they told me they're using Cisco Nexus switch and blah 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 blah. And I go like, okay, your switch is doing this. He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, listen, unless you guys used your multi-million-dollar infrastructure budget and bought one Nexus switch, which if you bought one Nexus switch, you're dumb. You're dumb. You bought more than one. You bought two, and you paired them together. And something's load balancing between them, and that's the latency. Something's wrong there. No, it's not. Turns out, yes, it was. Oh, I was trying to tell him, like, dude, I've got a lab in my basement with those two switches because stuff happens with those all the freaking time. You know,
And
sorry.
you didn't believe me because I showed up dressed as a cat.
By the way, I do want to just clarify. The Joe joke is coming from a place of love. So, I'm not
I know it is.
I know. I'm just saying. I just wanted to clarify for anybody who might be listening, like Joe. That's
Joe specifically.
Don't be offended by our bladder jokes. We suffer the same faults.
Please, Joe.
I have an
Sorry.
enlarged prostate. I understand completely. Trust me.
Don't hate me, please. I'm trying.
Oh, no wonder you're a leftist libertarian. You have an enlarged prostate.
Look at that. What is this?
Prostrate.
What is prostate? What is prostate?
It's prostrate.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm an anarchist. So I like to crush my stick. Anyway, so
Oh my
let's move on.
God.
Good night, folks. We'll be here
And
next
as we
week.
enter the fourth hour, when things go off the rails,
I think I might getting
Wall After Dark.
I might be getting a little punchy.
Little punch.
You know? Actually, not drunk. I am actually technically sober. I haven't drank since the booze cruise.
I said punch drunk. There's a difference.
Yeah, that's like yeah. I'm actually shocked. Like someone's like, "You try to do sober October?" It's like I don't know. I want to see how long I can go.
I mean, you could probably go for a long time. You just choose the drink because you enjoy it.
I do miss it. I do miss it sometimes.
You
And it's more.
you just like doing it.
Yeah, I miss the flavors. You know, the flavors, some of the tingles, the feelings of it. You know, so I don't know. And I know if I don't, and the thing is, the only days I really drink is Fridays and Saturdays and some occasional Tuesdays. So if I outside those days, not drinking, I don't even think about it. So
Right.
So especially like right now, like even if I felt like okay, maybe I'll have a drink, like there's no point. I'm gonna go to bed in like a few hours. It's like I'll just waste booze.
Yeah, and also like it's not a paladin's night. You don't have to be super drunk to keep
To hit
motivated.
shots.
Okay, so
Deal with it.
All right, so the other thing is I haven't drank since I played Paladin. Man, woof. Just thought about that too.
Yeah. I mean, you can't drink while playing Gundam because your brain's gonna melt down because you had a headache after we played for like 2 hours.
Oh God, I don't know. Like I can't like that game. Like I try to play it, just hurts my brain for some reason. I don't understand.
A lot of
Is it like the refresh rate or something? Like
I don't know.
Not jonesing well with you?
I don't know.
We only played it once. We haven't figured out we haven't problem solved the issue yet.
Yeah.
It might be because all the colors are very saturated because they're Gundams. And there isn't a lot of massive color palettes in Gundams right now. You have the white Gundam, you have like 2 red ones.
That's true. Yeah, like
a brown one and like 7 white and gray ones.
That's one thing. I wish there was better differentiation because you could keep switching them. I wish they'd been easier, just like, all right, the enemy team is this color or something with them.
They got outline or something.
Yeah, they got a tint with them. Because
so this is like Transformers driven by anime people.
Some of them are, yes. Some of them are, yes.
I knew that was coming.
I knew it was coming too.
Transformers?
Help me out.
Transformers?
Yeah.
So no, Harry. It's a more apt comparison than you think because they're both designed to sell toys to people.
True. It's true. It is designed to sell toys to children.
Selling toy is
adult
fine.
children.
Selling toy. Toy.
Wasn't Transformers just based off of that stuff? Based off of anime? I mean, it was just like
Sort of,
we're gonna rip it off and make it American.
Yeah, it was GoBots.
See, like I usually don't play mobile games, Ace. I don't play them. I really don't get down on the on my phone gaming. I don't know. To me, it's not a gaming device.
I have this huge computer and these 3 screens for when I want to play games. This phone is for
I've got these
making phone calls.
Don't tell us what your phone is for. It's okay.
Harry,
It's okay.
like seriously, to be honest, every once in a while when you're driving, you just want to play a game too.
But
I gotta shift gears, okay? I gotta shift gears.
Jackie, for a super truncated and simplified version of what Gundam is. Gundam is a political space opera with the people who are battling each other using giant fighting robots.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the
I
reason
see Transformers. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, but some of them do transform into
Transformers.
Yes.
It is a space.
I don't see the transformation. I just see Prime.
They are going to transform.
Is that him?
But
a little different. Kind of like a Power Ranger. They could be Power Rangers. I don't know.
It's G.I. Joe, basically. G.I. Joe with robots.
So also Jackie,
it's a space.
That's one of the Versus
opera.
Movies from 1983. I see
It's
what's
a
happening
space
here.
opera.
So for you to understand how
space
offended
opera.
it's how offended
Is it like Space Pirates?
His
Are they
6
Space
of his
Pirates?
9 things from his
Pirates in
media
this game.
episode.
It's not that good. I can tell.
there are space pirates in Gundam.
Oh, there is.
All over the place, yeah.
I was just saying there's a movie called Space Pirates that was really good. That
So Jackie, if
Because
you
of
don't
how bad it
understand
is.
why Harry is upset, 6 of his 9 shows on his thing that we're talking about on our media thing are Gundam, and we had to talk him down from it being 9 of 9 because the other part of it is that it has like 18 world lines and 100 series. So based on how can we make a very interesting design robot to make people build it in their house?
Interesting.
While also having a massive and elaborate political drama around it, which, to be honest, most things politics leave my eyes glaze over.
Terrible.
Oh, he's pulling up the clips because he has a point to prove.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
They
I'll take
are
my
pirates.
glasses off.
Yeah, it is pirates. Yeah,
Oh, it is a
those are
pirate.
pirates.
Okay.
Look at that the high refresh rate animation where it's just moving all the time and everything on the
Yeah.
screen is moving at the same time. Yeah.
I'm recently
yeah.
recovered from a migraine, so be careful. Be careful
Oh,
with me.
okay. All right.
Now, if we're showing clips of incredible animation, and you have to look up some Vivi clips. So Vivi
yeah.
fight scene clips, but that's different.
So like so this scene here, right, is the end. Like this part of this war, this girl is being used as a figurehead because her father got all his troops to pick up arms and go to war. He was a dictator of the earth. Well, he died in battle, and one of his last directives, things he does, was tell the troops to throw their weapons away. If I die, stop. We're done. Well, some other people wanted war because they wanted to take back over the earth. So they found his daughter and basically brainwashed her to, you're going to carry on this legacy, but different. You're going to be in her name. And she's been brainwashed. Like, this is how it's going to be. We're going to just run in. We're going to take everything over. And everyone's just going to bow to us. And it's been that way her entire life. And throughout the whole movie, they have just been waffle stomping everyone who came up to him up until this point, where she started realizing that she can die. Yeah, so.
She's not a robot so much.
She's not invincible. She's not
invincible. She's not invincible. You're not invincible. And then she's around, and they're trying to hit the guy who's shooting at them. Hero, they're trying to stop him back. Like, hey, listen, we have your girl here. We have like former Queen Merlina here. Please stop shooting at us. You're not going to shoot and kill her. And he fires anyways. Boom.
I don't care.
Don't care. I don't care. What you're going to, if I let you live and let you out of here, we're done. We're done here. And it's like I said, really neat story. Like it is. It's a space opera.
He's going to talk way more about it on Monday.
Yes, and I'm going to talk a whole bunch about it on Monday.
That one in particular.
Right.
See you guys next Friday.
I can show the clip that I showed Harry last week.
Time out, real quick.
Monday.
Yes, Christy, we're going to go for 4 hours. We're going to go for a minimum of 4 hours. This is a Brian Holt idea to do 4 hours on Friday. So this is for Brian Holt. He's not getting anything else from me from Christmas. This is his Christmas present. It's / birthday. This is what he gets. Let's see.
You haven't seen this one yet.
Yeah, it is definitely.
How dare you? It's called a classic secret. It's a classic. I watch it. It's a Christmas movie too, so I watch that Gundam Wing Endless Waltz every year for Christmas.
This is the anime that my grandpa liked.
All right, Grandpa, let's take you back to the nursing home.
You guys are terrible. Right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go hit the head.
He broke the seal.
Just getting ready to show him something.
Yeah.
You gotta ice the punter.
Yeah. You gotta ice the kicker, make it like the Colts game, make it so it's they lose by a field goal in overtime, and all they have to do is make a field goal to tie it. Intelligence.
This was just posted in the.
Do I want to know?
See it?
Nope.
Sharing it. Maybe Harry has to.
He probably has control.
Harry has control over.
He was not going to let it show. I've got it sitting back here ready to go. So when he gets back here, we'll push it.
That's fair. So Paul, how have you been, man? It's been forever. It feels like it's been.
It has been
since I've seen you.
Well,
somebody's in busy
month.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
he'll free up in November.
Yeah, it's just how my life go.
I mean, we did literally see each other 5 days a week for like a year and a half. So it is definitely weird not to see you like at all.
Yeah,
we worked at the
anybody
same
left at that company or?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, they shut that company down. It's gone. It's gone
completely.
It's gone.
Yeah. At least the indie location, they probably have the company itself to sell the shitty program that doesn't work.
In Utah.
And they might still be doing the BA through the Utah location,
Mhm.
but it's going to
But-
be so scaled down that it's not even worth doing.
Right. But yeah, it's definitely it's been a
Like,
while.
so it's like Fry's, where they closed the Indies shop down, but they're still open in the West.
Oh, Fry's is completely dead.
Oh, I thought they still had the
No.
like the Arizona store or something like that.
Pull up
Ten-
fries.com and it will just say, we're honoring all of our service contracts. And here's the email you send if you have some of your crap break. It's
I remember they were saying
it's gone.
Hey.
It's gone. It's dead. Put a watch out for the URL so you can bring it back, though.
I'll put it on my
Harry, I hope
broker
you
thing.
know. I hope you know.
So I'm sharing something, Harry, I want you to see. Since you don't get on Facebook, you won't see it, but I think you'll find it funny.
Okay.
It references you.
Oh, cool. It's
Oh,
Remzo.
hey,
Oh my goodness.
This is
Welcome.
the
Hey,
little
Rimza.
channel I signed up for.
Rimzo.
I mean, you
This
missed.
is our OnlyFans,
missed the
Wall
main-
OnlyFans. So
you missed the
if you have
main
any
attraction.
requests,
Somebody better start taking clothes off fast, or else I want my $5 back.
Whoa! Who said you had to pay
Harry?
$5?
Damn it. In order to become a co-host in the first place, Chris had the same.
I didn't sign up for diaper stuff. This is some false advertising here. 1 star.
What? No.
it's the special baby kink.
Oh no, man!
Oh, yeah, this
boo,
is
right, hell,
so
boo,
this is
boo.
definitely
In
the
that
terrible
moment,
third
they
hour.
got
The
removed
terrible last
everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. I did enjoy My Little Pony did get a lot of money out of me when I was buying diapers. Not gonna
I
lie.
mean,
Harry, have you ever considered an OnlyFans?
I actually have one.
Subscribe to
When
Liberty.
When any new service comes out, he signs up for it, whether he's
Yeah.
using it or
the,
not.
the
That's-
look of shock and intrigue.
I was
that
taken
Rimzo gave is like,
back. I had
oh, wow,
so
that's
many
amazing.
quippy retorts, and then he threw that at me, and I was like, I have nothing.
Jackie left to go find it.
Just me and my grill.
No, tell them about Liberty Feet and what services
yeah.
you offer.
Yeah, and I also have feet pics on there because Indian guys love my feet, and Millie Stringers love my feet.
I got a
yeah.
story for you about that. I in April I left my previous job, and I was looking for work in between the time I ended up finding the eventual job I got. And I was helping a lot of people, doing a lot of stuff, just mainly for like LinkedIn reviews and stuff like that. And then I had somebody reach out to me. They're like, hey, I want to go ahead and start an OnlyFans. So I'm like, okay, we can do pretty well. And it worked out for like a good couple of months. And then I was like, hey, how about this? I'll give you 10% for every new talent that you recommend to me who signs on with me. So she's recommending me all these people, and in one of the messages she introduces me. This is my pimp, Remzo, and I'm like, whoa, whoa. This is not where. No, that's not how you introduce me.
Realize he's got this hat on. He's in his Cadillac.
I
We're
don't
like,
even
wait
have
a
a
minute.
cane.
He once he realized he had the baby powder in his back pocket, he knew it was over.
I was like, I'm looking for new clients, and she's like, what he wants to do is expand his stable of whores, and I'm like, oh, it's not where I anticipated any of this going. Yeah, that was a fun chapter. Long story short,
So why did it end?
Bitch ran off with my money because bitches ain't loyal.
I thought it was going to say taxes.
You have to cut a bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, there's discipline and abuse. And when you're doing everything remote, the pimping game is hard. Pimping ain't
It's
what
hard
it
being a
used to
pimp.
be.
It's hard to be a pimp.
You wouldn't download a hooker.
Or would you? It's just everyone has a wild summer every once in a while. That happened to be mine.
Oh my god.
My wife was
Mr.
thinking
Randall
about
goes in his
making
car
some
with his
extra.
phone.
Well, my
You know
wife
what-
is
you
thinking
know it's
about.
like to you know it's like to message somebody and be like, "Bitch, better have my money." You start to do a lot of inner reflection. You're like, what about the decisions I have made that have led me to this point? Who am I?
You're like, did I just become a rap song? I didn't know that was possible.
The pimp life chose some. It chose
Oh.
me.
Z Creek, no. Z Creek, no.
Yeah,
The pimp hand's
Z3.
Save
strong,
him.
mofo.
You
Cut this
Down
off at
the
the pass. Cut this
That's
off.
the heat. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna get with
I got
Remzo
a
and then
chain and everything. I've never worn
slide
a
into
gold
James'
chain in-
knees.
I've never had a gold chain in my life. I was buying gold chains. I mean, it was a whole thing.
He had a grill.
I
didn't
mean, I
know
thought
why.
about it, but it's really uncomfortable when you eat with it, which I'm too
Mhm.
white to know that you shouldn't be eating with the grill. You take it off for sanitation reasons. But it was a whole thing. I'm like, damn.
You get dents in
Home
it too
money,
if it's real.
home money is real money. You know what I'm saying? And it's just raining. And I'm like, this train is going to slide one day, you know? Because bitches got real problems. And sometimes it slide on to you. And as the pimp, you got to be like Teflon. You know what I'm saying? You got to just let that shit slide. And then it just combines. And you're like, damn, Ho ran off with my money. And I have to explain it to my wife. And she's just like, yeah, it was good one day.
Are we gonna have rent or not?
This is the man who makes a living talking about comic books.
That too.
That's fair.
Pose, comic books. I'm multi-dimensional.
Same difference.
I'm
Same
a Renaissance man.
Mhm.
You want OnlyFans?
JFK
You want
killers.
recommendations? I mean, you know, we can make it work.
Have you seen his videos doing ghost hunting? I didn't realize that there was a thing until about a year or two ago when it was mentioned, and I went and checked him out. He's got
I have
some
not seen
good videos
Remzo's
up there.
ghost hunting videos.
Yeah.
Mofo Halloween has me written all over. We got 3 seasons of my show, The Witching Hour, out. You know what it's like to be at someone's like party and they're like, "What'd you do this weekend?" I'm like, "I locked myself in the crack house," and they're like, "What?"
Why'd you do
Yeah.
that?
No, I just finished. You'll get a kick out of this, Dennis. I just recorded an episode of On the Run that comes out the following Monday, so not this Monday, but after. Have you ever heard of remote viewing?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know remote
Okay.
viewing.
Yeah,
Is.
no, I met a man who does remote viewing for several different police departments. He helps find people who are missing.
Oh, this is exactly what we need to be spending taxpayer dollars on.
Mhm.
Not all
Well,
those
you
skits
know, if
sitting
it was,
around, but
if
you
it
know.
was like, "Oh, I think that she's dead. You're welcome. Collect my invoice." That would be a problem. But no, he's actually found several people. It
Yes,
was a
and-
wild conversation.
The
If you
scientific.
go
Come on,
missing,
let it go.
don't you want-
It's Friday
don't you
night.
want
It's
people to
11:30.
find you?
I kind of want him to go on this tangent. I wanted.
So the scientific
I wanna
I'm
hear
skeptic
into
in
it.
me.
I'm totally into it.
Go on. Yeah.
So-
Now, you understand,
October, go for it.
my wife
Paul,
is
do the
into
thing.
all of that and more. She's a witch. She loves Ancient Aliens is one of her favorite shows. She's all into the horoscopes and
Well,
I
she'll
can't
know
even
all-
get
Aliens,
into
witches,
everything.
horoscopes. You
She'll
just
know
throw it
all
all in
about.
there.
Yeah, she'll know
Just
all
throw
it
about
out.
remote viewing. It's astral
Well,
projection.
she probably knows of the guys. She watches. I mean, she's really into watching. Like she watches all the ghost stuff on the show. There's a place here that some friends bought. It was called the county home for Owen County. They bought the home to renovate it, but it was empty for a long time. Before that, it was a
fun
home
place.
for mentally people, and it's haunted like crazy, right? So they were going in there trying to do ghost hunting in there. There's been videos of it of other people doing it on YouTube. So it was a fun thing, but they built it and they renovated it and then doing good with it now. But where I was going with that now, I'm trying to remember. But no, she likes all that stuff. She watches serial murder documentaries constantly. So it's serial murders, it's ghosts, it's aliens, it's anything that she can get her hands into. She loves all that stuff.
So
found out
I
the
need
other day that
Paul to go off on this. I need to hear his. I see him holding it. I need to hear the scope.
I'll quietly.
I
Do
need.
you
I
want to
need
talk
you. I
about
need
ghosts
you
or pimping? Because I could talk about both.
No. We need Paul to.
I need.
Why
I
are
need
you
his,
pimping
his thoughts
ghosts?
about the.
You can't pimp ghosts.
No.
It makes
You
the
can't
pimp
pimp
game
ghosts?
harder.
Oh, because
can't
they
hit a
don't
ghost.
exist?
You can't hit a ghost.
You don't have enough salt, bro. Get
You-
it together.
I mean, if ghosts were real, then I would be able to punch them because I am Lord of Salt.
I mean, it's fair. He is true.
But no, like, so like, oh, he's a remote viewer and he finds people that are missing. Is like, okay, so keep running down possibilities on each missing person until you eventually have a hit, or you know, like I took a law enforcement class in high school with somebody who worked in the FBI and who had worked with psychics, and he's like, yeah, they're shit and they don't work. So yes, they work with police departments. I really hope the taxpayers aren't on the hook for that shit, and would not be surprised if they were.
So here's the weird thing about psychics. I've met probably more than 24 people since 2017 who have claimed psychic ability. I'm very much on the fence about that. I'm also really skeptical of people that believe in like reincarnation, because I have met 4 Queen Victorias, and that will go ahead and immediately bring it down. But the weird thing about remote viewing, it's kind of like paranormal investigations, which I did in the Southeast from 2017 until 2021. It requires a lot of double blind evidence, and what this individual does particularly is they're not briefed on the case. Usually it's before it's hit the news, and the police will go ahead and provide very little evidence. So what ends up happening is they will go ahead and provide a photo, a little bit of a background, and then you just ask the person whether or not, has something come to mind. Now, in some cases, he's done about 5 or 6 cases. In most of those cases, they never got back to him about anything. They didn't tell him whether he was right. They didn't tell him he was wrong, but they kept coming back. It was around the time that they got to the 6th case that they ended up saying, yeah, you've been right about every single one. So it's just one of those weird things, man. And it's like, this has been one of those areas where you've got a lot of fakes. Do you remember what was his name? It wasn't I don't think it was John Edwards. He was the psychic.
John Edwards
he was the fraud.
Mentalist.
Yeah, he was like a complete scammer. But what he was doing, he was throwing a lot of leading information out there, and he was basically getting people to feed him enough stuff so then he can go around. It's like, I'm sensing a grandma. I have a grandma. It got to a really weird point with that. But with the remote viewing stuff, you're not giving them enough information. And if you're a good cop, if you're a good detective, you're not going to feed them stuff that they're going to then go ahead and try and create a story around. The idea is you give them just enough to start or do whatever, and then you leave before you can tell them anything, because you don't want them to get too overexcited. You don't want them to start running rampant with it.
Then my question becomes, Rimzo, are we just letting them horoscope it and say general nothings like, yes, I'm sensing this person who went missing in their pickup truck and had a history of alcoholism. I'm seeing a lot of water. And then when they fish his truck out with his corpse in it, he must have been right. We searched all of
the average person can.
I think he froze.
And he's dead.
Interesting. Hold on.
The average person can.
My pimp powers block women.
She's morbid. She's morbid.
She's morbid.
She's morbid.
Well, the thing is, so there's all this stuff that I hear these stories on, and I really want to know if they're true or not. So I want to do scientific studies on it, and if they're willing to do that, I'm all for it. That's where we should go, because I want to find, if there is stuff like that, I want to find evidence of it, and so I can say, okay, yes, this is a thing.
Well, God rest his soul. We had somebody who did exactly
James Randi,
that.
I know,
and
I love James Randi.
And to this day, that $1 million prize has yet to be claimed. So
it's a weird thing, man. I mean, I never try and tell people, oh yeah, this is definitively true.
Well,
but
the government.
Okay, so with the government, you had Project Stargate, and you want to talk about waste of taxpayer money. This was over $200 million in the 50s through 1986. Project Stargate was used by the CIA to use astral projection and remote viewing to go ahead and find Nike Hercules missiles that were being transported in Russia. That's actually what they say is how we discovered the missile sites in Cuba before the SR-71 flew over. So I mean, it's been a thing where they were doing it for decades, and this is before satellite technology got really sophisticated. This is when we have the SR-71 and several low-level stealth planes that were finding it. I mean, it's weird, and I mean, obviously,
That's
none
because
of
it's
us
what
believe
that's
in-
what that movie's based on, Zikri. What he's talking about is what that movie's based on.
It's literally that, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
I'm curious,
some,
Renzo.
so
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to
I'm
say
curious if
there's
Renzo's ever done ghost hunting with someone, if he's ever used EMF detectors with a person that claims they can detect fields and watch the
He's-
meter go up and down as this person says, I feel something.
Okay, but at the
got
same
3
time,
seasons of that. On YouTube,
Yeah,
you can
what's
watch The
what's
Witching
funny
Hour.
about the EMF? What's funny about the EMF detectors is when you have somebody who gets close to a wall and they're like, "Huh, every few feet there's another burst." The EMF detectors. I mean, what's funny about that is people will go ahead and throw that like on ghost hunters. Yeah, I know Jason Hawes from Ghost Hunters. I went on his radio show in New Jersey a few times. Like they use the EMF detectors purely to go ahead and detect like faulty outlets, stud stuff like that. They're not walking around in the middle of a room with it because I mean you have to go ahead and understand like what can impact it. So I mean depending on the situation, there's some stuff where I would just never use it. The one thing that a lot of people don't talk about,
I'm
which is
saying in a
what,
properly done situation where you've cut off the electricity, you've given the
I've
motors
done that in the
time
woods.
to purge and so forth.
I've used an EMF detector in the middle of the woods sometimes, and when
But
those things go off, those are crazy.
But my question is, why do we think that ghosts operate on the electromagnetic frequency? Like, you're
the
using
scientific reason. The scientific reasoning is because what most people would consider a soul or an aura is most likely just an electromagnetic field that exists around every human being and every other object. So when
boy, that is a
theory
lot
is,
of assumptions.
I'm just saying the theory is that once the body dies, that electromagnetic field still exists. It's still energy and it moves around, right? So now sometimes it dissipates, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know if there's anything about whether there's control of and how that works or any of that, but I'm just telling you what the theory is that's why we go for electromagnetic energy, is because of that belief in that aura is electromagnetic fields that we have. There's my wife worked at a store. It was a witch bookstore basically, and they had a thing in there where you could take a camera and take a picture of your aura, right? So one day we were there after hours, we're having some fun. I said, well, just take a picture of me and we'll see what happens. So she takes a picture and I have this certain aura. And I say, okay, now take it again. And I'm going to try to make the aura purple. And I focused on it. I tried to do that. And she took the picture and it was purple. Now, I don't know what that means. It could be nothing, but it's still interesting that I can manipulate an electromagnetic field around me. I have belief scientifically that that's a possible thing that could happen. That's not, spirity things like that. There's a scientific basis in it, where that if I can control that electromagnetic field, can I extend it a little bit? Can I do force moving things? Is the belief in like the Taoism within Star Wars, where the force is around us and we can manipulate it. Is that a real thing? It's possible. We just haven't come across it yet, and it could all be just bull. It doesn't mean it's not. But I find it interesting to think about those things and look for possible ways to prove it. But I'm not going to accept it as reality until it is proven. Right? I'm still going to be questioning of it. I'm still going to say this is theory. This isn't. Show me some evidence, and we'll go with that. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah, we had a situation where in season 3, I think it was the first episode of season 3 of my show, The Witching Hour, we went to York, Pennsylvania. York, Pennsylvania is one of the most like downtrodden, murderous cities on the East Coast. And we went to this row home where like every story you would ever want as a ghost hunter was there. Murder, suicides, drug abuse, full body apparitions and stuff like that. We were there for about, I think, 12, 14 hours. And what we saw black mold. What we saw evidence of drug abuse and other stuff. We were there. We did all the experiments we possibly could. And at the end of it, we just straight up said, like, we don't think this place is haunted. I mean, you got to deal with the mold upstairs because if people are seeing stuff, we probably know why. In that episode, I actually have to run to Home Depot to go get respirators. Like, we had a guy, one of our cameramen has asthma, and it was like, this is now a health concern to us. So I try and go into all the situations, every location, and try and point out the obvious. There was one location, it was a winery. The term paranormal tourism has popped up more. You have everyone that's advocating ghost tours and mediums and psychics and stuff at their locations. So this one winery in Virginia wanted to have people come and do overnight ghost tours. So my brother and I look at the history of the area. It's old, but nothing remarkable had happened. Nothing of note. There were no deaths or anything. It had passed between a few families, and now it was just a winery. So we go upstairs, and what the manager, who was going to go ahead and promote all this ghost overnight stuff, was showing us was, hey, when you look at the floor in the attic, people say they see the imprints of a body. So we start walking around the floor, and what we notice, because it was sundown, the windows hitting the floor, we stand at a certain corner of the room. My brother's on the other side. We look at it, and we're like, oh, we think we see an imprint. But then we switch positions, and what we realize is that there was water damage and that the floor was warping. So then we're like, we don't think that's a body imprint. I mean, we see what you're talking about right now, but this is very much obviously water damage. But then the guy's like, no, people will put things on one side of the room and it'll fall to the other side. It's like things are getting thrown, man. So I start looking and I'm like, wait a second, there's something really off here. I grab a mason jar, I put it on one side of the floor, and what does it do? It rolls to the other side of the room and rolls back to the middle. And then we're looking at this guy and we're like, dude, we've been here like 15 minutes. And what you show us is that you have a dangerous attic. So he's like, well, come back and, just do an investigation, then see if you want to film here.
Come back when it's scarier at night.
Come back when it's scarier. So my brother and I are driving back, and we're like, we think they want us to film here and say it's haunted, so then they can use this to go ahead and make money off of it. So we schedule a night to come over, and as it was about 2 hours from where we were living. We're about 15 minutes away from this place, and the manager calls us. He's like, hey, sorry, we can't do this anymore. And by the way, I've been fired. So at that point, we're like, this is bullshit. This is absolutely bullshit. So, I mean, it's how it is, man. I've been to places where it's like complete bunk, but I've been to other places where I've caught extraordinary things that are unexplainable, and I've tried my best to try and, figure out what's happening, and oftentimes the answer isn't obvious.
And it reminds me of the movie 1407, which room 14, where that was his deal. Was he was going around, he was so jaded, but he was going around and trying to say, oh, this place is haunted, because they were giving him free rooms and he was making money off the books, where he would not believe any of it, but he would still say it was. So that sort of thing is out there and happens. So 1408. What did I say 1407 for?
Yeah, 1408.
You were thinking about the prequel.
Yeah, John Cusack.
The prequel.
Yeah, the one before it.
Prequel.
So I love that movie, by the way. It's just it's exceptional fucking movie.
Yeah.
So
I mean, when I
first
started,
Paul?
Sorry, go ahead.
What were you going to say? You had a point, but you never had a chance to say it because they just talked on top of each other. What were you going to say?
That be how it is. No, so at which point I had so many of that happen. No, like
Debunking all of this.
Well, I mean, it's not even that it needs debunking. You just need, if there were anything there to be there, then I would change my position instantaneously. So far, as Rimzo himself put it, I've filmed things that I can't explain, and I search for an explanation. I just don't like, okay, you don't have an explanation. We don't need to backfill that with spooky ghosts.
Do you know what a doppelganger is?
Spangle has 80 of them.
Okay. So you've seen his. I was at a location where in 1975, I think, this guy murdered his sister. It was a rape and murder. It was like one of the worst crimes in Virginia history. It was a horrible situation. And on the property, it was built on an Indian burial ground. There had been a Civil War battle. I think it was the Battle of Cold Harbor. It's in Mechanicsburg. I'm sorry, Meccansville, Virginia. It's outside Meccansville, Virginia. And I mean, just you want to talk about like all the horrible things in the world happening in one place. That place had it. So that's in season 2 of The Witching Hour. We went out there for like a whole day, and it's a 2-story. I'm sorry, it's a 1-story home with a basement, and it's not very big. So we go there, and each time we go to a place, we try and do a pre-investigation. We try and eliminate all those things. Is there mold? Is there anything super obvious? We're trying to just understand the place, especially during the day when we still have light. So as I go into the basement, my brother and one of our cameramen are checking out the bedrooms. So I go down to the basement and I walk back up and I turn behind me and I see my cameraman, Brian Sujanen. And I'm like, I don't remember him going down there with me, or maybe he walked in behind me when I wasn't noticing anything. And he had his camera out in front of him, but he looked weird. Like his eyes weren't moving. It's like he was just moving like this. So he walks up from what seems like he came up the stairs. I had just come up, and he walks through the kitchen and he walks through this door that takes you to the garage. So I'm thinking, oh, he's just like super focused. He just walked past me and he's going into the garage. So I make a left. I take 3 steps into the living room, and I see on the other side of the home, my brother and Brian walking towards me. And I'm like, okay, what the hell just happened? I'm like, Brian, how'd you end up here? The house doesn't do that. You didn't go outside and run around and walk with Ryan. And he's like, Remzo, I've been with your brother the entire time. As clear as I see you, as clear as I see my own hand in front of me, I saw that man walk up the stairs past me into another point of the house for me to take a few steps in the opposite direction and see him coming towards me with my brother. I don't have that on camera. You can believe I'm a total liar, but I'm telling you, it's one of the most fucked up, creepiest things I've ever seen in my life. I am sober. I don't do shit. I was perfectly, in my right mind. That is one of the wildest things I've ever experienced in my life. And I can't explain that. But it happened.
I think what Saul's just trying to say is that there are people who will take that experience and then invent a reason for it, as opposed to just saying, I can't explain it.
Right.
I think that's where his concern is that the people who go, like if you watch Ancient Aliens and they go, could it be that this and this happened and this is why this is an alien, and then they go, okay, so that happened. Now imagine this, and they just start making assumptions on top of assumptions on top of assumptions to build their narrative.
Right.
And it's just a trick they do. So
that's the issue I take, is the narrative building. So you can have that experience, and I'm not going to deny that was your experience. But before we get to the supernatural, we have actual evidence that people hallucinate minor things all the time. And somebody walking past a doorway in a hallway is a minor thing that your brain is perfectly capable of doing. And we know that, have you ever
be
been
careful
sitting, though? I mean, at this point, we have an untestable experience, but we have proven phenomena that we have interactions with all the time that is as equal and valid an explanation as anything paranormal or supernatural.
you also can't make that assumption either, because we don't have evidence of that either. So that's the thing. I'll say stuff to my wife where she says, I see something, and I say, well, I don't, critical take on it. And she immediately thinks, oh, you're trying to say I have brain damage, or I imagined it, or something like that. It's like, no, I'm not saying that. But it's hard to tell somebody, hey, maybe
human
something
being in this call has had the experience of sitting alone in a house, and you think you hear somebody's voice who isn't there. It's a perfectly natural thing.
I don't ever have that. Have you ever had that? I think that's just you, Sculpture. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, I
check
don't
it out.
disagree with I don't disagree with anything you're saying, Paul. I don't. But what I'm telling you is like on a scale of me hearing a voice in my house to me watching somebody, because I tried to talk to him. I'm like, hey, Brian. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, something is off. Like it was not a couple seconds. It's not, I see something out of the corner of my eye. This man is walking past me. I could tell you the color of his clothes. It was like several seconds. It was like him just taking a normal steps, like probably 5-10 feet away from me. And then I walk through a doorway and I see him coming at me. It made me feel like I am in the Twilight Zone. I am experiencing either a mental breakdown or something seriously fucked up has happened.
Or it's a
And it's
flashback.
one of those, yeah. I mean, it's one of
Acid
those
trip.
things. I'm just like, is this guy like, is there like a gas leak? Like I start immediately, like I was mad. I'm like, they're fucking with me.
Yeah.
Like they are pulling the worst prank on me. I have goosebumps on my arm just thinking about it. It is one of the most horrifying experiences of my life.
A couple questions from the audience.
Zikri,
Zikri wants to know, do you recall hearing footsteps which weren't yours? And the other one is, can you drop a link where they can watch your videos?
Yeah, you want me the link, Harry?
Yeah, you can send it to me or put it in the
it's just I'll say it's argosparanormal.com, or you can go to Argos Paranormal on YouTube. We have 3 seasons of The Witching Hour. We have a whole bunch of other content as well. I'll go ahead and pull it up. Yeah, I mean, we have 3 seasons. We actually split season 3, which should be finishing up in January of this year. COVID went ahead and pushed off.
Oh, a second
schedule.
cooler. Okay. So are you expanding season 3 to a full 24 episodes or 26 episodes?
One second, I found it.
Hey,
yeah,
good on you for getting season 2 and 3 out within 8 years. Some productions don't do that.
What was hilarious was season 1 and season 2 were really close. Season 3 was split up because of everything going on with COVID. I mean, that really screwed things up. We also, I mean, we syndicate the show through 17 public access networks, and we did it for free. And that was one of the big things that we wanted to make sure of. In 2017, when we put out the first couple episodes, we were approached by a producer who basically works for the company that owns History, Travel, and Discovery. They're all owned by one company. I think now it's Discovery Warner Brothers. And have you ever heard that show Monster Men on History Channel? It's of those rednecks that are going around trying to find all these like Appalachian Mothman and stuff like that. Yeah. So, and before that show got picked up by History Channel, they pitched it to us as something called Appalachia Horror. And the idea was that we would go and try and check out all these, urban legends and stuff in the mountains of Appalachia. The problem was, though, is that they immediately told us we would be doing it for free, but we can own our likeness, to which I'm like, you're just not going to pay us. It would be scripted, and that we would have no say over the editorial and production process, to which we were like, that's kind of bullshit. That's kind of bullshit on many levels, not just the money, on many levels. It's like, wait a second, scripted. It's like, what we do is real. What we do out of our own pockets. We have to pay to rent these places, to reserve them. We have to pay for our own gas and everything else. We did it purely out of an adventurous spirit. Like it was one of the most fun times of my life because I just went on the spirit of pure adventure because we were encountering just incredible things and having great stories with it. But when I saw that and they were like, so what do you say? Everyone else is going to say yes to this. We were like, fuck you. And then it became that show Monster Men, which was literally the same premise, which was literally the same thing. And I'm like, no, what you see on TV is usually shit.
Yeah. So your the original name was Appalachia Horror.
That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted to pitch it as. And then when it eventually came out, it was Monster Men.
So part of the reason why you passed, I imagine, was because of your past experience as a pimp. It was going to pull you into a bad
game was way later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The pimp game was way chapter later. But yeah, I mean, it's situations like that. Like the reason why the show Ghost Hunters originally got canceled, the two guys that did it, Jason Hawes, who is now on Ghost Hunters on Travel Channel again,
Mhm.
his partner was fabricating evidence, and it was actually the Ghost Hunters team of Taps that called him out and was like, "You're making shit up." So that's why they got pulled off the air for a while. Yeah, that's why they tried to do
Because I was trying to figure out why he left the show.
it was the skinny guy. So
Yeah,
recently they
yeah,
had
it was the
Ghost
skinny with the black
Hunters.
hair. Yeah.
Yes, they had Ghost Hunters and they had Ghost Nation. Ghost Nation had Jason Hawes, half the Taps team, and then Ghost Hunters with the guy who actively also admitted to fabricating stuff. He got Ghost Hunters. So eventually they basically tried to see which show would do better. The guy who made shit up, when he got his second chance, he got canned after one season. They canceled Ghost Hunters and they brought Jason Hawes back to do the fully fledged Ghost Hunters.
Because I saw that. So I was watching that show and I just saw the split, basically, that the two teams kind of separated, and the guys who I liked watching were kind of split on going one or the other.
Yeah,
I never got the background on what that was. That's interesting.
Yeah, the skinny guy who always wore a hat and had the dark hair, he made shit up. Like he brought the paranormal community back like decades in credibility because they captured some like what Ghost Hunters.
Oh, there
was
was some
doing.
great shows. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
there was some
what they
great
were
shows.
doing. Like they're the reason why Tombstone, Arizona, still gets people. Like because all the ghost tours and stuff are why people are going to Tombstone, Arizona. They caught some amazing things there, but it was later on as they wanted to keep sensationalizing it that's where things got really screwed up. Like Zach Baggins, a lot of the locations that we went
I was about to ask you about Zach Baggins and Demon House and
here's
stuff.
here's the weird
I've
thing.
been in there, so go for it.
This whole Zach Baggins thing is weird because a lot of the locations that we went to in season 3 and season 2 of The Witching Hour are locations that you'll see on either Ghost Adventures or Kindred Spirits, which is also a show I'm kind of iffy on. But with Zach Baggins, like I've had people say that he straight up will tell people go knock on walls and stuff like that. I also have met some people that say the whole thing is legitimate. I don't know. What does make me think that Zach Baggins might be authentic is the situation that occurred in Indiana in 2013, the Demon House. And the only reason why I'm somewhat convinced of that is because there's so much public record as to the events that he claimed occurred, which is stuff you can't dispute. And Billy Hollowell from The Blaze wrote a book called Playing with Fire, which is all about a objective reporter's perspective investigating paranormal claims. And a majority of the book takes place in the Indiana Demon House. And he did a lot of independent research apart from what Zach Baggins did for his 2018 documentary Demon House, which is available online and stuff like that. So he came to the conclusion that a lot of the events that took place in that situation of the two families that lived in the home were in fact real. Around the same time that Zach Baggins was also coming to the same claims. So it's one of the situations where it's like he's either complete bullshit or he's completely real or it's something in the middle. But I've also never met him. I've never met anyone on his team. I just know from some of the people at the locations we've done that it's always a mixed bag. But if it's on Travel Channel, if it's on History, if it's on Discovery, I have a really hard time believing it just because of how they approached us.
So you're saying like the what is it, the Skinwalker Ranch show?
So funny thing about Skinwalker Ranch, I've met several of the people that were working for that company, that private aerospace defense company that contracted people out there. Chris Bartell was a former Air Force security guard. Air Force security forces guy who later became a private military contractor. I had him on an episode of On the Run in 2020, and a lot of the Skinwalker Ranch claims are basically proven. But here's the weird thing about it. They'll be like, yes, we saw a series of orbs in the sky that moved in a pattern. We saw it, but the government's not going to say those were aliens. They're just saying that the phenomenon which occurred did occur. The Skinwalker stuff, I mean, that stuff goes back centuries, and you're almost dealing entirely with what the Native American population believes.
I wouldn't worry about it though.
It's a lot of weird shit, man. It's a lot of weird shit at Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, we do have a question from the audience. They want to know if you know of mindseed.tv, and if you do, what are your thoughts on them?
I think they've captured some cool stuff, but there are some videos where I think I don't agree with some of the evidence that they capture. Like, for example, there was one video titled Absolute Proof of Ghosts. And what they say is when you look at this like floor vent, that you see an arm reaching across. Now they say, oh, it's a definitive arm. You absolutely can 100% make it out. I've seen that video in the highest resolution. And while I can say, yeah, you see something, I don't believe that's an arm. So I think that they have captured some stuff that, you know, at least from an outside observer, because I always have multiple cameras on places. I always try and make sure we have as much evidence as possible before we jump to a claim. I think they have some of that. But there are a lot of claims that they make where they're going off of just their experience at the time. Oh, somebody touched me. Oh, do you see that light in the window? And it's like, I don't see it. So I think they have some good stuff, but I also think sometimes they go a bit too far with claiming things are certain.
It's first I've heard of Mindseed. I do like I do enjoy like the Skinwalker Ranch. I watched it. Some of the stuff was like I felt it was very sensationalized because like some moment like some things can happen, the next moment some others.
Jason Stapleton was on a show called The Tesla Files, and a bunch of the people that he was on the show with, like the NASA rocket scientist, you know, guy and stuff like that. They're on the show Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch, and like they're real people. Like the guy that's on both of those shows is a legit rocket scientist and stuff like that. Like he's a Harvard professor. So like a lot of the stuff that they do, like some of it is for the show to fill episodes, but in terms of a lot of the evidence that they captured and a lot of the stuff that has, you know, a lot of things that they went out to try and revalidate, like Skinwalker Ranch is weird, man. Because you're dealing with layers and layers of stuff. You're dealing with paranormal. You're dealing with cryptids. You're dealing with aliens. You're dealing
I
with
won't watch
other
it. Too
dimensions.
scary. No,
It
thanks.
is wild.
It's just layers and layers of stuff.
Yeah. I'd love to go there and investigate for a while. I mean, Chris Bartel, who I had on the show, he lived on the property. He's one of the few individuals allowed to live on the property. And his job was basically make sure people weren't going in and, you know, like doing drugs. They had a cartel problem at one point. Cartels were trying to get through. They stopped that. But like his job was to live there and document things. And the reason why I got in touch with him is because the director of the art department at the University of Baltimore, University of Maryland, reached out to me because they were going to be the first university to open an art gallery based off his photographs. And one of the photographs in a series that they have, which is online, I'll try and link to the episode we did where I have all the notes in there. You basically see these footprints that go from what looks like an average wolf print to something that's larger and looks almost human. Now, could he be lying? Absolutely. But they went ahead and they put this man on every test imaginable. They polygraphed him. They had satellite imagery try and debunk him. Like they tried to make it as difficult as possible for him to lie about it. And it's just there. So it's one of the situations where you either believe it or you don't, but it's gaining traction. And why that episode was so important, that was one of my highest rated episodes in 2020, is because for the first time ever, you have a university where a major department is taking an interest in something which is otherwise a pseudoscience. And it was, you know, that's why I love this stuff, man. It's crazy. It's fun. You don't always get an answer, but there's a reason why we ask these questions.
Yeah. Now this has gotten to the more, you know, at least we haven't hit the Lovecraft stuff yet, so it's fine.
This is the you know, the witching hour type thing. So we're timed it just right. So this is the time for You remember there was a show in Indiana called Sunday Night Live back when I was growing up, and that was always
No, we
the
don't
best
remember.
Mm-mm.
show. On Q95, and a guy hosted it. It was like I think it was an hour or 2 hours, or whatever, and he would just talk about like the House of Blue Lights and the silos that were hidden around the city and all kinds of weird things like that. And it was a lot of fun to listen to. It was kind of like a local Hoosier version of Coast to Coast without as much crazy associated with it. It was just more kind of fun and spooky type fun.
I love listening to Coast. I like because I was listening to them all the time because back in the 90s and early aughts, I was in dial-up internet. So, what's the best time to use the dial-up if you've got 4 sisters? At night when everyone's asleep. So, you're up at
I
midnight.
used to work second shift and get off work, and it was late, and I'm like, driving around at 3 or 4 in the morning, and Coast to Coast was on the radio, so you listen to it. It's fun.
Yep. That's what. So it's like, how'd you get the dance music? To be perfectly honest, it's like when you're up at midnight and you need to listen to music in the 90s, and because you really couldn't stream music because I needed all the bandwidth I needed to get the websites, So I turn the radio on, so you're getting Coast and Coast or dance rave music. At least where I was, So
What's funny is that Coast to Coast took over the spot that used to be like Larry King or something on
Also used to be
radio.
Art
So.
Bells.
yeah,
Art Bell was the one that started it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Nori took over.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
There was, I've heard a lot of fun stuff on that show, but it's like a lot of it's kind of wacky. But it's about a guy at
So Remza, what's your
Area
opinion on the
51 or
bloop
something?
sound?
What was that, Harry?
What is your opinion on the bloop sound? You ever heard of that? The undersea bloop sound that the Navy heard? It's not a grader. It's like
Here's all I have to say. I think it's weird that we know more about outer space than we do our own oceans.
Mhm.
And that bloop sound, which they caught in like some like continental tectonic plate divide. I mean that's just weird. I just don't know. Now here's my absolutely no evidence assumption. I believe there's shit alive down there that we don't even know about. Like every year we're encountering like new new types of fish that we thought died off with the dinosaurs. So like I believe that what they caught was real, but at the same time it's like there's just like you're telling me we spent billions of dollars on that shit and the most they can say is we don't know.
We don't know.
Like, really? Go follow that shit
heard a
down.
sound. Could be anything.
Yeah,
Could be
what-
anything.
But there's
I
so
know.
much stuff. Yeah, there's so much stuff that we don't know about in the ocean. It's
the ocean, Antarctica. Because you can't go past
they used
the
to
ice wall.
think the giant squids weren't a thing until they were a thing, and they found one, and it's like, okay, now.
Yeah, these are a thing. Yeah.
I
I mean,
it's
or
really-
it could have been Pacific Rim. I mean, it could have been the start of that too, right? So,
Kaijus.
what bothers me is that the media doesn't spend enough time talking about the number of UFO sightings that have been seen not only over military installations throughout the country, but also through power grids near major cities. And in 2020, when the Department of the Navy went ahead and said that the Tic Tac video, which was caught by Commander David Shraver, who was like a 25, 30-year fighter pilot with one of the most elite, F-22 jet squadrons in the Navy, when they went ahead and caught that footage that was leaked by the New York Times in 2017, like everyone was like, oh, that's just bullshit. But when the Navy was like, no, it's real, that really freaked me out, because in that video, what you see that flying object go into the ocean and it comes back out, and it goes in again and it comes back out. And they were almost about to dogfight this thing for about 8 minutes. And you hear the pilots in the recordings, they're freaking out. They're like, this thing is moving in directions that no aircraft that we've ever flown or combat tested against moves. So the Department of the Navy comes out. They don't say it's aliens, but what they do say is that was real. Some of the other accounts that we also have declassified are real. And what we do know is that this technology is not bounded by the laws of physics, and it does not appear to be man-made. that freaks me out, because if you assume it's aliens, then we're fucked. But what if it's North Korea? What if it's China? Because this stuff is in the mainland. This stuff is messing around with our own aircraft. Like on a national security front, that should be freaking people out. That's why I liked Harry Reid in this one area. And ironically, Marco Rubio has also, no, this sounds weird, but seriously, Harry Reid was the one guy who tried to declassify a bunch of stuff on Area 51, the Phoenix lights, the Nevada lights, and a bunch of stuff. And Harry Reid was getting blackballed. So Harry Reid, as civilian Reid, was actually leading a lot of lobbying efforts to get the government to declassify a lot of the UFO information. Then Harry Reid dies, and who ends up strangely picking up the fight? Marco Rubio. So if people want to find one bipartisan issue where we can all say, like, this shit affects us all and stuff can go south real fast, whether it's man-made or extraterrestrial, it's the UFO issue.
Yeah, another good one is the triangles, the 3 lights that were frequently
Phoenix lights,
seen over Tinley Park, Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, those have
too
been
far
caught
from where you
in
guys are, I
multiple
guess.
places. Those have been caught in Brazil as well.
The TikTok video is it's a bird. Those lights, those are weather balloons. With
my thing is, I think a lot of this stuff is similar to the things that we saw UFO stuff when we were testing stealth fighters and things like that. Could just be new technology that we are not letting anybody know about. It's very hidden. Even people in the Navy don't know about it. It's going to be very, very highly classified. Could be doing this stuff, but we don't know. I mean, there's no way to.
And maybe they're just showing us to see what we do. Not that would ever happen.
Yeah, I mean, what was that one stealth bomber plane that's kind of like a wedge in the sky? Like my
the B-2, I think it was.
Yeah, the B-2 stealth bomber.
B-2 and the F-117.
I grew up in a town called Sierra Vista, Arizona, outside of Fort Huachuca, near David Montes Air Force Base, where they were testing that thing. So people had been talking about the wedges in the sky for a while. So when the B-52 was released, I think in 2003, it was shortly after the invasion of Iraq. That's when everyone was suddenly like, "Oh, it was that thing." So it could absolutely be something.
Them just hovering a mile over our head, and we have no idea.
It's weird shit.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. If we have that technology, it'd be cool to have, right? I mean, but hover technology is something that I know that people are working on. There's no doubt in my mind at that. So it could be something along that lines. I mean, the idea of a UFO or a flying saucer is not something that people who are scientists aren't sitting around going, I wonder if we could do that. They're thinking about that stuff. They're trying it out. I mean, Nazi Germany was trying that stuff out, back in the 40s. So it's not like it's out of the realm that people are looking into this and maybe getting a breakthrough here and there. And they're going to be classified under government contracts and stuff like that. So
yeah,
that puts an extra area dangerous on it. So
yeah. I mean, it could be a lot of things, but my thing is, like, if we're saying to the public that this is not us, and that, yeah, you saw that over the power grid, you saw that over your city, that's a massive, massive national security issue. That impacts everybody. So it's like either take accountability for it or admit that we have a problem.
Illinois
so it could be manipulation
and all that kind of stuff too. You're kind of up in us if you're doing that. Yeah,
it could be manipulation where they're trying to get people scared, but it also could be that the Navy genuinely doesn't think that this is anything man-made, where a secret group of Air Force people are sitting on inside this hangar doing all this stuff and not telling about it. So
I hope so.
I hope that's the outcome.
I mean, my thought on the aliens, though, is I understand the difficulties of interspace travel and the physics and science and everything behind it. And I just have a hard time believing that, I accept fully that there are other aliens on other planets out there in the universe, but traveling from one to the other is going to be so difficult, nearly impossible. I just don't see it being a common occurrence. That would have to be for the number of sightings that we're associating with that.
And they come here exclusively to be seen by drunk rednecks and to molest your cattle.
Or molest you.
Bro, they love milk, man. No matter where it's from.
Yeah, they love the milk.
That Midwestern milk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just be careful. They may milk you. Okay.
Hey, Harry, did somebody have a question about Skinwalker
We'll make another
Ranch?
show, Harry. It's okay.
They were saying that it was interesting.
Photographs of Skinwalker Ranch.
You can read it out loud. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, the
We're a
photographs
real
from
live show,
Skinwalker-
like to the
yeah.
fake live shows.
The photographs from Skinwalker Ranch being of interest to university was the first time pseudoscience was taken seriously, and now we have the Galileo Project looking into UAP. Exactly, and think about UAP. Why do they call it UAP? It's because UFO had such a stigma. Now it's unidentified aerial phenomenon. They had to
Yeah.
actually change the verbiage because they don't want to be the UFO people. No, we're talking about UAPs. UAPs are real.
Well,
But
I
it's not the first time that pseudoscience.
Go ahead.
Not the first time pseudoscience has been taken seriously, because eugenics was pseudoscience, and it was taken seriously for many years in the early hundreds. So
We have an entire multi-billion-dollar industries that are pseudoscience, and people pay into them every single day. So, but
The chiropractors alone, Paul.
I'm gonna
yeah, but
I
see,
wasn't
here's the
going
thing.
to call
People are
people
paying into that. People are paying into that because it's fun to them. Not much different than us paying into video games and media.
You're right. You're right.
I can't really
I'm gonna
fault
go
them on
dilute.
that.
I'm gonna dilute my aspirin later, so it triples its strength.
What were you gonna say earlier, Jackie?
That they changed the verbiage around UFOs. I remember so I'm 40-ish, and when I was a kid, it was those are aliens. And then maybe like 20 years ago, it was like that's just unidentified. We just don't know what that is, and it suddenly became okay to say we don't know what that is. Versus, when I was like, that's aliens. You can't talk about that. That's weird. And then now we can
Well, I
talk about
grew
that
up-
because we don't know what it is.
When I was growing up, and I was just to get in my teens, I think there was probably a little older than everybody here. There was a show on called Project Blue Book, right? Kind of an interesting show where they would follow around. It was kind of like X-Files before the X-Files, but it was based off of actual investigations that were done by the Air Force during this Project Blue Book phase, where they were going out and trying to figure out what was going on with these, unidentified aerial phenomena. So
Right.
that was an actual thing that the Air Force was doing, though, back in the 70s, because it was a national security thing. They didn't know where the stuff was coming from. So there's always been a contingent inside the military who are trying to find out what all this stuff is, because they don't want to be caught off guard in defending the country from somebody. They don't want an Independence Day coming down where we're just like, we didn't know they were here, and all of a sudden they're here. And so, but that was a really cool show it ran for a couple seasons. But that Project Blue Book lasted for a long time inside of the Air Force before it finally got shut down for budget stuff, I think.
What's weird about Project Blue Book is Project Blue Book happens almost, I think, 1956 until the very late 70s. And what ended up happening was the Pentagon was just like, you're not getting us the results that we want. There was a lot of internal, political dispute as well. And what you see is that the military specifically has compartmentalized the same program under different names of different people. Because what they started to think, and it's usually within the realm of the Air Force or the Navy, was these people sucked. We've given them too much time and money. Tell them the program is done, because if we just replace them, then they'll go around complaining about it, getting involved. We'll just go ahead and operate without them even thinking that it's existing. There was another program that came out for about 5-6 years after that. And now, decades later, there's an office within the Pentagon that specifically deals with the UAP phenomenon. And it has a whole name. Now I think it's under Space Force, which is also really weird, because that was one of the first major departments of Space Force that they went ahead and developed, was the UAP division. And it's got a more government name, but it's basically that. When I was in the military, I had a friend who was active duty Army, and he worked for the Watch in the Pentagon. And this was under, I think, the National Counterterrorism Center or something like that. And I asked him about that. I'm like, you're seeing all the footage. You're seeing all the stuff. It's like S.H.I.E.L.D. from Marvel with all the screens and stuff. It's like, you see all of that. Have you ever seen a UAP? And I would just be like, have you ever seen a UFO? Has it ever happened? He's like, dude, I've seen it. Everyone here has seen it. The thing is, we just don't report it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, did you ever see Men in Black? at the end of the movie when Agent K is asking Will Smith to neuralize him, wipe his memory so he could live a normal life. And Will Smith is like, hey, man, like, what happens the next time a giant alien is like pointing a laser at us or something? And Agent K is like, that's the thing, man. There's always a threat. There's always another alien pointing a gun at us or something. He's like, it's basically that. You just have to accept it. You can't bring it up every time it happens. And if you do, you're going to get laughed at, because by the time you notice it, you could show them the footage and they're just going to be like, yeah, what makes us different than the last dozen we got? It's not worth it. Just that's crazy to think about.
Well, they did. You saw that that one agency intelligence does intelligence for any kind of stuff like that. They changed their logo and added a UFO in there. Did you see that, Remza?
Yeah. That was under Space Force as well, where you see all the stuff going. Yeah, this video is from 2017. This is a Suicide Bridge in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have sorry, I've been watching some of their videos.
Oh my god.
It's pretty good stuff. I recommend going over to go over there and watching some.
He's been watching it in the background this whole time.
Like, what the fuck does he do for fun?
I know. I'm sorry. I just didn't didn't know.
You rabbit holed unintentionally.
Well, I do.
Dude,
I like this type of stuff. Like I said, I look at ARGs and stuff like this. So this is right up my alley.
It's definitely one of those things. If you experience it, your reality will shift.
Yeah.
And if you're curious, you're curious. And
I was waiting for Remzo to fall into
day.
the back rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for Remzo to fall into the back rooms and we never see him again.
I don't know if anyone wanted McDonald's aircraft. Okay. All right.
Man, as long as it plays that I'm loving it when it bombs people, I'm down.
No, but right now I'm starting to crave White Castle for something.
That's because it's late night. That's
whoa. We're talking about civilian Air Force, not actually dropping bombs and gassing people. So
like
White Castle would cause you to.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he can get White Castle at home with the White Castle pizza rolls.
Yeah. Oh god.
That disgusting abomination of man.
It's one of my dreams to try to get the whole group in a car and me sneakily eating White Castle and just.
There's no sneaking White Castle. There is a
lock the windows, get on the highway.
See, here's the thing: is right now they brought back the ghost cheese, the ghost pepper cheese, and I'm hooked on that stuff. So,
well,
sorry,
I'm not rolling over to that county.
White Castle pizza rolls.
Exists.
What the fuck?
Yes, that's a thing that exists. I found that at the grocery store. It's
just because you can does not mean you should.
Oh, I agree. They don't just have; they have both cheeseburger and regular hamburger White Castle. It's disgusting. It's filthy.
But I mean, with the show
Fine,
and everything, it's been years of my life. I still do stuff, not on camera, but I still go to places, I still meet with people, I still pursue this because I've always found it fun. I've always found it fascinating. And I mean, just in 2017, remember, I just graduated from Liberty University. And when I started this, I was doing it to debunk everything. And since then, everything just went off on a giant crazy course. I've done stuff with pagans, witches, full-on atheists, Catholic priests, demonologists. I've gone into places where horrible atrocities have been, where, just the craziest stories you can imagine people have experienced. And what it's taught me is that, we try and find answers to everything. But what's frustrating, and this is what I had to come to terms with, is you can do everything perfectly. You can do everything exactly how you need to, but some phenomenons will just continue to occur with or without your permission. And when you accept that, you begin to understand that life is full of things that maybe 50 years from now, technology will become so advanced, they'll scroll through all my footage and all my evidence and find all the answers. I fully accept that. But there's a reason why throughout human history, we've constantly been obsessed with these things. And I've always been fascinated by the scientists I've spoken to from University of Virginia, from George Mason University, from other places who are looking into this parapsychology. I mean, it's something that people are really starting to understand. And strangely, the pandemic in 2020, a lot more people got fascinated in this. And I don't go anywhere where people know about what I did and they try and come at me. They're like, "Oh, you're lying. Oh, you made stuff up." What's funny is I'll get people who are like, "Oh, I don't really believe this, but let me tell you about that one time. That one time this thing happened that was insane that I can't explain, but it was real to me." And I think everyone has those experiences at some point in their life. And because of that, I've always found that it's part of my personal calling to try and explore those things. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's fair.
Let's see.
I love it. That's great.
Thanks.
Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, it's part of the supernatural.
Are you
aspect of it.
trying to dismiss him, Jackie? Like, thanks for
No,
popping
not
in.
at all. No, not at all. I'm just trying. I'm trying to dismiss myself. Just
I'm gonna link it to that weeb shit for a minute.
Oh, so go completely off topic and just
no,
a small
it's
minor thing
based
that
roughly on what he's talking about. Is
no,
that
I just want to.
what are you gonna say?
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong, Randall?
No, if you got something that's related, go ahead and go for it. I got something that's going to take us in a different direction.
Well, I will say this: like, guys, we've made it 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It is after midnight.
Okay.
Four
Yeah.
more.
All we need is like to keep
I'm
this.
still here.
Yeah,
I still got stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
For every bit that gets donated, we'll go another hour.
Paul,
The
drop 10.
there's
Every
the bridge to Crimea is on fire. I just wanted people to know.
Oh,
what?
Fun.
Seriously?
What?
Oh my God.
But
Everyone's like,
Russia
hold
says it's a fuel truck that caught on fire, but everything's fine. And other people are saying, did Ukraine get a missile somewhere to that point? And what's going on? So
the thing is, they've had the capability to reach out and touch that for months now with the HIMARS systems. If they have decided now is go time, then it's go time.
So here's how UFOs could bring about world peace if they're run and operated by the government. Think about it. If you went ahead, especially in the situation right now with like Ukraine and Russia, if you went ahead and said, "Hey guys, you can keep doing your thing," but a UFO went ahead and bombed a US aircraft carrier and it bombed a Chinese aircraft carrier, you could go ahead and use a false flag alien attack to go ahead and bring the world together.
Are you Watchmen? Are you doing a Watchmen?
yeah, you say this is a Watchmen, isn't it?
So here's the thing about the Watchmen. There was a guy named William Cooper. He was Alex Jones before Alex Jones. And William Cooper said in the 70s that the U.S. had a plan to basically use a false flag alien attack. And 15 years later, no, he said that in the 60s. So 15 years later, when Watchmen came out, and Ozymandias uses the giant mind squids that he created to go ahead and attack Moscow and New York City and London and Paris. I'm not saying that our government would do that, but I would totally not buy the first, we have an alien attack way, way out in the ocean, and it attacked us and it attacked the Chinese. And now we're pulling together all our resources. Yeah, like look, and all the survivors, and look, there's a note that says, "This is the aliens. Fuck you, your freedoms." Like
we found some passports.
Yeah, like there's some strange shit that I think they would actually do it, and what's crazy is people would believe them.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I can tell that.
I mean, did you not see? Like,
I really can.
Most of our media is just fear mongering in general. So, I mean, once you can fear monger to one target,
Yeah.
they're gonna get what they want. I mean, Ozymandias, while he was unethical, he was technically right when he did it.
But people have to be told the truth.
Yes.
Do
Yes.
it now.
Steve Jobs died of ligma.
Thank you.
Who's Steve Jobs? Oh god.
Oh god, it was awful.
Says one of my
So if
favorite
an alien
comic.
So,
attack happens within the next month or so, I totally called it.
Yeah, so I missed it up because like I did have I had Casper going on in the background, what you guys did. Oh no. Oh no.
Is that the bridge?
Yeah,
It's the bridge. The bridge. Yeah, the Russian
That-
military has been using the
Do we even know
railroad
that's
portion
really-
of that bridge to pass arms back.
that could be
So-
Key West. That could be Florida.
No,
Well, it's from a Russian website. If you look here, this is all in Russian on that page. It's multiple videos.
I can't really connect this page up.
Zelensky be like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
It's like if our tax, it's like fine, you can be part of Russia, but our taxes paid for that bridge. Boom. Build your own.
Build back better, baby.
Oh man, that's a.
Oh my, look at the time. It's high Mars o'clock.
I know.
Now, how long is it going to be before we get a rescheduled marijuana?
Oh, it really depends.
Well, okay,
Oh,
it'll
we
be
pardoned.
just the same.
We have federal
as-
pardons. It's coming.
It'll probably be 2024, right around September or October, right? That's going to happen.
Mhm.
But here's the thing, Reinhold. It's going to be rolled out the same way that the student loan forgiveness has been rolled back. I mean, out. It hasn't been rolled back. No, we're still doing that.
We're still doing that, but on to certain.
I
people
know
with
that I'm
certain
getting
levels.
screwed on the thing. So
You know what's
I
hilarious?
want 20 grand taken off my student loans would be nice, but I know that there's going to be some reason why I don't qualify. So
I will say this: like the little pittance of student loans that I have that I just have been tossed around and really done nothing with because I was floating stuff. You know, it's I qualify.
that's what happens, right? You start floating that stuff around, thinking I'll get to it later, and next thing you know, they start taking that interest and recapitalizing it into the balance, into the original
right,
balance,
well,
and your
I can
balance
pay-
gets bigger.
I can pay it off right now. I can pay it off right now.
See, Reinhold, the reason
Well, I could
you
probably
don't
pay mine off, but I mean, I would
pay it
be
off right
in
now.
bad
I can-
shape,
I
but
can-
I can do it.
I gotta
can.
run to something early in the morning. It was great being on. Appreciate y'all.
all right.
Oh, thanks. We
Take it
appreciate
easy,
it.
Ron,
We should
Very
come
glad
back,
you were here.
know?
Thank you.
Very
Yeah.
interesting conversation.
Yeah.
See, Reinhold, the reason you
Hold
don't get the student loan forgiveness is because you had that 7% interest
Yeah.
when
screw
you were younger. It's the
Well,
trade
and
off.
the worst part is that the parts of my student loans that were for DeVry. DeVry, they say anybody who went to DeVry gets their student loans forgiven, except anybody past this date backwards because it's statute of limitations. So
Mm.
I still have to pay mine.
Yep, that 7% really bites you in the ass.
Yeah, take that, take that, right home. I do know,
was
like,
8.
so I took
Fine.
I took some of the money out of my emergency fund and just invested it into my bank, and I've made more money off of from dividends in the last year and a half than I've ever made. And it wasn't like I took the entire emergency, but I took like $1,000 out. I was like, I'm gonna put $1,000 here, and I'm like, this $1,000 here of this share of my bank is making more than this 15,000 sitting here in the savings
I
account.
cannot
This is
wait.
stupid.
I can't wait to have a full share of that. I'm still at 0.85.
It's great. It's great when it just goes like dividends. Here's $10. I'm like, sweet.
I'm surprised you're not like further invested, like getting a
Because
full.
it's technically risk. I could lose a lot of money. It's not
You could,
insured.
but
it could go
also-
away.
But it's
Banks are too big to fail.
right, and this is a national
Yeah.
advertise on TV chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, bro, come on. I mean, it's not like you invested into some like crypto scam or something. This isn't that.
No,
It's-
the QQRs or whatever the hell they are, like the ape eating lollipops. That's real big around the libertarian circles right now.
QQLs is a form of mutual fund purchasing. It's not crypto stuff. So.
Okay, but they're symbolized by crypto lollipops, right? And then the monkey eats them, and Tyler Hobbs takes over everything.
Or Hobbs for president, man. I don't know what to say about that. Make him president.
Man. That's the you guys gotta write him in.
So a certain group tries for 4 years to take over, and within 4 months they get taken over. Can't explain that. Must be ghosts.
Must be ghosts.
Oh my god!
So we'll
Ghosts
see
in the
if
machine.
you dilute the party, it makes it stronger. See, dilute the message, Paul. Okay, you dilute the message, it makes it stronger.
Reinhold, they aren't called machines; they're called shells. Come on.
Obviously, the national committee just has ghosts in their blood, and they need to do cocaine about it.
Yeah. Well, see, what the thing is, I don't think they actually will change the schedule of marijuana. I think this is just a ploy to get people to vote for. It's the midterm ploy. It's not going to move anything. They're not going to.
I gotta hit.
No,
You gotta
but
hit the
you
blue
understand.
button.
Here's the thing.
Because
people can cynically say that politicians are doing things and they're only doing it to get votes. Well, why the fuck do politicians do anything to get votes? So all we have to do is let them know that that's what we want them to do, and they will do it.
Okay.
It's a simple thing.
All right. So now what I was going to say, Ryan, they're just doing this, right? To try to attract votes, but they won't actually move it. It's just going to tease. They're going to just pardon a few.
Well, they lost.
Minor
They can't do that because it will burn.
Even
They know it's going to burn back on them when it comes to 2024. They're not giving up 2024 to try to minimize the losses in 2022.
Reinhold, you're
That's
thinking
stupid.
too small. They're gonna edge you until 2025. Then they're gonna pull the rug out from underneath.
They're gonna slow stroke you, and you aren't going to.
Here's the thing: society is going around them anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm just saying.
Well, no,
That's
it
the thing.
matters a lot for
They're
people
going to
that are
have to.
actually trying to conduct these businesses. It matters a lot.
Well, I know. I mean, my wife needs my wife is surviving cancer. There's a certain thing that would help her a lot. We live in a state that makes it illegal. So, I have a choice to make. Do I break the law or do I let her suffer? So, guess which I do.
The legal
drive to Illinois and live like a normal
always the
person
legal
for a few
thing.
hours.
I'm always legal. And anybody listening, I've never broken the law.
Trust your government. That's what I do
in Minecraft.
The worst part about the whole thing is when she's fighting for her life, she just had the surgery that radically changed her body and everything, and she's dealing with the chemo, and she's having trouble keeping food down. And they say that's the biggest issue, right? So she asked the doctor, what about marijuana? And he had to turn away and ignore her and not answer her, or else he could have got caught giving out advice and lost his license if she was like pretending or whatever, So that's the weirdest crap. This is something that could save her life. And everybody's so freaking bent out of shape about it for no reason other than some propaganda from William Hearst back in the 30s that they're going to try and say no to that. It's so frustrating.
Yes, it is. It's completely frustrating.
And she's got chronic pain now because she lost part of her foot and all the other stuff that she's dealing with. And there's a certain drug that would help her with pain relief, but no, she has to be on what? Hydrocodone. Well, there's a problem with that now, isn't there? Yeah, they'd rather have her on the hydrocodone than marijuana. What sense does that make?
Well, they're both Schedule 1, so.
What?
Oh, no. Hydrocodone Schedule 2, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
It's Schedule 2.
I apologize.
I'm just saying.
I I won't
And
know
here's the
how.
thing,
I
they
won't
can make it-
mention
they can
how
make
I
it
know that,
federally
but it's
legal.
definitely scheduled to.
They can make it federally legal for marijuana. They can schedule it to 2. They
Mhm.
can make it completely legal. Indiana will
They can
still
keep
keep it
Adderall and
illegal
benzodiazepine
as
schedule
long as
3.
they can.
Yeah.
I just want to buy beer before noon on Sunday.
Just be glad you can buy beer on Sunday at all now.
That's true. That's true.
Harry,
I can't buy a car on Sunday because, oh my God, I might sign a contract on the Holy of Days. State, man, I tell you. If it wasn't for all the good stuff about this state, man, this bad stuff really makes me want to wonder about that, whether it's worth it or not.
the low cost of living. Really,
I know the low
that much of a
cost of
trade-off.
living,
It's
it
like
does
when
get
you
you.
realize people are making minimum wage at like $13 an hour other places, and you realize they're living 10 times worse than somebody making the $9.50 in Indiana.
That's what I tell people. Is like it's really hard to like talk to people like wage and how people live when you're like, well, like all right, I see that's where in like your city outside of, but like here in Indiana, we're kind of in a bubble. Just like it's like, well, how did your homeless? Like, well, most of our homeless here in Indiana, most of them either have mental issues and need care. They're not really homeless because they can't afford housing, and that's why that's such a like bubble. And then it's the big, and that's one of our big issues because we just can't give them the mental care that they need. That's why it keeps happening, because and that's why like those is bad for like the panhandlers down there in the circle. You give them cash, it's don't do that. Just it's attracting the worst scammers. The people who actually need the money, the actual homeless
Most of the people
with mental issues, they aren't getting that money.
Most of the people who are at the exits of interstates, panhandling, that's a business.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's territory. You don't take over somebody else's territory. People are making money doing that. They're not homeless people actually needing help.
Yeah, they walk a block away from the major intersection and get in a car that's nicer than my house.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And if you don't believe that, like if you said like that's not true, I want to help these people out.
Oh no, Chicago, they sell the socks. They have truckloads of the one packet of free socks, and then somehow these dudes have like a whole truck of free socks. And you're paying $10 because they're pretty nice.
Yeah. And if you don't believe it, like the gas station attendant that's at that corner that they go through to poop all day, they know exactly who these people are. They know how much money you got. You don't think it's real? Go ask someone that's in the area. And I see that person every freaking day. They will tell you. Okay. So, like we're not heartless bastards. Like a lot of us here volunteer our time. We're trying to help people out. But VC does it. He's actually the heartless bastard. VC is. He's over there.
No. Like I will take that mantle because one of the things that irritates me about it is the fraud inherent in that sort of shit. If I were a cop, okay, I have a picture of your sign and it says homeless vet. Okay. Well, when I follow you to your home, I'm going to arrest you for fraud.
I feel a little twitchy about the free socks. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'd rather see him selling crack or something than the free socks that my baby daddy paid for working 12 hours. All of a sudden, I'm voting for Dave Smith.
I would like to point out that we actually have a viewer that really enjoyed this episode.
Yeah, Harry. We have one. Read the chat.
Just realized this is easily the most entertaining podcast type content I've watched, listened to. I don't go out of my way to consume podcast media, so this is a pleasant experience. Well, thanks, Z Cree. Thank you.
This isn't a podcast. This is a family. It's a family reunion.
Yeah, I appreciate it. This is probably
he is admitting that he has a limited experience to draw from to say that we're this.
Brad, stop.
He said he doesn't go out of his way to find podcasts. There's a difference.
Yeah, it's my job to shit on things, and I'm not gonna shit on Zekri because Harry's already done that.
I'm strictly satire.
Shit on Z3. Okay. All right. But anyways, no. Like I will say, this is probably like different than anything else on the network because that's the idea of the show. I just want it to be like more of a talking show, a little bit more just wiggly wobbly terms and not get too muddled down in politics, talk pop culture, what's going on in people's lives. So like the whole like so we just
who else is talking about the level of the variation of things that we're talking about in the last 4 hours? and
Yeah,
a half hours.
The wokeness
had-
of She-Hulk.
Yeah, we had the Rimzo paranormal hour. We had the Spangle takes over the show and shits on us for
I
half
know,
an
right?
hour, and then talks politics for another half.
We
an
had
hour.
we had the Hody watch where he never showed up. We have the Jeremiah was there at the beginning.
We had the
right?
Jeremiah opening,
Ross
and
Hogg.
then we had my diatribe about Marvel.
Yeah, that's the other thing with Spangle. He came in and made fun of us, and then stayed. If we didn't kick him out, we didn't kick him out, he'd still be here talking. Okay.
Even Christy approved of that, by the way. I'm just gonna say.
It didn't happen, anyways.
Oh, and Brian asked if he could come on the show, and we told him yes, but he never responded and never shut up.
He claims he
never
has
saw
a
the
headache. He has a headache.
That
No,
and
no,
he
no.
I
was-
had a headache. I'm here. I
Wolgemuth.
got revived. I'm revived.
Not that Brian, the other Brian Wolgemuth.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
that Brian. It's okay. He probably fell asleep.
See,
watching
we're just lucky.
The one
we
that
did
actually talks to us a lot.
So
we're just lucky we did the whole Marvel talk before Rimzo got here, because we'd still probably be talking about Marvel.
Yeah.
yeah.
Of course, Hody said
We
he was
could have got
gonna
him
be
on
here.
next. We should have got him on She-Hulk. I didn't think about asking about that.
Yeah. Hody said he would come. It would have been great to have Hody. I
well,
don't even know why
I was
Hody's
looking
here. What
forward
is
to
it,
that.
like 9 his time right now? He's probably done with dinner. You know.
Utah, so yeah, that'd be about.
see,
Are
Hody.
they Mountain Time or are they Pacific?
Yeah, I don't know.
I believe it's
Crazy
Mountain
time.
time.
Anyways, so all right, so
2 hours.
because one thing I wanted to bring up was Hody, because all right, so as I do, I scour the internet for things, right? And I like looking at my suggested feeds on YouTube and everything that's come up. Well, I on YouTube one of these nights, and this thing that came up on my thing was talking about trains. So I fell down the train rabbit hole, watching cool train rides in Indiana and around the country, right? And then I saw this really cool train ride on this luxury train ride called like the Rocky Mountaineer, right? So you ride in a train from Denver to Moab in Utah, and you go through you took 2-day trip on a train, going really really fast, so you get to see everything. You actually go underneath a mountain and a lake in a train, you know. I thought it was a blast. I had a blast.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if Harry wasn't in tech, he would have been one of those train guys. He would have had the whole train set up in his garage.
Here, my garage.
Okay, all right.
No,
The CS.
I wanted to do the thing. You saw, if you've been to the Museums of Science and Industry in Chicago, they have the big monster set up with the trains and stuff on it. I want to do something like that. And
so I was into trains.
That set up, that would be cool.
Yeah, I was into trains, and then I got distracted with my chemistry set because I had a couple of had some uncles and stuff that would just give me all kinds of chemistry stuff, and my parents was scared I was going to blow myself up, and then I
Breaking Bad.
I was distilling my own water. My parents
They're like, what is wrong with this child?
I took over the dining room table, and I was sitting there, and she was like, "What are you doing?" "I'm making distilled water." I had a really good chemistry set.
Mom had you
that's
test
when I
it,
learned how to. So like when I got into advanced chem in high school, like I already knew kind of how to. I was really bad at it. I found out I was using the wrong equipment, and how to bend glass so you can make your own like tubes and everything like that. Which, like I said, found out I was bad at it, but only because I was using the wrong equipment and that stuff. What?
Harry,
I was a kid.
We need to cook.
I actually
when I
never
was a
watched
kid, I did
Breaking
get a
Bad
bunch
too,
of-
by the way. I never watched the show.
Never mind. So
You figured out you were bad, but you didn't do any breaking.
when I was a kid, I got not the chemistry set, as it were, but somehow ended up with a bunch of test tubes and beakers and
Bye, Reinhold.
small around the top.
Reinhold, you need to get this fixed because you trail
You
off.
started
you said
talking,
something-
and then you backed up just enough where it cut off all you were saying.
So I need to turn down the
gate.
Yeah, the gate a little bit. That's probably.
I had a chemistry set.
No, I had a chemistry set when I was a kid, but it wasn't like a chemistry set. It was more just a random assortment of tubes and beakers and burners and things like that. But
Boomer shit.
no, I didn't really have anything to do with them. So I didn't have any actual chemicals or anything to mess with. So
Maybe I should build myself a small chemistry lab in a studio. It'll be fun.
Yes, the house that sits empty most of the time needs a chemistry set in it that isn't at all being used for, the stuff that neighborhood
little blue chemicals.
Oh man, the studio just blew up one day. I don't know what happened. I just
candy.
Speaking of little blue chemicals. Speaking of little blue chemicals, I have mine right here.
Went away.
Oh! What are you doing after this, right? Oh, well.
All of Paul's money problems went away. He lost a lot of
one
weight
of these.
and all his teeth.
I've been up for 2 days.
It's fine. It's fine.
Don't worry, Paul. I know you wouldn't do it. You like your teeth too much.
Yeah. One thing I got. Let's see. I took 2 of these. I'll be asleep here shortly.
You couldn't even see what it was.
Oh.
Got melatonin or
then,
other special stuff. Gummies.
Tinfoil is not how we take melatonin.
Special sleepy time biscuits.
Sleepy time biscuits. Let's see. I've got random crap like makeup remover pads. Let's see what else I got on my desk.
Oh my god. We're at that point in the night where Harry's like, what do I got? I gotta make something happen. I wanted to be done like an hour ago, but we're still here.
I know. Well, you still have me here. You won't let me leave.
We're not stopping, man. Let's go.
I actually have
here's my
it's okay. The thing is, I also have more snackies too. I gotta build myself a charcuterie board. If I got too snacky.
I have this thing that has like a free limo service on the back. I don't know what it is.
Oh my god. We should have did
this is velvet for your throat.
First thing to your right is your zombie apocalypse weapon. How screwed are you? Me personally.
Well, I have a terms of service violation over here.
So good. So good.
To just show you how fucked I am in the zombie apocalypse and then dead air in the stream.
Hey, I could show that video that I showed Harry Monday night after VC left.
See? Yeah. Because you don't want
everybody to see that.
Yeah, yes, I agree. You don't want to go to sleep with makeup on you. One, ruins your pillow, stains everything, and you can break out. So, yeah, get it off your face.
Let me pull it up, Harry.
What? I don't know. What?
The clip that I showed you after Monday night show. Kids in the hall.
Oh, yeah, we're not showing it.
He's like, which clip? We weren't going to talk about that in the morning.
I was like, what? Oh, yeah, that one. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay. Now, see, if I had turned on our own cast server, the low-key wall own cast server, and we're streaming on our own soft hardware, heck yeah, go ahead. But I didn't do that.
Harry, on a regular basis, at least once a month, I wake up at 3:00 in the morning, and I wonder if that night we were talking with James. I'm like, was that live streaming? At least once a month. We're like 2 years out from that, and I'm gonna sweat right now.
The things I said haunt me.
The things I said fucking haunt me. I'm like, you can say that face to face. You can't come back from that in this format. That could have been cute if we were in person. I could have dropped something bent over. Here, it's forever.
It's forever. Yeah, it's forever. It's just there. That's the, Well, like, actually, for like, yeah, and honestly, like, I used to like you let some things like memory hole because on Twitch, if you don't record it, you just let it go. And Sprinkle got so mad at me because like we would do shows, and I would just let it memory hole and go away. Because like, some things just need to go away.
Thank God, because I'd go back and I'd see it just be the last 3 weeks of shows. I'm like, don't worry about it. Nobody ever saw that. 2022, I woke up last week like, why'd you say that?
So, thankfully, I have the raw data format of
Mhm.
it. It's on my mechanical hard drive, so
Oh,
it's always a question of whether or not it can be released.
Throws
I'm broke. If you're
computer
asking, the Bitcoin is gone.
Yes. It's okay. Like I've got like several episodes. I've got the episode I did that should like that we did back in I want to say like 2016. We were really sauced at Jeremiah's, and I decided to never release that episode.
Well, if you're talking about embarrassing moments, I'm probably the only one on this network that may have dropped the N-word during a show.
Wow, Ryan Holm.
You
Ryan
were
Holmes.
there,
You just made me
Harry.
feel
Cancel
better.
Ryan Holm.
So
You were there, and
Harry.
and Chris immediately went, "Oh my goodness,
Harry,
What?
he's from a different time.
Oh, that's right.
That was my
Older.
excuse. I'm like, I'm from a
older.
different time.
If he hits that, he gets at least one
I've
in.
come a long way.
I was quoting somebody, and I didn't change the quote. I used the quote.
I'm from a different. Like how stone face you got with it.
Chris-
I'm from a different time. Like,
I think
you
that
practiced
moment,
You
Chris was
practiced
literally shitting a brick.
that. Mhm. Yeah, because there's not many like N-word drops on the on some of the podcasts though. Yeah, because I think Deese has the most.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, he just says it to see if Chris will stop him.
Chris won't let him go until he's ready for it, right? He's like, okay, I'm making the decision that we're going to go with whatever Nice says at this point from here forward. So
Nice feels like train of thought incarnate. When he just starts talking, and it just wherever his train of thought is, he's going to get to that end point, no matter what anybody else says. No matter where the conversation goes, he will 100% round it back to that point. So if we ever want to have like a no tangent episode, you tangent, he's gonna be like, "Fuck that shit. We're gonna talk about this some more."
Well, that's the other reason I'm mad at some of these people that said they were going to be here, not be here, because like I didn't want like this thing to be packed because you can have a limit of 10 people. Because I was going to also invite Miranda and Nissan to have some more fun. So we did have fun. So we'll definitely do this again. And like screw those nerds that didn't show up. I'm going to go invite Miranda and Nice, so we can have even more fun because like Miranda and James, it's amazing. Of course, I don't know if Miranda's still got her own equipment, so I may have to set her up at the other studio so she could use my or just let her borrow a mic. So
we could do a Friday night at the studio once it's up and running, right?
We were stopping exactly at midnight over at that studio because there's no bed there, and I'm barely going to get up and walk to my bed.
Harry,
We'll bring a mattress for you.
There have been times when we have hit 11:30, and you're like, "I'm fading now." It's like, are you alive, Harry?
Yeah, he took like a 4-hour nap before the episode.
I did not take a 4-hour nap, sir.
2 hours.
I'm running on 3 hours sleep myself.
No, I got up at 4 this morning, went to yoga, then I worked out at LA Fitness, then I went to a Pilates class, and I kept trying to I need to take a nap, but work kept hounding me, so I didn't take a nap today. So I'm on GG Sups and protein bars.
Just to let you know, yesterday, I'm working on a system and inadvertently may have caused damage to 2 environments that we're trying to migrate.
Nice.
And I started jittering and freaking out and having an anxiety attack. Now, I was able to, nothing happened, nothing bad. Everything's good, because, and my wife's trying to tell me, says, you know what you're doing, you'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, still put me into such a state that I ended up staying up until like 4 or 5 in the morning because I couldn't sleep. Then I had to be up at 8 for a meeting. And I was on that meeting until 3:30. And then I figured, it's going to be 5 o'clock. I'll just lay down after work and take a nap before the show. I couldn't go to sleep. So I've been up and running on 3 hours sleep. So
it's fair.
And I'm still ready to go. So y'all pussies just, get on my level.
Well, not all of us can be held together with pure boomer energy.
Yeah, I'm only
Gen X energy. And be right about it. Gen X.
I'm only awake out of spite This is the longer we stay on, the longer Harry has to stay awake, and he doesn't like being left out of things.
He's gonna fall asleep before he gets out the studio door. He's gonna lay on the ground and he's out.
Well, okay, so like the
You
other thing,
find him in the morning.
Well, I also broke out the Kotatsu because I was like, you know what, I can actually do this episode from the Kotatsu. I don't need to play a video game.
I was
instead
about
of
to
the
bring up
Kotatsu.
that fucking Kotatsu.
So I bring the Kotatsu upstairs, and Gunther took it. She wants it. I'm told, can I have this? And I was like, but I gotta need it in here. Can I come in here? I'm like, I need it in my show, but I want to be the Kotatsu. So I took it out their living room, and apparently, when the second time I went to use the bathroom, she was underneath it asleep. And it's like, that's where I want to be sleeping.
I am just at several different layers of that was your first mistake.
Mhm.
That was your second mistake. That was your third. Like, Harry, you're falling for all the classic blunders. Next, you'll tell me you started or you got involved in a land war in Asia.
I did. Okay.
Have you gone up against a Sicilian when death was on the line?
Yes.
Ah, you're really stepping in it.
And just to point out a fact about that,
Mm-hmm.
Chris says that's a horrible movie.
Well, Spangle has a lot of opinions, and they're not
Wow.
always correct.
Yeah. Who hurt him?
Like saying
I
our
don't know.
podcast is bad or whatever. I mean, he's right that Harry sucks at descriptions, but neither here nor there.
Yeah, but I at least enjoy the Princess Bride. Okay.
Yes. That's fair.
How can they not? How can everybody? That's the most wholesome movie. And here's the thing too, is that just before, right about COVID time, I guess it was, they did a celebrity retelling of that movie where people were playing certain parts, and it was just like little scenes that were filmed outside, guerrilla style. At the very end of it, Rob Reiner is in bed playing the Savage character, right? The kid.
Mm-hmm.
And the person reading the story to him is his dad, Carl. Right. And at the end, when he turns around and says, "As you wish," and stuff like that, the heartbreaking part about that is that he passed away like a week later.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's like every time I see that or think about it, I start to tear up on that one. That was just amazing that he was able to get that before that ended.
Did I know that?
Interesting.
All right, a breath back. Let me hit the head real quick.
That's fair.
We should all just leave while he's gone. He comes back and he'll be the only one.
That would.
Again, I'm going out of spite. He will keep going if we want to keep going until he's literally unable to stay awake.
Yeah, no. The only thing keeping him going at this point is the fact that he hasn't been drinking for the past 5 hours.
True.
Because at this point, he's like, I can't even shoot straight in Paladins.
I'm picking the hand, man. She has auto aim.
I can't shoot straight in pounds either, but I'm not drunk.
That's okay, Reinhold. We'll get Nissan to coach you.
No, he just has to cover me. He just has to, make up for me. That's all it is. Carry me is what it is.
Remzo, Reinhold, myself, and Niece talking about comic books. You're never getting anywhere. No one's getting a word in edgewise. This is going to be people talking over each other.
We'll be pulling out all kinds of comic because we could talk for years about comic books, just straight.
You're like, oh yeah,
I have one of the original Ghost Riders. I mean, come on.
Right, you're like Deadpool, second fourth wall breaking character. He's like, I mean, for Marvel.
Yeah.
Because like
who was doing it for DC?
Ambush Bug.
Ambush Bug was?
Mm-hmm. He was basically
before.
He basically was the template for Deadpool.
Right. But She-Hulk was before that, though, wasn't she?
You said that Deadpool was the second.
Right? Okay, yeah.
Ambush Bug was like Marvel because Ambush Bug came before him.
Cool. Didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm. See, lots of useless knowledge. That
Nobody can know it. Nobody can know everything about comics. That's the best part about it. You're always going to learn something from somebody else. That's the best part about talking about comics.
Right. Then you realize when they ran out of ideas and started throwing stuff at the wall, like Paul's favorite superhero team.
I have the whole Death of Superman saga, in original comic form. So
Death of Superman
with the bringing on of 4 different Supermen, afterwards.
Yeah, the death of
it was fun times.
No, the best superhero team ever to have been made is Section 8.
They're terrible. They're the worst.
No, I think the best one is going to be on film in 2024, September 6th, 2024.
What is that?
Deadpool and Wolverine.
I mean,
baby.
Well, that's going to be great, but do they have a hero called Dog Welder who welds dogs to people who are deserving of having dogs welded to them?
I want to star in this comic.
Doesn't welding require metal? Metal on metal? Where's the metal for the dog? Is it a collar or an outfit that it is?
Nope. You're just
he welds a dog to the sun. Or like a
he is the latest in a pantheon of dog welders throughout history.
So stupid.
He comes in contact with the dog welding spirit, and they guide him through the halls of the dog welders.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see the Roman dog welder, the Greek dog welder, the like Babylonian dog welder. Zikri, look it up.
They're
this is starting to sound like
they're DC. They're from DC.
This is starting to sound like a GURPS game.
Basically,
role-playing game.
Yeah. Their leader is literally named, what is it, Six Pack?
Yeah. His power is that he's drunk.
Yeah.
And then there's the Grappler. Grappler, he just has a grappling hook. And I think he unalives himself at one point.
Yeah. That team is really uncomfortable. They're on that
they
team.
helped save the world with Batman.
I mean, that is true. So stupid. DC Comics has some failed attempts at things.
I just want to say we are officially the longest low-key wall show. We're at 5 hours now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for sure.
We beat the
Just
record.
here.
We must.
And Harry is.
Are you happy?
Sleeping.
Are you happy now?
Almost. I haven't gotten 8 hours yet.
Are you entertained?
Harry's so
Are you entertained? He's turned off his camera. He's done with us.
So my problem is
he's just gonna let us go until we're tired, and he'll close it out. I'm sure.
No, my problem is with the change to the cheer system on Twitch. I can't spam the channel for less than a penny at a time.
You can't just do a whole slew of ones.
No, I can't.
It combines them all as you try to do it, doesn't it?
I've run out of carrots. We are done.
Make a new carrot.
Yeah, like that's what I love about comics. There's a bunch of interesting failed things.
All right, now it's time to start streaming some Paladins. Let's get on the computer. Let's get some games going. We'll get some Paladins running
we're
for
finally
next
to the
4
point.
hours.
We're finally to the point where Harry is sleep deprived enough that it simulates alcohol.
Get a little 7 Days to Die going. We can play a little of that.
Multi-game drifting.
Or we could do some reactions. I can do some reactions to TV shows. We could watch all She-Hulk right now and just get your reaction to it, Vincent. That'd be great, right?
I'm good.
Put that up. We'll edit it. We'll put it out on YouTube. We get a bunch of money from it. YouTube's will be blow up like crazy.
I doubt that.
Low key react. Wall reacts. That would be the best thing.
Yeah, it would be, but not for She-Hulk. Anyway, so
No, it would be best because you could have your honest reaction to it, and it would be captured for everybody to see. If you liked it, it'd be great. You'd be able to say, "Oh, I was wrong," blah blah blah. And if it's horrible, then you can just go, "I nitpick this and this and this and this about it," and then we'll get videos,
I'm going
clicks
to be honest with you,
all the
Ryan.
time. You know,
The more you
views.
hype it up, the more you hype it up, it causes a negative reaction in me. Paul knows. Discuss this.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Anime.
I know exactly what you're going for. I'm not at this point. I'm not hyping it up. I'm just saying it would be funny content to put on a channel and get views on and maybe monetize.
Oh, I totally get it. But for me, there's literally somebody who basically said this one anime is the best show ever, and would always interrupt anything and everything we were doing to say it.
So
to the point where I tried to watch it, and I couldn't get more than 10 minutes in before nitpicking it to the point where it wasn't interesting. And I was like, I can't watch this. I'm just too jaded to actually watch this.
I've been there.
And it's like in my brain, it's like this. There's no like real term for it, but I believe it's like overhype syndrome when things get overhyped for people. Like that's what I was with like Game of Thrones. I never got into Game of Thrones. People were like, "Oh man, this show's the best show ever," and I fell asleep within the first episode, and I was like, "I'm bored. I don't care."
It's unrealistic expectations, right? So people put such a high level at it. So anything less than perfection is just going to come in as a disappointment, right? So you never try to overhype anything because nobody will ever get that enjoyment out of it. And there's actually, I think on Big Bang Theory, Sheldon was mad about that. Somebody was trying to hype something up, and he's like, you can't do that because then I'm not going to get the enjoyment of enjoying it myself. You already hyped it. I'm either going to be equally as hyped than which I've already expected it, or I'm going to be underwhelmed, in which case it's going to be terrible because now you've got my expectations too high. So he was always mad at anybody tried to do that to him.
Two things. One, I'm insulted you compared me to Sheldon. That hurts me on an emotional level.
I think everybody in this channel right now is probably comparable to Sheldon. I'm just saying.
No.
Yeah.
That hurts me.
Yeah.
Remove from bigotry.
I want to be the one with the good
Bigotry,
haircut,
slander.
if that's okay.
Like how I'm insulted that you would do that.
Yeah.
Okay, let him back in.
No.
Please.
No.
No,
He has
I
learned his
understand, but I want to castigate him further. So,
Like,
Reinhold.
Is it because you're not as thin as him? Is that the problem?
No.
right.
First of all,
Big
Reinhold.
Bang Theory is an insult to me as a person.
It's an insult to nerds.
The nerds.
No, it isn't.
It's haha, look at the funny, stupid nerds and their dumb things that they like.
There's no
And
joke.
also, hey, these people are people too, and they have a lives, and they're actually good people, and we can follow it and enjoy it and get some representation out of it. Yeah, they're making jokes about it, but they make jokes. Miss Pat's not out there making jokes about white people all the time, are they?
Joke. There's the difference. There's the difference in them making a joke and them going, "Ha ha, he said the Flash." That's half the jokes. He's like, "Oh yeah, he said the superhero name," and it's like,
Bazinga.
yeah, it's like what?
I have a problem with that interpretation with it. I mean, I understand and I get it because I went in worried about having that myself, but at some point you say, they aren't doing it in a way that's mean-spirited to those people. They're showing growth. So earlier on, they're showing them as much more awkward people, right? But that's the reality. And during the show, they grow and become better people because of it, and that's the growth of a character. You can't start the character off in a good space. They have to start low on the totem pole to have that growth.
That's totally fair. I totally get that. My issue is that it's a comedy, and the joke is this person just says a nerd thing, and then the laugh track plays.
Right, but we say a nerd thing and we laugh at the same too. It's the same thing. We laugh at each other the
It's like a
same
nerd
way.
thing I learned in junior year of high school. Like,
more of like we're making an actual reference to the nerd thing of
Yeah.
a quote from something or directly integrate into our conversation, and then half the time is like the joke is we're gonna say all these nerd things back to back, and everybody's gonna look at this character like he's an idiot because he said things that they don't understand.
But nobody thinks any of those people are idiots. That's the thing. They're not presented as idiots. They're presented as awkward and socially awkward, right? So they learn to overcome that during the time of the show. I don't think the
That show's
joke
weird. It has
is.
like a theater feel or something. It doesn't have a
Mhm.
typical sitcom. I don't know the word.
Well,
Yeah,
uh,
they
do
can get away with some cheesy shit. They're not quite going for that real. I don't know, Roseanne or fucking Married with Children bullshit. You know, it's corny.
Which is
It's
ironic
just
considering two of the
corny, and it's
people
supposed to be
from
chill.
Roseanne.
I don't know.
I think it's well written. I think it's funny. I think that there are
Now
some
you're
things
going
in
too
there
far.
some jokes I may not like, but there's a lot that I do. I think the show is very good, and I think that it does explore some really good things,
Why do you think
especially
it's
in
so
later seasons.
popular? You think
I think it was popular. The same reason that Friends was popular.
it's
It's just really
extremely
well written
popular?
and
It's
well acted.
insane.
It's
it's
well written and well acted,
extremely popular because
and it resonates with people. So the reason that Friends got popular, and a
That's
lot of
another one.
people
I'm like,
diss
oh
on
look,
it.
it's people
People
peopling.
diss on
Oh
it,
fuck,
but
you know.
the thing is that I'm Gen X. This was the first show that came on that spoke to Gen X people in a way that made us feel like we weren't the butt of the joke. It was what we were going through at the time. So I got a lot of enjoyment out of that. Same with the Big Bang Theory. We weren't the butt of the joke. We were part of the funny part and making jokes about culture and fine. But we weren't. It weren't that the people were bad people or incapable of anything, or you
I'm
know.
completely talking about Big Bang Theory. I
Yeah,
thought
that's
we
what
were
I'm saying
talking
about
about Big Bang Theory
No,
when I said
I am
corny
talking about
and
Big.
not. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good. I'm like,
Yeah,
oops.
I'm talking about
Okay.
Big Bang Theory at this point. I enjoy that because it's also representation for me. It's what I went through when I was growing up and dealing with other people and social awkwardness that I had. I've overcome that a lot. So, I still probably have ways
Gen
to go.
X
Everybody works
survived the
on things.
weird gifted kids
Yeah.
program thing that was done in elementary school and some other shit that
I'm
does make it a little more relevant,
right.
relatable.
My issue with Big Bang Theories for me, it's basically, even though there's like, oh, they're socially awkward and they're working on building their own socially awkwardness. For me, the jokes that they do aren't jokes. For me, it's literally point and laugh at the nerd thing because the people who are watching this don't understand the nerd thing and they think that they're funny for liking the nerd thing. So that's why the laugh track plays. Because that's how it
Yeah, I
comes
disagree.
as a viewer, because for me it's like, here's this scene where, what was it, the nerdy, not the nerdy, the one that the Jewish one, because that's like his main character,
Hmm.
that's his main character trait, but it's like
Howard, yeah.
And her, I
it's
mean, that's
like
it's you're just
the
being, yeah.
decision will be decided between this nerd thing and this nerd thing on the
You're the first person that I like that likes this show. Most people that like this show, they rub me the wrong fucking way.
We're gonna decide what's better, Star Trek or Star Wars, by the battle on Middle Earth through GoBots versus Transformers. Laugh track. It's like they just said.
You're saying that doesn't happen,
I've seen
and
it.
that's not
I've
funny.
seen it. It's so few. Oh, well, yeah. Well,
That's
what do you mean
hilarious.
it doesn't happen on the show or in real life?
No, in real life,
but
nerds will do that.
No,
Yes.
my
It's
problem,
realistic.
Reinhold, is that it's for a show that's supposed to be relatable to nerdy people. It's completely surface level. It relies on stereotypes out the ass. Like, oh, I know a Jewish guy with mommy issues. Ha! Humor.
And what happens to all of those people? They all grow out of that initial state. Look at what happens to Sheldon at the end of the show. He's becomes a Nobel Prize, and
It's like Gen X
he
theory.
falls in love, and he has an actual
relationship
relationship with a woman, and he's not awkward around people as much anymore. He becomes a better person. He becomes he expands out of his shell. He grows. Leonard grows. They all grow. Wolowitz ends up marrying and having kids and being very upset that his mom passes and reconciling all of that as he grows older. These people grow from that initial state. And if you just take them at that first season or second season and say, aha, look at this, is all just this, you're not understanding that you have to start in a specific place to grow out of and to become better people overall. And that's the story. that's being told. And
I
yeah,
feel-
it's there's a lot of
If you can stand
jokes
to
about
follow
nerd
it,
culture.
right?
But I mean, look at what Will Wheaton, you know, he doesn't have any problem with it being nerdy and all that stuff and making fun of nerd culture because nerd culture is not something that can't not be made fun of. It's easy to make fun of it. We make fun of it
And it's
ourselves all the
marketable.
time.
It exists. It fucking exists.
my opinion, from what my viewpoint, we're arguing two separate things. You're saying that the characters have growth and that's important, and that the narrative aspect of it is good. For me, the comedy is bad because the comedy isn't comedy. Because
Comedy's the same comedy we do, though. About ourselves, we do it
Is
all the
it-
time.
Is
I'm
it?
just upset that you're comparing my
Is it-
comedy.
doing it in good faith.
Is it though? Is it good? No, because like
I think it is.
No, hold on. I have watched this show, right, and I have chuckled at some jokes and some moments of it, but I'm also realizing that they are making fun of the thing that I enjoy. They're not laughing at the experience or like ha 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 ha. They're like ha ha nerd thing. Watch funny nerd go nerd nerd nerd. I also like.
What are nerds supposed to? How are they supposed to represent nerds other than being nerds? Are they supposed to just be all suave and cool and debonair and not make fun of the fact that they enjoy weird stuff?
That's the point. No,
laughing at
Reinhold. Yeah, they're laughing at nerds.
I don't
not
agree with you. They're
nerds.
laughing. No, I disagree. You talk to the people who made the show. Talk to the people who are behind it. They are not doing that. Some of them are nerds. They're doing the show because they want to have that out there as comedy. They found fun in it.
I have no doubt that some of them are nerds. Some of them
look
may
at who
participate
played-
in these activities, but I'm just saying, like, to some of us, the way it does come across, and we are allowed to be like, hey, I see what you're trying to do, but I kind of dislike that. You're
free to
because,
dislike it. I am not saying you're wrong for disliking it or whatever. I just think that the assumption that they're trying to make fun of nerds instead of making fun with nerds really is a take that you might want to take a look at and talk to get some interviews with the people who are behind the scenes when they're talking about this, because they have discussed this. This is something that was brought up.
I understand it. That's their intention, but how it comes across is two different things.
right.
Their intention is that.
Well,
They
it's
do
how it
not
comes across to
intend
you.
Yes,
but
they
it
do
doesn't
not
come across
intend
that way to me.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
which is
But
totally
we're
fine.
also, but also from their group is also like we're also completely different nerds.
Right, and
Yeah,
you also have to remember that from my perspective, from being this in between Gen Z and millennial,
Yeah, too old to be too young to be a millennial, too old to understand the Gen Z on TikTok.
right? It feels like they're literally pointing and laughing at me and the culture I enjoy, because from my viewpoint, half of the jokes when they talk about nerdy things, they are just stating the nerdy thing instead of
Yeah.
making a joke about the nerdy thing. It's more of he's says something that is flash and normal people point and laugh and don't react, and laugh track plays, while in comparison to him basically making a joke about Barry Allen or a Flash or how there's mini Flashes or whatever.
You keep talking about the Flash, but that episode, if you remember, it was all four of them wanted to go as Flash, and that's where the joke came.
Pick the Flash at random. I'm not talking specifically.
I was just saying,
pick the Flash at random. That's my point. Is that for me, a lot of the times it's more of the joke is point and laugh at the nerd for being a nerd.
Completely disagree.
And that's totally fine.
All right, what about the MMO episode where they're all sitting around with their laptops playing an MMO at the apartment, and Penny walks in with their friends and like blah 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 blah, and they all just keep looking at their screens, da da da, haha, look at these nerds obsessing over their video games, even though there's these pretty women out here that they should be attracted to.
I feel seen. I'm uncomfortable. Are we
That
laughing? Or are we
happens.
crying? I don't know.
A lot. Talk to women who have to deal with
and be like, what?
Talk to women who have to deal with geeks when they're focused on the geek thing, the nerd thing. They feel like they are not even there, that they're not being paid attention to. That's a real thing. That's not something that is made up as a stereotype. It happens. It's real.
Who's the director
Well,
of
it's
that
part of the
show? What
thing.
else did
We're
they do?
see we're
I'm curious.
the thing, I just found I found out that I'm, neurodivergent, as it were, ADHD, and I had that problem. I will hyper focus on certain things to the point of excluding everything around me. I do that. That's
I don't think we're
real.
allowed to make
When I
fun of
see them
people
doing
like
that,
that anymore, though, and maybe that's another
it's
little
not
awkward
necessarily
thing
they're
the
making
show
fun
kinda
of
does.
it. They're
It's
just
trying to be a comedy.
yeah, it's a comedy, but it's also a comedy about things that people do that are funny. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, we joke
Oh, yeah.
about
I
nerd
mean,
stuff all
I
the
feel
time. We
seen.
make
I
fun
feel
of each
seen.
other.
I don't know why it's so popular. It's uncomfortable sometimes for me to watch it, I guess. And it's not funny or entertaining enough to where, like, I want to suffer the
I think that
exposure
the
I
acting is
feel.
very good. The
Whereas
character
Friends is a
tone
life you
is
wish you
very well
had,
written.
like it's weird. That show's weird, man. I don't know. I watch it though. I do watch it.
See,
It's,
I enjoy watching Friends. I still watch Friends.
Mhm.
I get it. I still watch. I enjoy Friends. I didn't expect to start enjoying Friends, but it was on ice, and I do enjoy it.
What do you want to say, Paul?
So, to illustrate, when I look at Harry and I say, Zero's such a cool character because he's shares his name with a number that means nothing, and he's a sniper, and he's good with a sword.
He's
And
so edgy and cool, and I'm so awesome, and I speak in only haikus.
That's funny because it makes fun of a that's a reference to a set of behaviors, sure. But I just don't go up to him and say, sniper with a sword, and then laugh track. And that's where
You're going to have to, at some point, somebody's going to have to point out to me a specific instance because I'm not getting what you're saying. I don't see it that way. I don't understand.
And we kind of understand that. We try to show you like some anime, but you can't get past the animation part of it. And we try to show you the good, amazing story that's behind that thing. But you will.
I admit that I've seen it. So I have seen some anime that I liked. I'm not a complete.
I've also seen that fucking cartoon, and I don't really like that one.
But
it's called anime. Okay, it's called anime.
Try to show me all the fucking time.
Anime. Watch it. Enjoy it. It's real culture. Okay.
But so I get that. It's just that.
Freaking Naruto
I guess I'm just not in a headspace to get into it.
The real hero of Naruto is a guy who, like you don't even see till like what, like, was like 100 episodes.
So we're time out. We're trying to encourage them to watch anime, and then you bring up Naruto.
He's memeing.
Please walk yourself out of this video chat.
No, it was in the 90s when I was people were trying to introduce me to anime at the time. We were videotapes and dubs and all that kind of thing. And there were a couple of good shows I liked. I liked Last Airbender. Technically, that's kind of anime, right? I mean,
do you
we allow them to sit at the table, but then we do not give them the brain.
We do not acknowledge them. But, Reinhold, have you watched Cowboy Bebop? Have you watched all of Cowboy Bebop?
I think I've seen a part of one episode. I haven't actually sat
down.
Go watch the anime.
I was watching
go watch the anime of Cowboy Bebop. It's right up your alley. And as I told Harry, because of when Cowboy Bebop came out, it actually was a massive influence for Firefly. A lot of Firefly stuff came from the concepts of Cowboy Bebop.
But I do admit that I have a problem with anime because I grew up as an artist and I used to draw comics and I understand what goes on and how those are made and everything. And I really feel like they cheapen out on an art form that they could elevate by doing a better job with the animation and spending the time and money to do it instead of just cranking it out.
Okay.
So using those.
I agree. I understand because then in the 90s, that's what happened a lot.
And
they didn't have a budget.
Yeah.
And that plus also too, don't go to like certain studios. Like there are studios that are known for doing that and pushing out schlock, and then there's like A1 Productions, Trigger and Gynax. let's see.
Half of Cloverworks.
Yeah,
Only the good half of Cloverworks.
The half of Cloverworks Studio that have functioning brainstems.
Was it Toho Animation?
Yeah, Toei.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, but
and I would
there
probably
are-
like to see. So, I love a really good animated. For the animation. I mean,
So
I can see. We can say all we want about the bad parts of
You can't
Disney.
get past this one section.
I'm not saying I can't get past it. I have seen.
Please stop. You can't get past the art form because you look at it like that. That is exact, just like with us. I can't get past these sprinkling of make fun of nerd jokes in a show. Because I'm talking about like, oh, I hate the guy's shirt. If it wasn't wearing this red shirt. No, I'm talking about like the actual jokes that are being written, not the shirt, not the couch. That's what, to me, this is what you're complaining about anime. Ah, that brown couch, that damn brown couch. If they didn't have that brown couch there, it had like a good, lazy boy on there or something, man.
I will take a good story. A good
Will
story
you?
with stock. I read graphic novels. That's not animated. It's just blank
Cool.
pages.
You read a manga.
It's
You
static
read a manga?
I've read manga before.
Which manga?
oh my god, Harry, don't
It's
get
been like 25 years ago, but yeah, I used to when I was into collecting comic books, I used to go and get all kinds of shit.
Reinhold, trust me when I say this. There are some good anime out there that are just totally missing out on. When I say Cowboy Bebop is exactly what you would want, the concept was we want you to make these toys. So here's the toys we want you to make. Here's the money. We don't care what you do. Go. And he decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write a deep introspection on life itself and cultural satire because I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also going to go very elaborate detail in every piece of machinery that makes everything work together so it looks elaborate and beautiful. And it's like dystopian cyberpunk because it's not fully cyberpunk, but it's more like, I don't know what the other version of cyberpunk is. It's like trash punk, basically. But it's something that's right up your alley. Spiritualism. It has a very spiritualism base to it. And the only reason it wasn't on my 3x3 was because I haven't had the time to fully go back and appreciate it as an adult compared to when I watched it as a kid. Because when I watched it as a kid, it's like, oh man, this fighting's amazing because they built the choreography around actual fighters and how they actually fight, and they set the fight scene up so that way each person moves the way they're supposed to move.
And like I said, I'm not against. I mean, I watched Battle of the Planets and Speed Racer when I was a kid, right? And I was memorized by those shows because I liked the writing and the characters that were in those shows, even though you could tell that it was really crappy animation. But again, about that time, a lot of people were starting to do crappy animation. Even Hanna-Barbera were doing really schlock stuff too at that point. You have the background, and you could see the arm different color moving and stuff like that. It was annoying.
Not only that, but then it had to be dubbed into English and butchered narratively in a lot of cases.
Oh, yeah. I can see that. But so I'm not against it, is what I'm saying. It's just that I've never encountered a lot of anime that I really liked. Like, it just takes, I guess I just have to find the right stuff that hits me the right way at the right time before I could get into it. Because I know it's going to be, if it's something I get into as a nerd myself with ADHD on the spectrum, neurodivergent, whatever. If I like something, I'm going to go down into that rabbit hole. And do I have the time in my life? I've got a couple decades left at best. Do I want to spend that time going down that rabbit hole?
I caused Paul to fall back down that rabbit hole. Yeah. He was out of it. And then I was like, I'm going to watch this. And he's like, I'm going to watch it too. And then spiral.
Yeah. I will tell you that you should jump into that rabbit hole. There's some amazing stories down there some amazing, I don't know. There's some amazing times out there, especially some of the light novels. You know, they go into a lot of different things. I recommend picking it up. It is the main reason why a lot of the stuff that's coming out of the West to me is trash, because it's like, I want a story. Can you tell me a story?
Right. And to go back to something that you touched on, Reinhold, like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, if you like something with some character development and an arc to it that's solidly written and competently animated, I can think of like at least 3 series just off the top of my head that do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Vincent will vouch. Vivi is a great little sci-fi.
It's sci-fi,
You could tell
and
me Sailor Moon.
I mean, depends on what Sailor Moon you're talking about. But I mean, some people like Sailor Moon, and I'll be honest, some people, the older ones are kind of rough, but the newer ones are very well animated and is actually very well done.
I mean, the
We're
old
gonna
stuff
be
is
honest here.
great. The old stuff is great if you like Villain of the Week.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you want something quick, I'd recommend Bakano. I think you would love Bakano.
Well,
Bakano's a
as
great
far as
one.
like Villain of the Week, I watched Supernatural for 15 years.
Oh yeah.
Well, technically
If you
14.
if you get over the animation style, especially the early animation style, I recommend One Piece. I think you would really love One
No,
Piece.
A lot
don't
of people
start
say
One
One
Piece.
Piece and
Do not
Cowboy
sentence the
Bebop is
man.
the two I hear a lot.
He won't finish it ever.
The one for you, Reinhold, personally,
Nobody
if
can
I would
finish
if I had to pick for you, I would say Bebop,
Mhm.
Vivi, because Vivi is very much who's the we keep spacing his name. The guy you have on your 3x3 that does all the sci-fi stuff. Asimov.
Asimov,
Very
yeah,
Asimov-esque. It has a very Asimov feel to it.
That's
for-
hard science. So you got to be careful with that comparison because that's hard science.
So you be
It-
fine.
Literally, the
Fiction.
concept is
There's
the main.
a little hand waviness around one aspect,
Yeah.
but
The whole thing is the main character is a robot who's basically have to force to live multiple lives to deal with the robot upbringing that's going to kill all humans. And her having to try to prevent that from happening and the divergent timelines and world lines that she creates by doing that.
Yeah.
You would like ReZero
Mhm.
because it's very much a narrative based, grounded. Every action matters. Everything that happens creates massive
consequences.
moments, and there are just some moments in that show that I've seen where I've watched it and I cringed and how disgusting it was.
Yeah.
There's a moment where like a character gets all of their limbs broken and dropped on the ground like a rag doll and still tries to move and force themselves to in a better spot. If you were interested in the Steins Gate when I talked about it, me and Harry could probably talk about Steins Gate for 3 hours and still have stuff to talk about.
Good old Steins Gate.
Because of just how in depth they go with stuff.
Yes, Berserk. Berserk is one that I would recommend to all beginning anime fans. Not the new stuff. If it was animated before 2010, then you're good.
They decided to throw 3D animation in it, and it was terrible.
It's not even 3D animation. It's pseudo like 2.5D bullshit, and it's got no weight to it. The old animation had weight and choreography to it. But the new stuff, they literally animate a guy walking like
And then Bakano, totally forgot about Bakano. If you want me to sell you on Cowboy Bebop more, the main character Spike is played by Steve Bloom. You know, the dude with Wolverine for like 20 years.
I never liked Wolverine, to be honest with you.
That's fair.
As a comic book character, I liked the X-Men. I hated Wolverine because I felt like he was too cheap and overpowered of a character.
That's fair.
And I just didn't like his attitude. But I liked Gen X when it was Generation X when that came out. That was fun. The sparkly light girl, I can't remember her name.
Dazzler.
That it was that. I don't remember.
Dazzler or Jubilee.
Jubilee, that's it. It was Jubilee.
Oh, you like that one.
Let's see. Checking over the anime sheet here. Anything else that
comedy? Great one for you would be Camardi High School.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Because it's just absurdist and ridiculous.
Mhm.
and just a bunch of delinquents at a delinquent school being delinquents.
So good, so good. That one's actually on Tubi, so you actually can stream that from your TV. You can just download the Tubi app and watch Karate High on there.
And then even pulling
It's
off
got the dub and the sub. You know, if you
right. I would watch Ghost in the Shell standalone complex.
yeah, that's a good one.
You know, thinking about it, as far as bits of nerd culture that make fun of nerd culture, but don't come across as Big Bang Theory to me, Chunibyo
Oh yeah,
is very relatable to the
Yeah.
amount of cringe
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
I've lived through and caused in my own life.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely, yeah. Chunibyo, yeah, that one, yeah.
It's like,
Which was weird that we all was watching that around the same time.
it's about a girl who like believes her fantasies are real.
Yeah, so Chunibyo is a
Japanese disease where they not a
well,
disease, but it's a mind.
it's a phenomenon.
it's
It's
a
where you take your
sickness.
make believe so far that you are essentially delusional.
Yeah.
Mhm. It is a sickness.
It is sickness. We do not want it here in Uganda.
Mhm.
But yeah, like if you just go with some of the like those,
Yeah, Chunibyo here. Like it's
Mhm.
great because this is something that you wouldn't get without like a multi-million-dollar visual effects budget. And like, okay, we're just gonna take this normal slice of life and oh, now there's magic. Well, why is there magic? Well, because this kid's being a weird
Mhm.
tist of version of some sort.
What is this?
it's called Love, Chinibio, and Other Delusions.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It is a good, I recommend it. Put it on your list, especially if you have middle schoolers or high school kids. I recommend it.
Show them that they're cringe.
Great,
Like-
it's done. The animation's fantastic on that as well when they go all into that.
It doesn't need to be so extra, but it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
Zikri, they illustrate her. They show her her delusions as actual magic.
Mhm.
That's the whole point.
Yes, there's a plot point to the eye patch. She's delusional.
She thinks it's really cool.
And there's a reason she's like this that
Yes.
I won't go into because you should watch the series.
Spoilers.
But it's one of those, like, in retrospect, really
Mhm.
tightly done two-season animes that
Mhm.
like they just do everything that they need to, and they don't do a bunch of extra nonsense.
Right. This is a lot of things about anime. It's just finding the right ones that fit. And
Mhm.
that small list we already gave you. I mean, you want to get into more political intrigue besides all of Harry's Gundam suggestions. You could do Code Geass,
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
which is about Britannia basically taking over both world and sectioning different areas off and treating them like lower class citizens for being there,
Mhm.
especially Japan, which is the lowest of the low for them.
Mhm.
And the revolution that they tasked to overthrow everything.
You want absurdist humor? There's Nichijou. You want depression? There's Neon Genesis.
Oh man.
I mean, Ava is just a really good show. And
Yeah.
watch one man lose all of his senses
Mhm.
to the end of a thing and realize, oh man, this ending is super weird. All right, here's a movie with a different ending.
It's a movie. Like, here's another movie with a different ending, and we've added some more people. What? You actually have no idea how the ending.
We don't know how this ends. How do you expect us to animate it for you?
I know. I'm waiting for the next one where it just comes with it's blank. You have to animate it yourself.
Neon Genesis, do it yourself.
We give up. You do it.
Yeah. Sponsored by IKEA.
But here's the thing, Reinhold. The Neon Genesis do it yourself would have a manga adaptation that is completely done full color art every page. Like the continuity on that one is just all sorts of fucked up.
But if out of all those ones on the list, I would definitely start with Bebop and then go to Vivi, because Vivi is the more recent one and has very significantly into the budgeting of the animation, because they spent a lot of time and effort to make it look as beautiful as possible.
And
there are so many moments where where a single screen cap could be like on a wall in a museum.
It belongs in a museum. I won't go that far, but it was very, very beautifully animated.
Personally, I think he probably would also get One Punch Man.
Oh, he would 100% get
One Punch Man. You don't even have to like anime to enjoy One Punch Man, because it's literally just, hey, Superman, but he's depressed because he's too good at his job.
Mm-hmm.
He literally beats things with one punch, so he doesn't try.
Yeah. And he's sad, and he's always looking for something to get him. But everything follows with one punch. That's the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's some other thing when you think about it for a second.
But there's a lot more to it. But
it's to me. Yeah. As we were explaining, it sounds stupid, and so did I. And I only reason I watched it is because I kept seeing AMVs for it. And I wanted to know what the hell was going on. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to watch one episode. So what the heck's going on? Which usually gets me. And, it's how I end watching all these seasons of My Little Pony. Is like, I want to know what the heck is going on. What does this mean? I don't know. And I'll just watch a few episodes in and out really easily. Speaking of Western stuff, have you ever watched Gravity Falls, Reinhold?
Wow. You would enjoy Gravity Falls. If I had to guess a cartoon, you would definitely enjoy Gravity Falls.
Yeah.
Mostly because it's fantasy and sci-fi, and they deal with a lot of weird. It's really well written.
Mm-hmm.
It has a definitive ending that they don't just go all out. It ends, and it's a lot of they address a lot of different things, because it's they're running out of a shack that sells merchandise for cryptids, which are actually real, and they find them and investigating all the weird and interesting fantasy things that exist in this world that most people didn't believe exist.
Now that I'm checking the spreadsheet, I don't think Donovan has either watched a series or updated the sheet.
Which one series is that?
The anime spreadsheet, which we're over 500.
Over 500.
Either that or you filled in all the answers for me for no.
I probably did.
Let's see how far down. And you have, in a little over a year's time, read over 370 manga. I know.
Manga.
It's not counting the books I've read in the past month.
Yeah, you refuse to fill in the web novel or light novel section.
Because I've been reading normal books, Paul.
Do I just need to put a novel section?
Yeah, no, we don't need that either.
Mm-hmm.
A side tangent. There's a Patreon poll for a guy I watch who reacts to movies. He's a movie maker who's reacting to movies. So he's trying to do scary movies for October, and I have been trying for weeks to get people to vote for Jacob's Ladder that's on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't do it. It's just they want to watch Coraline. I'm like, oh, come on.
Coraline.
Yeah, Coraline.
Jacob's Ladder would blow this guy's head wide open. No, they don't want to see that. They want to watch the stupid Tim Burton nonsense.
Oh gosh.
I don't want to die. All right, I lost. God, this show is so stupid. Oh man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
No, that's just the me. Like now that we've hit hour 5 and we're talking about
We're almost hour 6 now.
forcing Reinhold to talk about the media, talk about more media.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
So there was when I grew up, I was watching things like Smothers Brothers. So that's just, old TV shows that you guys never heard of and you can't find anymore. Like something about the Wild West. I can't remember the name of the show now. Something about the Wild West, though. And there's a guy in there. It was a comedy. It was a Western comedy. It was really funny. I probably was 10 years old at the time. So this is probably like mid 70s. And his character name was Frog. And every time I see him in a movie after that, I just think Frog every single time. So he was in, what was the first time I saw him in? He was in the Batman, the first Batman movie with Michael Keaton.
Mm-hmm.
He was the main henchman for Jack Nicholson's Joker.
Mm.
He was also one of the guys in Silence of the Lambs in the autopsy scene. So, but anyway, I was just thinking about some of the old TV shows that it's just a shame that we collect everything these days, but there's so much media that was on TV for a long time that just lost.
Yep.
Or it's stuck somewhere and nobody who owns the rights to it is letting it be released and watched and produced or somehow. I mean, it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
That's a very Western issue because like there's a lot of, even though it coming over from like Japan in the East is hard to find some of that stuff, but if I remember correctly, their longest running anime has been airing every day on television since the 70s.
Yeah, it's around there. Yeah. It dwarfs One Piece.
Since the 70s, because it's like it's like family friendly and it's been going around forever.
But we're also talking their episodes are like 5 minutes long.
Yeah.
The longest running episode has over 10,000 episodes because of that.
Hey, it's been around since the 70s. So yeah.
I want to say
But
68.
compare that with soap operas. Come
Right.
on. That's an hour a day, half hour to an hour a day, 5 days a week.
Reinhold, you ever
Since
watch
the
Soap?
50s?
You ever watch Soap?
Soap is one of my favorite TV shows. What they did to that show made me so angry. Oh, it was so funny. It was great. And then people started canceling it because it was too out there, and the moral majority wanted to end it. So they got kicked off the air. Then they tried a campaign, successfully brought it back for a 4th season, and then canceled it again because there was too much backlash because it wasn't normal. It was so funny though. I have it on my computer.
Nice.
I got my Plex server up. I have the entire series on my computer.
Yeah. So
That's one of the best shows ever made.
Yeah. My mom
Plus, it
loved
had
that.
two women in it who I've always had a crush on.
Oh.
Fair enough.
I don't think I had a crush on anybody on Soap, but yeah.
Dinah Manoff. Oh, Dinah Manoff, baby, and the brunette that played the daughter who is in love with the priest. She is beautiful. I love her.
So, media that isn't anime. Okay. Zikri talking about Plex, I guess. But media that's important to you that isn't anime. News radio.
I have that on my Plex too. Seriously, you don't even know. I was there day one when that that show came out. I was there day one, just sitting and chomping at the bit because I loved Kids in the Hall.
Mm.
And here was Dave, and he was great in it. And it had Phil Hartman, who, oh my God, is one of the funniest people ever lived.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened to him is a complete tragedy.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Robbed the world of something that we could have had for 50 years.
Yeah, and it's just a shame that the other actor on there who I would punch in the face or in the dick exists.
Joe was funny on the show, but he was very mean.
Well, he's the reason why we lost Phil. So
who? Oh, you don't believe that, do you? That he was the one that gave her the drug? I don't think that's true.
They got her back. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that's exactly
enough,
true. No.
It's enough for an actor to throw punches over. It's enough for me to believe.
But who do you think? Who do you think it was? I mean, you're not saying Joe. It was, what's his name? Andy Dick. If you're thinking of, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Joe Rogan. Yeah,
Andy Dick. Yeah, there's that rumor of Andy Dick, and that's why Phil Hartman or John Lovitz went after Andy pretty hard. He punched him out, but I still don't think that's what happened. I think there's more to that story.
Your implication went so far over Reinhold's head, he didn't even catch that you were talking about.
Yeah, that's why I said I'd punch him in the dick. But also, like, let's face it, Andy Dick is a creep who should be removed from society because there's legitimately like multiple instances of him like
very mentally ill.
Yes, and that's why.
And Joe Rogan tormented him for years. That what you saw on the show with him tormenting the characters tormenting him, he was behind the scenes too. And they were on one of his first shows, because I used to watch Rogan when he first started, and he was talking about stuff like that. And he would say, I was an asshole to him, and I was wrong to do it. And he went on this whole thing about it.
No, okay. So what you did there was you accidentally made me like Joe Rogan, and then he said he was an asshole and he shouldn't have done that, and I took it back
immediately.
Such a good show, though.
Right,
the best part was the best part. Just 1 minute. Was the episode where he dressed up for Halloween as a woman, and we all know Dave dressing up as a woman threw everybody out of whack because he was prettier than his girlfriend.
My favorite was when Phil Hartman's character got a cane, and they just had to separate him from the cane.
But at the end of it, once he's pulling out canes, left there, he's here's a cane, here's a cane. It was hilarious. A bunch of them hidden away. It was funny. It was
one taped on the outside of the building under the windowsill. Just such a good show.
That was well written, well acted. Everybody was good on that show. It was not a flaw in that show. It was so good. The guy that plays Jimmy James is such a great character actor. You've seen him in so many things. I mean, he played Milton in Office Space, for God's sake.
Now, Reinhold, you don't mess with a man who has a Wayback Machine. You'll go back in time and make it so you were never born.
That's pure comedy. I got that. I got WKRP. Just that's another one, classic. Just good. Good comedy show.
We all have Miatas.
We all
remember they got him on Miatas. Sorry. We are getting to 6 hours of stream time.
Yes, we are.
You want to cut before the 6, or you want to do it right at the 6 o'clock hour?
Let's do it right at the 6. Nice, good, even 6. Because, have I streamed like this before? This long? Not in a while. I've done a 24, but I think it's been 2 years since I did a 24-hour stream. So
here's what I'm gonna love.
What?
Chris is gonna have to put this on the feed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna have this 6 hours. Just boom. All right, now you have to figure out where Spangle was.
He's gonna say he's gonna come back and just go, "What the fuck?"
Somebody better remember what the hell we talked about and put it in a description for him.
And he's got to do it because it's gonna take up because I've got it recording into StreamYard, so it's going to take up a 6-hour chunk of record time in StreamYard.
Now, for the description, you should write, "This is a bad description. This is the best I can do. Suck it, nerds."
Please increase the budget for the description department.
Yeah, he says he's going to hire video producers. Hire a writer.
Hire me a writer.
Oh,
Hire me a writer. Pay me Brett.
A
the
researcher.
the description should be description will improve when invited back to main show.
Yeah.
I think right there we've done it.
Mhm.
And he said I can come up with descriptions.
Gosh. All right. So, did everyone have fun doing this? Do you guys want to do this again?
I mean, yeah.
Absolutely.
Do it tomorrow. Anybody up? Do it
No.
again.
I thought
No.
it, but-
Harry's
No,
got.
I'm actually getting yelled at, but that's another
Good.
story. I'll deal
Good.
with it.
He's got
I was
new
supposed to give my
Tai
wife
Chi in the
medicine
park.
half an hour ago.
Okay.
Right on.
I was supposed to eat
No, it's
like
fine,
3
she's fine.
hours ago.
I mean, probably
Yeah,
that.
I had grilled cheese before we started. That was all I've had to eat today. So.
Mhm. I had a fortune cookie.
My microwave
Yeah.
quit working today, by the way.
Ouch.
Bought that thing like 2 years ago, and it just died on me.
My wife made.
I put something in there. I put something in there, and I turned it on to heat it. I went back in there 5 minutes later, and it's stone cold. I did it again, stone cold. I reset it, nothing. So I pulled out the old microwave that I hadn't got rid of yet, popped it back in there, and cooked my stuff up. It's mad.
Yeah.
Please tell me you cleaned it before you stored it.
I never. It was still in the
I
kitchen.
never-
It hadn't got it out of there yet.
I never.
He's like, I love the taste of raccoon.
I had to chase away an opossum from my magic heat box.
First droppers have that umami flavor.
Oh my god. Raccoon.
You gotta understand, I also have 2 stoves in my kitchen. One of them is a 1930s POS that doesn't work, but my wife thinks it's pretty, so it's sitting there as a decorative shelf, doing nothing and just taking up space.
All these people in their privileged decoration stoves.
I know.
Zero stove.
He's got one stare. He's got one stove just for show.
What's funny is that it's an old gas stove, right? And she's like, "Well, just hook it. We can just hook up. We got gas. We have LP, not gas. You have to have the right restrictors to knock down the flow, which don't come with it. You'd have to get them. I didn't know this at the time. I hooked it up. I lit the thing. I've got flames this high coming off the stove.
Oh shit, we
I'm like,
speed
this ain't
run
right.
cooking dinner.
This ain't right. And I tried to cook spaghetti on it or something like that. It was just burning the outside of the pan. It was all black.
We setting a goddamn world record personal best on spaghetti tonight.
Yeah.
Needless to say, I said, no, I'm not using this thing again. So
Careful.
plus I tried to light the oven because it's a manual light oven. And I did what happened back in the mid 90s. I was staying with some people. We had another situation like that. The same thing happened. I go to light the stove, fireball comes out, burns off half my hair. So when I first met you, Paul, I think when I first met you at Stack Pickle, my hair was real short. It's because it had just been burned off.
Oh, so that's why it was short.
Careful about talking about speed runs, Paul. If we cursed enough in here, we'd instantly get age restricted. Ask summoning salt.
Oh my
This
god.
Now you chronicle speed running. His video got demonetized. It was almost 2 hours long. It got demonetized for a 10-second clip from a streamer who cursed 10 times in a row when he's trying not to thing. Then YouTube came back, remonetized him, and then he got demonetized for sexual content from Mega Man 2, when there was nothing sexual at all.
Stupid sexy rock man.
Where he had to the point where he had to take down the video and re-upload it for him to get proper monetization.
He just got the bits that they complain about, right? Edit them out.
No, here's the thing: is that even when he got remonetized, his SEO was destroyed. He had zero growth after he got remonetized. The video wasn't getting pushed out to people at all.
What's not accurate at all? Expound upon that.
No, it came back. He got a second demonetization for sexual content. He has it posted under the video that he re-uploaded with the screen cap that YouTube said it had sexual content.
Like, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Mega Man do be looking pretty blue though.
Yes, and then it got back up, and then it got taken down again for sexual content.
This is
Mega
funny,
Man,
Big Bang, kind of funny. by the
Mega
way.
Man 2
I'm the one with the
gone
good
wrong,
haircut.
gone sexual.
I don't even know who we're talking about.
Because you aren't a good nerd, Harry.
It's
I
fine.
am.
I'm with you, Harry. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I watch videos of people who put up videos of people caught cheating at speedruns. That's
Oh
about
yeah,
the
Carl
extent of it.
Jobst
Oh.
or Jobst. To be honest, Spanish has ruined my ability to look at a name in a foreign language with a J in it and not say it wrong.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys noticed behind me, so the server is off because I'm redoing the storage on here because I was listening to level 1 techs, and so I'm gonna do something different to the way of doing the storage inside the server. So basically, I'm going to switch all these SSDs in here to go complete pass through to a TrueNAS server VM inside there, and then have that run the ZFS RAID. They said it actually will speed it up, so I'm gonna try it out.
RAID 10?
Yeah.
Are you doing RAID 10?
Yeah. Why you don't like to?
Okay. Just ask.
like RAID
No,
10?
it's good. No, 10's good. I just didn't know if you were going up that level or not.
I've got enough
You're
drives.
at that.
I have enough drives. I've got enough 1 terabyte.
Yeah, well, you
SSD.
lose a little space, but it's
RAID 10.
worth it for peace of mind. I wish I had done it because I have a hard drive here that I'm wanting to get fixed because it's got stuff on it and died because I had it in an enclosure and got hot.
Harry's
So I
over
tried to
here
send it to
messing with-
OnTrack, and they told me they couldn't fix it. So now I'm gonna try to go to Ace and see if they'll do it.
Yeah, so if we could get Reinhold and I ever got control of the wall money, we'd probably get nice budget beater sand so we could actually have some real storage.
Harry and Reinhold get a hold of the wall money, the cash flow, and just start up a web service company. It's like,
Honestly,
no, Spangle. We're doing much
We'll
more.
do the new Odyssey. Yeah,
It's
we'll
on the
just do that.
cloud. We're doing wall cloud now. It's wall to wall cloud storage.
Yeah, charge people to store their podcast stuff.
We'll take on AMS and
Yep.
It's Spotify.
I know. This is some people's like, well, how can we
Sure.
get how can we distribute podcasts if all these places go down? RSS is just protocol, and you can just just
there were
freaking
podcasts before all them places were up.
Yeah, just do. You can also
It's
just
still
torrent
there.
your crap. You can also just torrent your crap. But if all your fans are torrenting your episodes, what do you care? Just
I
gotta
got
get
an
out there
email.
free.
I got an email 2 days ago saying that my podcast had been accepted into Spotify.
Oh, nice.
It took 6 months.
Just be careful with contracts you sign. You don't want them to take your podcast, take everything from your podcast, and then it redoes the show with Chris Pratt as Reinhold for Reinhold.
Bringing it all the way back around.
Here's the thing. I would watch that. So, I mean, I would have to go, okay, that's probably a good choice to replace me with Chris Pratt. I'll go with that one.
All right, listen here. Should we do a 24-hour stream one of these days? Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
I mean, we're going to.
We'll do. I will. I don't know what. No, I'm not making a goal right now because I'm too tired to really set a realistic goal that would make me want to do a 24-hour stream because I haven't done one in years. Which like
Well-
I said, it'll take me a while to get back to it. And
We
when I
have 171 followers right now.
mm-hmm,
I think that a realistic goal for a 24-hour stream
mm-hmm.
would be
Thousand.
another 69. So we will do 1 hour of streaming for every 10 followers we have.
Not agreeing to that. Anyway, so I'm gonna count this episode. Thank you everybody for who came this far, who came this long. Let's say because you could listen to anything else, you could be doing anything else on a Friday night, but you was here with us, and I thank you everyone who stayed this long. Thank you VC for jumping in, Ascalja, Reinhold, thank you, also Zombie, thank you Remzo, thank you to your leader, thank you Jeremiah, damn you Hody, and damn you Brian Nichols.
You say the next time we're inviting niece and
Don't forget Trisha.
Oh yeah, Trish too. Gingerarchy. It's okay. The other redheaded libertarians are back on Twitter. Maybe we see if they want to come and join our show. No, there's actually someone on Twitter named the redheaded libertarian. I don't know anything about them other than their name. I think their name is so they could. So sorry, that's all I know about them. All right. So, like I said, end of the episode, getting longer too. So, good luck editing this stream, Sprinkle. So, adios. Bye.
Bye.